Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 10, Visits. He was back inside the corridor yet again. Yet, instead of finding himself some distance away from the door, this time he was standing right in front of it. These dreams were becoming more and more frequent, but Ichigo had no idea what to make of them. This time, however, he didn't hesitate. Smirking slightly, he walked forward towards the door in front of him. Each time, he slowly uncovered more and more of this mystery. Would he finally figure out who this mystery man in his dreams was? He found himself back in the village again. Once again it was completely empty. It didn't look any different, but somehow Ichigo felt like it had expanded. "Welcome back, Ichigo," a voice said from behind him, and Ichigo whirled round to find the old man from before standing there on his flagpole. A pressure slammed into him yet again, but this time, Ichigo didn't fall. "Ah, I see you're getting along just nicely. Aji-san, as entertaining as it may be, could you stop sneaking up behind me?" Ichigo asked. The man chuckled. What would be the fun in that? Ichigo rolled his eyes. "Never mind. Are you finally going to tell me who you are after skirting the issue so many times? I've told you before, you know who I am. You just choose not to listen." "How am I choosing not to listen? I'm right here." Ichigo protested. "Never mind. In that case, can you tell me where I am?" "You are inside your mind. This is your subconscious." Silence. "Okay. That still doesn't help. If this is my mind, what are you doing here?" Ichigo asked. "I belong here. I'm a part of you as much as you're a part of yourself," the old man said with a hint of amusement. "Not this again," Ichigo groaned. "When are you going to just up and tell me upright who you are? In that case, let me ask you something. Why are you a Shinigami?" Ichigo was slightly taken aback. "Huh? What do you mean? What's your purpose of becoming a Shinigami?" "Because I want to." He hesitated. The old man sighed. "Why do you hesitate? Do you not know, or are you not sure?" "I cannot answer you if you can't answer me." "Patience, Ichigo. When you are ready, I'll know, and you'll be ready to hear my name." A month later. As time progressed, so did all three of them. Ichigo continued to excel in Kido and Zenjutsu, rising to the top of the class for both subjects. Using a different method from the one originally taught by their instructor, he was able to gain better control of his Ryatsu, such that no further instances of him paralyzing the class ever occurred again. Rukia meanwhile showed a high degree of aptitude in Kido. She wasn't far behind Ichigo in terms of skill level, although all his spells had a much higher degree of potency compared to her. Unfortunately for her, she wasn't as talented in Zenjutsu as Kido. While she was fairly proficient in it, her height and build tended to work against her, something Ichigo liked to point out occasionally. As for Renji, it seemed like brute force was his forte. He was second behind Ichigo when it came to physical combat. Unfortunately, he didn't seem to be able to grasp Kido at all, and he somehow managed to have his spell blow up in his face a second time, even with the incantation. No student would be very happy if they had to spend every day for the next few years studying with absolutely no break in between. Despite their heavier class schedule, the advanced classes were no different, and a month after they first entered, they were given a 2-day break, and they planned to use it wisely. It wasn't all fun and games though. Every month or so, every student in each advanced class batch was reviewed to determine if they were good enough to skip a grade in any of the 4 different combat skills. It was a privilege few from the normal classes had. Of course, it didn't make much difference unless you advanced in all 4 though. If you excelled in 3, but SEKED at 1, you'd still have to fulfill the entire 6-year curriculum. For those that didn't advance, it wasn't because they were lousy, it simply meant others were much better. It sounded like an administrative nightmare, but as students, who were they to care? For the trio's class, their first break coincided with their first review, so they were all eager to find out their new classes and how well they did. By then, news of Rukia's adoption into the Kuchiki clan had, somehow, spread throughout the entire academy. Ichigo said he didn't do it, and Renji didn't give a definite answer, which led the other two to believe he had been shooting his mouth off. They couldn't prove it though. Either way, that created unwanted attention for her, both good and bad. Thankfully, the class treated her no differently, except perhaps being politer to her, although there were a few who were noticeably less amicable. While they were surprised to learn that she wanted to carry on in the academy, they didn't question any further once Rukia explained that she wanted to graduate on her own credit. The flack came mostly from those who belonged to the more traditional noble families, and even they didn't dare to do anything once they realized she was the perfect epitome of, don't judge a book by its cover. She was in the advanced class for a reason, and she did have Kuchiki Byakuya as her adoptive brother. As such, she wasn't worried about what others would say. In fact, she somehow seemed to have her mind set on doing her brother proud, as evidenced by the fact that she had stepped up her efforts and didn't take crap from anybody, not that she ever did. Oi, midget. Stop dragging me along. I can walk just fine, you idiot, Ichigo spluttered. He was currently being dragged by his arm by an extremely eager Rukia towards their form classroom, where their grade postings were placed for the students to view at their own pleasure. She had his hand in a vice grip and was pulling him along, followed closely by Renji, who was smirking at his friend's plight. He wasn't having any trouble following her since his legs were much longer than hers, but she still refused to let go. This won't be happening if you hadn't taken your own sweet time for breakfast. I want to see our postings as soon as we can so we can go explore Siriidii, she said, ignoring the looks she was getting from other students. Yeah, let's not waste any more time here, Renji voiced his agreement. I want to check out that tattoo parlor I heard about and see what tattoo I can get. I still don't understand why you don't want to get one though, he said to Ichigo. I told you before. If you want to get a tattoo, by all means do it. I'm not stopping you, but I refuse to get one, he replied. And can you let me walk myself? I can probably walk faster without you holding my arm, he rounded on Rukia. No one's stopping you. You could have just broken from my grasp. It's not like I'm using a very tight grip. And while you were busy complaining, we've reached, she said as they came up on their destination. Still, she didn't let go until they got to the front of the class, where their postings were attached to the board. Then, they all started searching for their names. Renji was the first to locate his. Here's mine. Let's see. Hakuda, Grade 2, Ho-Ho, Grade 2, Zenjutsu, Grade 3, yes. I'm being appreciated for my talents. What? I'm still Grade 1 for Kido. What the hell? Renji cried in indignation. Well, what did you expect? You actually managed to blow yourself up a second time, even with the incantation. Rukia retorted. Oh, here's mine. Hakuda, Grade 2, Ho-Ho, Grade 2, Zenjutsu, Grade 2, Kido, ha. I'm in Grade 3. How about yours, Ichigo? Ah, not bad. Ichigo stammered, as if trying to hide something. Rukia was having none of it. Don't be ridiculous. Let me see. Hakuda, Grade 2, Ho-Ho, Grade 2, ha. Grade 3 for both Kido and Zenjutsu. What? Renji exclaimed. Let me see. How the hell did you get Grade 3 for both Kido and Zenjutsu? You say that like it's a bad thing. I suppose it's because I did well for both. I think you must have bribed our instructors or something. After that, they shamelessly peeked at their classmates' postings. Mostly the entire class moved up a grade for Hakuda and Ho-Ho, but only a handful attained a Grade 2 for Kido and Zenjutsu, let alone Grade Renji and Ichigo were the only two who advanced to Grade 3 for Zenjutsu and only 4 people made it to Grade 3 for Kido. Once they were satisfied, Renji not entirely, they headed out. Academy students usually did one of 3 things during their breaks. They could stay and train, which the trio had every intention of doing. Just not today. They could also visit their family if they had any, which the trio didn't have. They could also choose to visit the shops around Siriidii or visit one of the nearby districts. Today, they decided to just stay in the Siriidii, since they still had a curfew even if it was an off day. This place is huge, Rukia commented as they wandered along the streets of Siriidii. While they could wander freely inside, they were recommended not to venture towards the center, where the 3 separate military branches were located. In any case, most of the shops were located along the outskirts, so there was no reason to go any further in. Well, it has to be, since the noble houses reside here along with thousands of Shinigami, Rinji said. I mean, look at all these shops. Clothes, accessories. Too bad we can't keep any in the academy. I could do with a pair of sunglasses. Hey! There's that tattoo place. You guys want to come? He asked as he began walking towards his destination. I think we'll pass. Do you want us to wait for you? Ichigo called to Rinji's retreating back. Go on without me. I'll catch up, he called back before disappearing inside the shop. Where do you think he'll put his tattoo? Rukia asked casually as they began walking off. He didn't tell me. But if I had to guess, I would say it'll be on his face, since he's been going on about how it will make him look more manly, he replied with a sigh. And you don't need one? Rukia asked teasingly. He smirked back. What for? I'm already manly enough. She laughed. You just keep telling yourself that. Come on, let's go. I want to see what I can spend our pay on. Here you go, the shopkeeper said as he dropped the change into the girl's hands. Domo arigato, she said cheerfully with a bow, pocketing the change and her purchase before scampering off. She wore the standard female student uniform and had her short hair tied in 2 pigtails. I'm sure Shiro-chan will enjoy this amonado. Watermelons are easy enough to find, but amonado is so hard to find in Junranin, she thought. Nothing could wipe the smile off her face as she moved through the streets of Siriidii and in the direction of the West Gate. Along with 3 others in her class, she'd been adept enough to advance to grade 3 Kido, and that was saying something. She couldn't wait to tell Shiro-chan, though he would probably just scowl back at her and pretend he wasn't interested. Still, it was a slight disappointment that her Zenjutsu skills weren't good enough to advance. She would just have to try harder. As she passed both academy students and Shinigami alike, she suddenly heard a shrill voice ring out that ate into her brain and made everyone around her wince, her included. Oh my! Look at that! Looking around for the source of the noise, it wasn't long before she found it. Some distance ahead of her, a small female academy student was grabbing the arm of a much taller male student with orange hair and was pointing at one of the stores. As she watched in confusion, the female student began advancing towards the store, dragging her clearly reluctant friend along with her. Isn't that Kurosaki-kun and Kuchiki-chan? She wondered out loud, recognizing her 2 classmates. Curious, she decided to say hello. Earlier, Ichigo and Rukia were both having fun exploring the shops, and she somehow managed to hoodwink Ichigo into buying some snacks for her until he caught on and flat out refused from that point on. Then suddenly, Rukia's eye caught something and she was immediately fixated with it. Before a reluctant Ichigo had even known what was going on, she was dragging him towards one of the stores. It was a manga toy store that had many different manga volumes and simple children's toys. However, it wasn't the toys that fascinated Rukia. Rather, Ichigo. Look at that. Isn't that really cute? She asked, pointing at one particular manga, her voice much higher than usual with excitement. What the hell is this? Ichigo asked as he picked it up. It was a simple-looking manga that had an illustration of a rabbit on the cover. The Adventures of Chappie the Rabbit. What's so nice about this? It's about a stupid rabbit. And it's copied from some author from the mortal world, he said, referring to the disclaimer located at the bottom of the front cover. But Rukia wasn't listening. She snatched the manga from his hand and began thumbing through it. Then before he knew it, she was jabbing a picture of the rabbit in a victory pose in his face. But isn't this the cutest thing you've seen? His eyes crossed as he stared at it. He huffed in annoyance, brushing the manga from his face. Not knowing what he'd just set in motion, he said, buy it, burn it, do whatever you want, I don't care. But it's your money. I think I'll do just that, Rukia said, and she headed for the shopkeeper, just as another student walked up to them. Konnichiwa Kurosaki-kun. What are you and Kuchiki-chan doing here? Oh hey Momo. Rukia's buying a manga of some weird rabbit character. What are you doing here? Ichigo asked, his eyes still watching Rukia. I'm on my way to Junranin. My Oba-san and my friend live there. Are you two here alone? Momo asked as she looked at Rukia, who was currently fishing through her uniform for money. Oh no, we came with Renji, but he went to get a tattoo, so we left without him, Ichigo replied a little quickly. Then he frowned slightly, showing his clear displeasure of Renji's actions. Anyway, congratulations on getting into grade 3 of Dash. Oh. Hinamori-chan. Look at this. Rukia suddenly said as she hurried up to the two of them and moved the manga into Momo's hands, a gleam in her eyes. Isn't this the cutest thing you've seen? Momo looked at it as she mouthed, The Adventures of Chappie the Rabbit. Slowly, her face broke into a grin. This is cute. Oh no, not you two, Ichigo said with a groan. You two are acting like spoilt little girls, oof, he suddenly grunted, for Rukia's fist had embedded itself into his stomach, although the smile never left her face. Well, I must get going, Momo said, returning the manga to Rukia. I need to go see my Oba-san and my friend. Maybe I'll introduce him to you guys one of these days. And with that, she jogged off. Rukia turned to a fuming Ichigo. What are you doing clutching your stomach? Gee, I don't know. Maybe it's because you punched me. Ichigo replied, hissing out the last two words. Well, you deserve it. You insulted a poor rabbit that has done nothing to you. She turned around. Come on, let's go find Renji. He should be done by now. It wasn't long before they met up with Renji again after tracing their steps, easy to find because of his red hair. Rather, it was Ichigo that did most of the searching, since Rukia had buried her nose into her manga. So guys, what do you think? Renji asked, gesturing at his forehead with a grin. Rukia looked up and stared. Ichigo, well, he just stared. Fact was, they didn't know what to think. Renji had gotten a tattoo alright, and it did make him look more intimidating if he wasn't smiling, albeit a little more ridiculous as well. Both his eyebrows had been completely tattooed over in black. Then from the start of each eyebrow, the tattoos extended upwards onto his forehead. Then, they branched out in opposite directions towards his temple before curving back up again and stopping just before his scalp. It looked like some sort of incomplete tribal tattoo. Well, it's given you a new look, that's for sure, Ichigo said. Thanks. I told you the tattoo will work. I look so much better, don't I? I suppose it really depends on who's asking. Rukia started uncertainly. Which means it's perfect. Told you. Renji laughed. Ichigo, I hope you don't mind, but I'll be stealing some of your fans now with my new look. Scratch that. They were rendered dumbfounded. On the first day back from their break, they were greeted with some unusual news from Onabara. All the instructors received a jigakucho this morning regarding some very important news. By the way, if you don't know what a jigakucho is, tell me and I'll enroll you for the basics in the next uptake, he said. Everyone laughed, but stopped once they realized he was serious. Let me give you some background information. Every year, the taicho of a certain division will be tasked with inspecting the academy. The day is random, but they will usually inform us on the day they're coming over. This year, the taicho who will be gracing us with his presence is the 5th Squad Taicho, Aizen Sosuke, and his Fuku Taishu, Ikemara Jin, who is incidentally the prodigy I was telling you about who graduated within a year some 50 years ago. While they're here, they will be inspecting the grounds and might sit in on the training sessions of some of the classes. Now, since this is a yearly event, I hope that you all will be on your best behavior today, and pay your respects if you bump into them. I do not wish to see or hear about anyone in this class being disrespectful towards Aizen Taishu and Ikamaru Fukutechu. If I do, I will be most displeased. His eyes narrowed as he spoke the last sentence, and everyone gave an involuntary shudder. Right, they will be coming around midday, but in the meantime, let's begin our lesson. The excitement was tangible during lunch that day. Ichigo, Renji, and Rukia all wolfed down their lunch before heading to the courtyard where Aizen Taishu would arrive at. Apparently, they weren't the only ones who had the same idea, as there was already a large crowd gathering at the courtyard. The crowd was split in two, creating some sort of guard of honor from the entrance. When they reached the crowd, they slowly muscled their way to the front of the crowd, although Rukia had it much easier as she could wiggle her way through gaps much easier than either Ichigo or Renji could. In front, they were surprised when they bumped into Hinamori Momo. "Hello, Hinamori-chan. Any sign of Aizen Taishu yet?" Rukia asked. Oh, Kuchiki-chan. No, they haven't arrived yet, though I don't suppose it'll be long now. They watched and waited in silence for a few seconds before Momo spoke again. Hey, do you think he's anything like your brother? I mean, I've never met him before, so I don't know how your brother is like. To be honest, so do I. I haven't seen Nisama since he came over a month back, so I can't really say for sure. Just then, their attention was drawn by the opening of the academy gates, and everyone fell silent immediately. Then, everyone stood at attention as two figures appeared, one in a white haori, who could only be Aizen Taishu, and the other in a normal shahakusho, but with an armband on his left arm. As they approached, Ichigo could feel an impressive aura emitting from him which was warm and friendly, nothing like the intimidating aura Kuchiki Byakuya had. The first impression Aizen Taishu gave was one of a very intelligent person. He had brown hair and eyes, and seemed to look like a scholar with his square glasses and warm smile. However, Ichigo wasn't sure if he was being paranoid or something, but somehow the warm smile Aizen had didn't seem to extend to his eyes. His eyes looked different. But as Aizen slowly got closer to where Ichigo was standing, the look was gone. Ichigo shook his head. Perhaps he was overthinking. Meanwhile, Rukia was staring at Ikamaru. She didn't know why, but his appearance was sending chills down her spine. He looked, there was no other word for it, mysterious. He was smiling but his eyes were only open to slits, such that it was impossible to see his eyes. Overall, it gave him a very cunning look. Somehow, he didn't look like someone that could be trusted. One thing was for sure though, they both thought as the two figures entered the academy building. They were definitely different from Kuchiki Byakuya. Chapter 11, World of the Living. A week later. For the first-year advanced class, the furor over the inspection a week ago died fairly quickly, mostly due to the fact that they had something else to look forward to, their first visit into the real world. This was once again, one of the many special privileges their class had. The second class to participate in this exercise would only do so in a few more months. That gave them even more bragging rights, and hence, they were all noticeably excited when it was time for their brief about the training exercise. All right, Aonobara said. As you all know, every day, hundreds and thousands of humans die a day. When pluses die in the living world, they don't magically waltz into soul society on their own. Instead, they remain rooted in the living world until a Shinigami comes along and performs Kanso on them, or they get consumed by a hollow. Obviously, we can't allow that to happen, so today, you will be traveling to the living world to practice performing Kanso. Although the students were already aware of their trip into the mortal world, to hear it being confirmed by their head teacher just made the excitement seem more tangible. Most of them were excited about being able to be the first students in their year to perform Kanso, however, two students were excited for completely different reasons. Having never experienced life in the living world, Rukia was understandably eager to enter it and see how it was like. As for Ichigo, having lived his entire afterlife with Rukia to date, her desire to visit the living world had rubbed off on him. Since he had lived in the mortal world for a period of time, albeit a short one, he too was eager to see how much it had changed. You know, I can't imagine what would have happened if I wasn't in the advanced class. No, actually, I can. I'll probably be frothing in envy when I see you two leave for the living world, Rukia whispered to Ichigo. Well, since you are in the advanced class, there's no point creating a what-if scenario where you're worst off, Ichigo whispered back. Now, Aonibara picked up the katana that was lying on his table. A trademark for Shinigami is this, a zanpakuto. Every Shinigami, from the unseated ones to the captains, all have a zanpakuto, and they're unique to each and every one of you. Even for those of you who enter the Onmitsukudo or the Kido Corps, you too will have your own zanpakuto. The only difference is that you'll use it much less. This is also what you need to perform Kanso on a plus. Amidst the increase in murmurs, he unsheathed the sword to reveal an ordinary-looking blade with no unique design or markings on it. Don't get your hopes up. You're not receiving your zanpakuto today, their sensei smirked as audible groans were heard from his disappointed students. He waved the sword. This is an asachi, an ordinary, generic zanpakuto with nothing special to it. It is the zanpakuto all low-ranking or unseated Shinigami have, which means I hope this does not become your personal weapon. For the purpose of today's exercise, you will each be receiving an asachi to use. In addition to practicing Kanso, you will also be pitted against dummy hollows that were created by the Shinigami Research and Development Institute for training. Since they are dummies, they won't consume any pluses, but they will attack you, so treat it as you would a normal hollow. Now, any questions? Half the class shot their hands up. Not about when you will receive your zanpakuto. To everyone's surprise and amusement, all hands fell. They all had the same question in mind. Aonibara shook his head, his amusement evident in his face. Now, immediately after lunch, all of you will return to this classroom to draw out your equipment. May I remind you that even though this is just a standard zanpakuto, I do not wish to see any of you mistreating it, which means I do not want to hear about any of you engaging in duels with any of your classmates. He resisted the urge to sigh when looks of disappointment crossed many of his students' faces. That afternoon couldn't have taken longer to arrive. But when it finally did, everyone was prepped and raring to go. They each drew out one asachi along with other equipment, all wrapped in a large cloth and slung diagonally on their backs, and they were now all waiting in front of a senkamen, on top of one of the academy buildings, for their Year 6 student supervisors to arrive. At the same time, they were each given a slip of paper that had a picture on it. Renji had one with a picture of a skull. Izuru, who was standing behind them, had one too. Any idea what these pieces of paper are for? Renji asked. Izuru just shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine. Meanwhile, Rukia gave a squeal of delight when she found that her piece of paper had the picture of a rabbit. I'm definitely keeping this, she said with glee. She had taken an immediate liking to Chappie the rabbit ever since she purchased the manga, saying it was the cutest thing she had ever seen. It was now sitting in her dorm, only a week old but looking extremely worn after being flipped through countless times. Ichigo frowned when he looked at the piece of paper in his hands, which was identical to Rukia's. I don't see what's so nice about this thing. It's just a bunny. Rukia looked scandalized. Ichigo. How could you say that? It's not just any bunny, it's called Chappie. And what has it ever done to you? Well, it's too ridiculous looking. You've only seen that thing for a week and you're already idolizing it, he protested. Rukia's face turned slightly red as she glared at him. I'm not idolizing it. I just think it's cute, that's all. And may I remind you that you were the one who said you were fine with me buying it, she retorted. I did no such dash, Ichigo said, then stopped. Oh sheet, I did. Rukia smirked at him. See? So you can't insult it. Ichigo rolled his eyes and turned back to face the front. A few minutes later, 3 students he didn't recognize walked up to the front of the class. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Rukia was still staring at the rabbit picture. He sighed heavily before reaching over and grabbing the slip of paper from her hands. When she turned to glare at him, he hissed in irritation, "They're here," as quickly as he could to avoid her fist. "Listen up. Let's start with some quick introductions," the student in the middle said. He had short black hair and a collar on his neck, and he had the number 69 foot tattooed on his left cheek. "We're your 6th-year supervisors. My name's Hisagi. Short one on my left is Kanazawa, and the big guy's Aoga. The 3 of us will be leading today's exercise." As soon as Hisagi had introduced himself, excited murmurs and whispers broke out throughout the entire class. "Hey, what's happening?" Renji whispered to Izuru, who was now standing next to him. "Are those 3 famous or something?" "What? Are you serious? You've never heard of him?" Izuru replied in shock. "It's not all of them, it's the one in the middle, Hisagi Shuhei." "Yeah, what about him? Is he a noble or something?" Renji asked again. "Don't be stupid, Renji," Rukia whispered from behind him. "He's the first student in decades to receive an assignment from the Godiai 13, even though he hasn't graduated. They say he's almost certain to become a seated officer in future. It's strange though that he still hasn't graduated. Even those students that graduate early seldom receive assignments from the Godiai 13. Maybe they realized his potential," Ichigo suggested. "I heard he could have graduated in his 3rd year, but he always failed to pass the written test by just a few points. Maybe they realized that he has talent even though he failed the test. And not forgetting the fact that he failed the entrance exam twice too," Izuru said. "Which means, as the 2nd in the class, I probably have more talent than him." Even though his back was facing him, Ichigo could almost hear Izuru's smirk when he spoke. "Oi, getting a little full of yourself are we? Aren't you forgetting who's first in the class?" Before Izuru could retort, a scowling Hisagi suddenly shouted, "Quiet. Those of you who are whispering will stop now." Immediately, everyone fell silent. They could hear the authoritative, commanding tone in his voice. He was definitely more talented than his time at his academy suggested. When no one talked for a few more seconds, Kanazawa spoke up. "All right. Here's how we'll proceed. You'll all be divided into groups of 3. Earlier, each one of you was given a slip of paper with a symbol on it. Please use this symbol and find other students with the same symbol and form a group. Now move." The 4 of them didn't bother moving as a flurry of movement erupted all around them. "Oh, so that's what these slips of papers were for," Renji said. "Well, I guess you're in my group," he said to Izuru. "But we're in 3-person groups, right? So where's our last member?" Izuru asked as he looked round. "Ah, hello Abarai-kun. Kira-kun." Someone suddenly said from behind them. They turned. "Oh, it's Hinamori," Renji said. "You're in our group?" he asked, holding up his slip of paper. She nodded. Beside him, Renji felt Kira stiffen, but he didn't say a word. "What the hell, Izuru? Don't stand there like a dumbass. Say something or she'll think you're weird," Renji thought. When Izuru still didn't say anything, Renji stomped on his foot. "Ow!" he shouted. "What was that for?" "Like you don't know, dumbass," Renji said. Izuru glared at him, and he glared back, both of them forgetting about their teammate, who was watching them squabble with an utterly bemused look on her face. Meanwhile, Ichigo and Rukia were waiting for their 3rd group member, but they eventually realized that everyone else seemed to have their groups already. Where the heck is our 3rd member?" Ichigo mumbled. Rukia looked round, but there seemed to be no one else that wasn't in a group. "Hold on, let me go check." She walked up to Kanazawa and asked, Excuse me Kanazawa-senpai, but we don't seem to have a third member. The sixth-year student raised an eyebrow before she scanned a piece of paper in her hand. Oh, I apologize. I forgot to mention. There is one group with only 2 members, since there are 32 people in your class. She turned to Hisagi, who was listening in as well. That shouldn't be a problem, right? He frowned but shook his head. The dummy hollow might be slightly harder, but it shouldn't be a problem. Just pray you don't get hollow, it's the hardest of all the dummies, he said with a sigh. I don't know what the research people were thinking. Oh, it's no problem, Hisagi-senpai, Rukia said before walking back to Ichigo. Well, looks like I'm stuck with you, she told Ichigo with a smirk. He returned the same expression. Yeah, who would want to be teamed up with you? Beside them, Renji sniggered. Looks like you two are going to have trouble later on. Izuru frowned slightly and looked at Renji. Ah. Renji, you really shouldn't dash, he said, but Rukia cut him off. Honestly, Renji. Must you turn everything into a competition? But it's healthy competition that motivates everyone to do better, he shot back in an attempt to defend himself. The others didn't answer, because Hisagi had just stepped up. All right. Hisagi called out. You all have your Jigakucho? Good, let's move out. Wow. That was all the entire class could say when they stepped out of the Senkamen and onto some huge, strange-looking building. They were still in Japan, that much was confirmed by Hisagi-senpai, but it looked nothing like Seoul society. Everything was so tall. Buildings, instead of being made of wood or stone, were also made with materials like concrete or even metal, and on an even larger scale than the academy buildings. The buildings here were deserted, like some sort of factory area. Everything is so different from what I remember, and that's saying something because I don't even remember much from when I was alive, Ichigo said to Rukia in awe, who was likewise rendered speechless. Quit gawking and gather round. If you want to explore, you have all the time after you graduate, Hisagi called out when he saw that. The students were starting to wander. When everyone had gathered, he announced, all right, here's the plan. For your first exercise, the instructions are simple enough. We've already released the dummy hollows, 1 for each team. You have 1 hour to hunt and destroy your hollow. While you should have no problems dealing with it, the dummies can and will hurt you if you slack off, so be warned. Return here when you're done or when time runs out. Any questions? No. Okay, move out. Ichigo turned to Renji and smirked. We'll see you back here, he said to him before he and Rukia headed for their designated area. What's with this place? Rukia asked as they ran in the direction their tracker was pointing. It looks nothing like Seoul society. I'm just as surprised as you are, Ichigo said. It's nothing like what I remember as well. It feels like a waste that we aren't allowed to go exploring. There's so much to see, Rukia said wistfully. Well, maybe if we can dispose of the dummy hollow quickly enough, we can spend the remaining time exploring, he suggested. Unfortunately, while the locator told them the general location their hollow was, it didn't specify the exact location, so it took them a good 15 more minutes before they found it. When they finally found it, they were surprised at how realistic it looked, right down to a hollow hole, even though they knew it was fake. It was hiding inside a large empty warehouse, which made it easier to engage, although it definitely didn't look like it was going to go down without a fight. The hollow looked vaguely reptilian, like an alligator with much longer legs, and each leg ended with 3 talons that looked extremely sharp. It was almost 10 meters long, and its entire body looked like it was covered with scales with no discernible pattern. Its hollow hole was located mid-torso and its hollow mask covered the top half of its long snout, ending with sharp jagged teeth that looked just as dangerous as its talons. Wait, this is supposed to be a dummy hollow? Ichigo asked rhetorically. Looks bloody dangerous. Are you sure we didn't stumble on a real hollow? Unfortunately, it's the dummy. There's the symbol of the Research and Development Institute on its hollow mask, Rukia pointed out. Ichigo shook his head. They must be crazy to give us something that looks so DMN dangerous. We're only first-year students, DMN it. What's its dummy code anyway? She asked, suddenly remembering something. Hollow, why? Rukia sighed in defeat. Ugh, Hisagi-senpai said this was the hardest of all the hollows. Trust our luck to be stuck with this. Ichigo shook his head. The head of the research institute is definitely crazy. I definitely do not want to go there even if you paid me to, he said as he reached for his Asachi. Well, we can't give up, so we might as well try, huh? Rukia drew her sword and they began advancing on the hollow. He never specified if we could use Kido, right? I'll stop it, you kill it, she said. Without waiting for an answer, she yelled, Bakudo number 1, Sai. Her Ryatsu flared up slightly, but it seemed to have no effect on the hollow. What happened? She asked in confusion. Ichigo rolled his eyes. Rukia, Sai, is meant to lock someone's arms behind their backs. Do you think this hollow is even capable of twisting its arms behind it? Tightening his grip on his sword, Ichigo charged, ignoring Rukia's cries of, Ichigo. Wait. Hollow 682 had yet to move even after the duo had entered the warehouse, so for one fleeting second, Ichigo wondered if it was immobile as he leapt, aiming for the hollow's head. That notion was dispelled immediately when Ichigo swung at the hollow's head but met with hard stone floor instead as it suddenly leapt into the air. Momentarily distracted by his miss, Ichigo didn't see the dummy hollow land and swing its massive tail straight as his face until Rukia screamed his name. Ichigo! Look out! He looked up and saw the tail mere inches from his face. Ichigo leapt back, but it was clear he wasn't going to be able to avoid the tail, until Rukia shouted, Bakudo number 4, Hainawa. A rope of yellow energy burst from Rukia's hands and caught the dummy's tail just short of Ichigo's body. She pulled it and it stopped short. Ichigo said in slight shock. He could literally see the weirdly shaped scales on the hollow's back. With its viciousness, it certainly didn't qualify to be called dummy. Don't just stand there, you idiot. Kill it. Rukia shouted again. Regaining his composure, Ichigo dove for the hollow's head, but his hesitation was costly, as the hollow broke free of Rukia's Bakudo and swung its tail at Ichigo again. This time, Ichigo raised his sword to block the attack, but as the tail connected with his sword, the impact was enough to send him flying nearly halfway across the warehouse, close to where Rukia was standing. But instead of pursuing him, the hollow just stayed where it was. This thing is insane. Ichigo said. What were they thinking, giving us something so vicious? Well, maybe if you didn't rush in stupidly we won't have a problem. Rukia shot back. That thing was obviously modified to be pretty strong, not to mention it can break Kido as well. We need a plan to defeat it. Well, it's not as if our Kido is that powerful yet. At least it's not chasing after us. Maybe that's their idea of a dummy. Vicious but it doesn't chase. They stood there surveying the idling dummy hollow for a moment before Ichigo said, We nearly got it the last time. How about we try something similar again? I'll attack, and when it makes its move, you bind it and I'll finish it off. Rukia turned to him. What? Don't be crazy. What if I miss? Then you might get seriously injured, because that tail looks like it will definitely hurt. Besides, it broke out of my Kido once. It'll definitely be able to do so a second time. Come on, don't worry so much. I have complete faith in you, Ichigo said. Besides, if you really did miss, I'll be able to block it. I'm not completely defenseless, you know. Rukia opened her mouth to protest, but closed it again. Ready when you are. Focusing on his target, Ichigo charged. As he did, he heard Rukia muttering the incantation for Hainawa. When he was almost abreast with the hollow, it began to move, just as Rukia yelled, Bakudo number 4, Hainawa. The long yellow energy rope burst from her hands and wrapped itself around the hollow's tail. Rukia pulled at the other end, preventing the hollow from moving its tail. The tail twitched, but the Bakudo held. Die, you stupid lizard beach! Ichigo yelled as he stabbed at the hollow's head. Unfortunately for them, they overlooked one important factor. The hollow's body was still mobile, so it was able to JRK away from Ichigo's attack. His sword slapped onto stone again, and he immediately had to JRK his sword up to parry the sharp talons that were swinging for his face. The force of the blow was enough to make Ichigo stumble, but he managed to recover in time to meet the hollow's next attack. It swiped twice in quick succession, but Ichigo managed to block the first attack and dodge the second, only to find that it had broken free again and its tail was now heading straight for his gut. Caught off guard, Ichigo barely had time to raise his sword, but before the tail reached him, it suddenly thrashed violently once and the tail sailed high above Ichigo's head, just as it collapsed to one side. Blinking in surprise, Ichigo spotted Rukia standing over the fallen hollow. The moment it had broken free of her Kido, Rukia made her move. While it was busy with Ichigo, she dived for its unprotected side, ramming her sword directly above its forelegs. To her surprise, it was enough to down the hollow, but it wasn't completely dead yet. "It's all yours," she said to Ichigo with a slightly flourish of her hands, letting him know under no uncertain terms that she'd literally saved his hide. "Thanks for that save. But I could have done it on my own, you know," Ichigo replied as he plunged his sword into the hollow mask. The hollow disintegrated and Rukia's sword fell to the floor with a clang. "Please, just, don't," Rukia said in exasperation. "You're starting to sound like Renji, and trust me, that's something to be worried about." "Well, I can see why they put us in teams. They wanted us to learn how to work together. That thing would have been tough for our level of skill to take down on our own. But I still can't believe they gave us something that dangerous," Ichigo complained. "At least we took care of it," Rukia pointed out. "But still, lizard?" she asked in amusement. Ichigo shrugged. "It was the best I could think of. How much time do we have left? Do we have time to explore for a while?" "No, no such luck. We only have 20 minutes left, we best be getting back." By the time they got back, most of the other teams had already returned, and that included Renji, Momo and Inuzuri. Renji was pretty smug about that, much to their irritation, until Kanazawa overheard Ichigo complaining about their hollow and was taken aback to learn that they'd managed to double-team and defeat hollow. "That's impressive," she said. "It's usually tough even for a three-man team to take down. It's usually the only dummy model that ever causes any injuries. I think the people at the Research Institute have some sick sense of humor anyway." At that point, Renji's expression changed from one of smugness to that of irritation. Once everyone had been accounted for, Hisagi gathered everyone and announced, "Okay, now that everyone has had a chance to experience fighting a hollow, let's move on to the next segment of our training." A few hours later. "Hinamori. You're not supposed to use that much force when tapping the plus's head," Hisagi called out. "Huh?" Momo replied in confusion as she removed the hilt of her sword from the head of the soul she was performing Kanso on. Seconds later, she was interrupted by cry of "Wah! It hurts! It hurts," coming from the soul as his body disappeared. "Don't worry, he's still going to Soul Society," Hisagi reassured her as she looked on in horror. "You're just not supposed to use that much force. It puts unnecessary pressure on them, making their transition painful instead of painless." Still, Momo looked extremely guilty as she walked off. Shaking his head, Hisagi checked the record he was holding. 32 students, and everyone has practiced Kanso twice. In that case. He turned to Aoga. "Aoga, go open up the Senkamen. We're almost done here." While that was happening, Renji was getting bored after having performed Kanso twice and was waiting for everyone else to finish. "What the hell? This is way easier than I thought it'll be," he said. "I agree," Ichigo said. "We move on to something so simple after the fight. I think it would have worked better if we'd done Kanso first, then moved on to fight the stupid dummies." Well, that's how it goes, doesn't it? We usually have to save a plus from a hollow before performing Konso, Rukia offered. Izuru on the other hand wasn't paying attention. He was watching Momo as she walked back towards the group of four with a slightly upset look on her face. "Ah, Hinamori-chan, don't look so down," he said nervously, unconsciously pulling at his sword. He was rewarded when Renji suddenly punched him in the back. "Come on, Izuru. Would you stop fidgeting already? You've been doing that ever since we got back from the dummy fight. It's annoying. See, cut it out, Abarai-kun, Kira-kun." Momo said in shock. Ichigo and Rukia just shook their heads at Renji's antics. "Alright everyone, gather up." Hisagi called out. "We're done for the dash." "Ah!" A scream suddenly pierced the night, and everyone jumped. Turning round, they saw Kanazawa backing away from something, just as two huge talons drove through her body and lifting her into the air, sending blood flying everywhere. Everyone stood frozen in shock when they saw what the talons were connected to. "What the hell is that?" Renji said. No one could answer him. Chapter 12, Protection. Shocked screams pierced the night sky as everyone stared in horror at the body of one of their student supervisors. It killed her," shouts rang through the air. "What the hell is that?" Ichigo breathed in horror. The two talons fused together to form a huge claw, and that in turn belonged to a huge hollow that towered over the entire rooftop, covering it in its moonlit shadow. Its hollow mask gave it an unusual skull-like appearance, and the mask ended with two horns. It was so huge that the students weren't even as tall as the bottom half of its legs, and it was hunched and not standing on the rooftop. It swung its claw back, flinging Kanazawa's lifeless body through the air, and she sailed over the rooftop, disappearing out of sight in a shower of blood. Suddenly, Aoga charged past all of them, his sword held low by his side. "You monster! What the hell did you do to Kanazawa?" he yelled at the top of his lungs, charging at the hollow. "Aoga! Stop!" they heard Hisagi yell. "Aoga-senpai! Wait!" Rukia screamed, but if he heard it, he ignored it. He charged recklessly, and appeared not to notice the hollow raising its arm. The arm swung down, and Aoga raised his sword to block it. He might as well hadn't, as the claw cut through the sword like paper and slashed him down the front length of his body. His yells were suddenly cut short, but no one could see how badly hit he was. They didn't need to though, a wide fan of blood sprayed from his front and he crumpled to the ground. "No!" Ichigo yelled. Chaos erupted. The students began screaming and backing away towards the Senkamen Aoga had opened just a few moments ago, as the hollow reared back and gave a loud, deafening roar. The air thickened slightly as it released some power through its roar, shaking the building slightly and throwing up loose pebbles. Drawing his sword, Hisagi looked back and yelled amidst the chaos, trying his best not to let his fears show through his voice. "Fall back, all of you. First-year students, fall back. Get out of here. Run away. Get through the Senkamen and get out of here. Run. As fast as you can." The students needed no further prompting and stampeded towards the Senkamen. While he wanted to get the hell out of here as well, Hisagi couldn't let any of the first-year students come to harm under his charge. He had to buy them time until they escaped, and only then could he escape. Sheet. Where the hell did that huge hollow come from? How the hell did I not sense it? Not tearing his eyes away from the hollow as it climbed onto the rooftop, Hisagi thumbed a button on his uniform and yelled, "Soul Society. This is an emergency request by 6th year acting instructor Hisagi Shuhei. We're under attack by a huge hollow in the mortal world and I need immediate backup. It has already taken down my 2 colleagues and I'm the only one left. Repeat, I need immediate backup, location 1026 by Northwest 2128. This is an emergency." Movement to his right caught his eye. Hisagi turned, and was dumbfounded to see another hollow, just as big as the first, climbing onto the roof. It looked like a worm, but each leg, instead of just a normal one, branched out into tens of scythe-like appendages. Another one. How movement to his front caught his attention again. He turned, just in time to see two huge talons swinging towards him. He raised his sword and leapt backwards, and the talons just grazed his sword, knocking him backwards. Sheet. I need to keep both of them in my sights. But as he backed up, the hollow lunged again, at the same time the worm-like hollow pounced as well, both coming from separate directions. Guys, let's move. Renji shouted to Ichigo and Rukia, who were both staring at the huge hollow in shock, and at Hisagi, who was fearlessly standing between them and the hollow. Huh? Rukia said, and turned back to see Renji some distance away and frantically beckoning to the both of them. Both Momo and Izuru were standing next to him, both desperate to run but not willing to leave two of their classmates behind. Come on guys, let's go. There's nothing we can do to help. Renji yelled at them again. Oh, Rukia said. She turned, and was horrified to see that Ichigo had his sword drawn, but was just standing there. She grabbed Ichigo's arm and began pulling him with her. Come on Ichigo, we can't fight it. We need to go. Ichigo resisted her pull for a second before turning round and following her. But after a few steps, they heard a huge roar, and instinctively, they all turned round, and stopped. A second hollow, just as large as the first, had joined the fray, and Hisagi was now outnumbered by two huge hollows to one. Sword still in his hands, Ichigo took a step forward. Ichigo Kurosaki-kun, all of them shouted, but Ichigo ignored them. Ichigo! What are you doing? Rukia yelled as she followed him. What does it look like I'm doing? We can't just run away and leave Hisagi-senpai here. Are you crazy? Izuru yelled, unconsciously taking a step forward himself. He told us to run. We're supposed to follow his orders during this training exercise. It's suicide Ichigo. Don't even think about it. It killed 6 years in an instant, and that was just one hollow. We're only first years. It doesn't matter if there are 5 of us, there's nothing we can do. Renji shouted, but before he was finished, Ichigo was shouting back. Screw the rules. It took down Aoga-senpai and Kanazawa-senpai. We can't let them kill off a third. Kurosaki-kun is right, Momo suddenly said, to the horror of her two teammates. We can't just run away. Not you too. Renji half yelled. Meanwhile, Ichigo had raised his sword in front of him. At that point, the two hollows had pounced on Hisagi. He managed to dodge the first, but a spurt of blood from his cheek showed he was unable to dodge the second. I didn't become a Shinigami just to run away. Like it or not, I'm going, and you guys aren't going to stop me, although I could definitely use everyone's help. Rukia gave a thin smirk as she drew her sword. Don't be daft. Who said anything about stopping you? I've got your back Ichigo, like you have mine. Against the odds, huh? Just like old times. Follow my lead, he smirked back, and together, they charged. Ichigo. Rukia. Renji yelled. A split second later, Hinamori rushed after them, her sword drawn as well. Ah shit. Left with no choice, Izuru and Renji followed hot after her. While he managed to dodge the first attack, Hisagi had unwittingly jumped straight into the path of the second hollow, and was unable to get out of the way in time. He twisted away, but one of the worm-like hollow's appendages sliced his right cheek open, spraying blood onto the floor. He collapsed to one knee. Sheet. Hisagi swore as he got up and valiantly stood his ground, ignoring the flow of blood he could feel on his cheek that signaled he was still alive. Before him, the two hollows ready to attack again. Pushing away his fear, Hisagi gripped his sword tighter and yelled, "Come at me you BSTRDS. You're not taking me without a fight." But even as he said that, he knew he was up against impossible odds, but he couldn't run, he wouldn't run. Both hollows attacked together, just as 5 figures leapt past Hisagi, meeting the attack dead on. All 5 had their swords drawn, and their combined effort was just enough to stop the attack. Ichigo blocked the claws of the devil-faced hollow while Izuru and Momo blocked one set of scythe blades and Rukia and Renji blocked another. You 5. Hisagi replied in shock. As the hollows drew back their weapons, ready to attack again. At once, all of them sans Renji raised their arms and began shouting, "Ye Lord! Mask of blood and flesh, all creation!" At the same time, Renji backed up next to Hisagi and said, "Yeah, you can reprimand us later, but don't overlook that we're saving your butt, Hisagi-senpai. Surges, march on to the south. Heido number 31, Shikaho." They all ended at the same time and simultaneously, for orbs shot out from 4 different casters and zoomed towards the 2 hollows, 2 for each hollow. Izuru and Momo's blasts crashed against the worm-like hollow's mask, engulfing it in a plume of red smoke and making it screech in pain. Ichigo and Rukia both aimed for the devil-faced hollow. Rukia's blast reached it first, smashing into its hollow mask and making it falter. Ichigo's followed in quick succession, and his blast, noticeably larger than the rest, forced the hollow to roar and take a step back. "Yeah. Perfect hits." Renji shouted in triumph, but their relief was short-lived as the smoke cleared. The worm hollow's mask was slightly cracked and bits of it had fallen off, and although Ichigo and Rukia had done better, the hollow didn't seem phased, almost the whole mask was cracked, and the bottom corner was completely blown off. But other than that, they were still standing. And to make things worse, they were now joined but not 1, not 2, but numerous other hollows, all in various shapes and sizes but all still huge. They surrounded the roof, and some were even capable of flight, bathing the night sky with impending death. Impossible. All of them stood frozen and looked on in terror. "I don't want to die." Momo stammered. Unconsciously, Ichigo stepped forward, although he had no idea what he was going to do. But perhaps he could help distract them while the others got away. It was his fault they were in this situation anyway. They stood rooted as they stared at the insurmountable odds stacked against them, none of them moving even as the devil hollow opened its mouth and a faint glow appeared. A loud crack sounded, and they all blinked. A long blade had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, embedding itself dead center in the hollow's jaws. It seemed to hover there for a moment before it retracted, and the hollow's disintegrating body fell back, dead. My, you guys certainly got yourselves into a twist, haven't you?" a smooth polite voice drawled. They all turned and stared at the newcomers. It was Hisagi that found his voice first. "Ai. Aizen Taishu. Ikamaru Fukatechu." Ikamaru had his hand outstretched, his Zanpakuto in his hands, suggesting he was responsible for the kill. "Sorry to keep you guys waiting," Aizen said with a calm smile. "You did request backup, didn't you?" Everyone just looked at the 5th Division captain and vice-captain in a mixture of shock and awe. He walked up to the group and surveyed them. "The 5 of you have done admirably, but don't worry. I'm sure it was frightening, but it's over now." Then, he drew his sword and walked calmly towards the hollows, which Ikamaru tailing behind. "The captain and I can take it from here," Ikamaru looked back and said. "Why don't you guys just rest for a while and let us handle this?" Then, he turned back round, and the 2 officers leapt towards the oncoming hollows. Later that night, after Aizen and Ikamaru had taken care of the hollows, they stopped to once again commend the first years for their courage before taking their leave. A medical officer had arrived sometime during the fight to take care of Hisagi and to check on all the first-year students before returning command to Hisagi. The fight was one-sided, to say the least. Despite being the best students of the year, it was clear that while 1 or 2 might have been no problem had their fear not affected them, the 5 of them would have stood no chance against the large number of hollows. But when it came to a captain and vice-captain's turn, the odds did a complete about-turn. This time, it was the hollows that stood no chance. Together, the 2 of them cut a swath through the hollows. To the academy students, they made it seem so easy. While their Kido did little damage, all it took was one swing of either Aizen's or Ikamaru's weapon and a hollow would be taken down. In fact, Ikamaru was able to take down more than one hollow at once when he muttered something and his blade suddenly extended, impaling more than one hollow at once. They moved fluidly and gracefully, unlike anything any of the students had ever seen. Wasn't that amazing or what? Momo asked the rest as they began packing up. Amazing? That was insane. They made it look so easy. Izuru agreed. The way they took down all the hollows, it looked so effortless. Yeah, you're right, Ichigo said. But I wonder, what were they doing before they came? They arrived pretty fast, he mused. Come on, Ichigo, lighten up. They just saved our lives. Besides, they're captains and vice-captains. They can probably do much more than we can. The fight was evidence enough, Renji said. I guess you're right, Ichigo conceded. They stood there in silence for a moment. I wonder, do you think we'll ever end up like them, being captains or vice-captains? Izuru asked. Why not? If others can do it, why can't we? Ichigo said. Yeah. Then maybe I can be Aizen Taishu's subordinate, or maybe even his vice-captain. He's so nice, don't you think? I would really love to serve under him, Momo replied. Renji scoffed. Well, then you'll have to compete against Ikamaru Fukatechu. He's already so powerful. But once he becomes a captain, that position will be empty, she said. Well, whatever squad he becomes captain of, I won't want to serve under him, Rukia said with a mock shudder. His look gives me the creeps. You could always become my vice-captain when I become a captain, Ichigo told her with a smirk. No way. That'll definitely be the weakest squad of all, so no thanks, she shot back, to everyone else's amusement. And I'm quite sure there's a rule against strawberries holding a captain's post. Just watch. I'll definitely reach that level someday, Ichigo said. No one answered him. They were all entertaining that possibility, of them all becoming captains or vice-captains someday. Oi, first years. What's taking so long over there? Hisagi called over to them. He was standing in front of the Senkaman and scowling over at them. Half his head was bandaged from the slash he'd received, but he was otherwise fine. Less talking and more walking. You can talk more when you get back to Soul Society. Yes, Hisagi-senpai, they all said and hurriedly rushed to the Senkaman. There's something to be said about how people become friends. It could be because they have lived life together for a long while that when one goes, the other is never far behind. Friends could also have something in common between them, something they can share, laugh, cry about. Friends can also be found after fighting together, staring down at death together, and making it out alive. As such, from that point onwards, Momo and Izuru became their friends. They were probably not as close as the trio was, but they were close enough. And as for the hollow incident, they were commended for their brave, albeit reckless actions. An inquiry was launched by the Godi 13 as to how so many powerful hollows had managed to congregate at a training location when it should have been monitored by Soul Society, and it was headed by Aizen Taishu himself. As a slight compensation for placing the students in danger as well as 5 of their actions, despite breaking a few rules in the process, they were given a day off. Why don't we make the most of today and visit Junranin? Momo suggested. It's the closest district to the academy since the West Gate is the closest. I can take you guys to meet my friend and my Oba-san. Since they had no other better suggestion, and the trio had yet to visit Rukongai yet, they agreed. I suppose that bag of Amonado is for him? Renji asked, pointing to the bag in Momo's hand. Yup. He loves it, but it's not that easy to find in Junranin. How's Junranin like? Rukia asked as they walked towards the West Gate. Is it very different from the outer districts? Momo considered the question. I don't know. It's similar to life in the academy, I guess, minus the routines and lessons. How are the outer districts like? I've never been beyond the second district, and it's not much different from the first. Wow, that's real lucky of you, Ichigo said with a hint of jealousy. Rukia, Renji, and I are from the 78th district of South Rukongai, and let me tell you, it's as bad as it can get. Is it really that bad? Izuru asked. He too didn't know since his family stayed in the Siriidii. It was. Rukia said grimly. And let's leave it at that, Ichigo finished. They didn't pursue it further. After getting held up slightly by the gatekeeper, Ikanzaka Jidanbo, who wanted to make sure they weren't playing truant, they were allowed out into Rukongai. Jidanbo was a huge, muscular, menacing-looking man, as large as, if not larger than, the hollows they faced yesterday. Apparently, Momo knew him, which was to be expected since her district was just beyond the gate. He warmed up considerably once he spotted her, and let them through without much fuss after that. A few hours later. So they spent the rest of their time exploring Junranin and visiting Momo's grandmother and her childhood friend Hitsugaya Toshiro. He was a young boy with bleached white hair which added to the ice-cold demeanor he gave off, merely grunting expressionlessly when introduced to the rest. He didn't react when Momo gave him the amanado, although no one missed the way he gripped them eagerly. He was also, to Rukia's delight, shorter than her, until Ichigo pointed out that he was just a boy. Obviously, he got a leg to his shin for that, but Toshiro didn't even react, and when it was time for them to leave for the academy, he acted like he couldn't care less. Bye Shiro-chan. I'll be back when I can, Momo called with a wave to her childhood friend. Take your time, there's no need to strain yourself, bedwetter Momo, he called out with a bored expression. Bedwetter? Renji asked with a smirk when they were out of earshot. Momo blushed slightly. That's his retaliation whenever I call him Shiro-chan. He'd rather I call him by his proper name. Interesting, Ichigo mused. That's something to remember when he finally becomes a Shinigami. What do you mean? She asked in confusion. He can become a Shinigami. Can't you feel his spiritual pressure? I can feel it leaking from him, Rukia replied. Yeah, and it's strong too, Ichigo added. As they entered Siriidii and made their way towards the academy gates, Ichigo suddenly spotted someone that made him stop. Rukia, isn't that the old man we saw with Kachiki Taishu last month? Frowning, Rukia followed the direction he was looking at, and stopped. Sure enough, standing at the academy gates was the same old man, which she assumed was her brother's advisor or assistant, flanked with one Shinigami, and he was looking straight at her. It is. What does he want? Rukia asked no one in particular as they approached him. Ask him. Renji suggested. It's got to be you he's looking for. Izuru and Momo, who haven't seen the old man before, didn't say anything. Rukia-sama, I wish to speak to you alone, under orders from Kachiki-sama, he said to Rukia. He didn't acknowledge anyone else, nor did he give any inclination that he knew they even existed. Taken slightly aback, Rukia glanced at the rest. What is it? Ichigo asked a little loudly. Can't you just dash? He stopped when Rukia placed a hand on his arm. When he looked at her, she shook her head slightly. Go. I'll meet you guys later, she said. Ichigo looked like he seriously considered ignoring her request, but Renji nudged him along. With a slightly worried backwards glance at her, Ichigo left with the others. A couple of hours later, Rukia still hadn't returned, and Ichigo was getting anxious, and even though he tried not to show it, it was way too obvious, much to the irritation of someone in their group. Would you stop fretting, Ichigo? Rukia will be fine, Renji said irritably. It's probably just some noble business. We shouldn't stick our heads into it. It's been 2 hours. I don't think it's that simple. Something just felt wrong from the way that man sounded, Ichigo said. He looked at Izuru, hoping he could shed some light to Renji's suggestion of noble businesses, but the latter just shook his head. Sorry Ichigo, I can't help you there, he said. Is Ichigo always like this? Momo asked Renji quietly. When it's about Rukia? Yes, Renji replied stiffly. He missed the look Momo and Inuzuri shared after that. Hey guys. Rukia's voice suddenly came from somewhere behind them. They all turned to see Rukia looking at Ichigo with a sad expression. Rukia, what's wrong? Ichigo blurted out. Instead of replying, she said, Ichigo, can I talk to you alone for a moment? Ichigo frowned but said, sure, I guess. They moved away from where the rest were watching them with curious expressions and exited the dining hall. What is it? Ichigo asked anxiously once they were in some empty corner. What did that old man want? He was shocked to see a tear roll down her cheek. Rukia. What dash? He stopped when Rukia shook her head vigorously. No, it's nothing. He said that Nisama is rescinding his earlier agreement to let me carry on training in the academy. Ichigo was stunned for a few moments. He what? Ichigo exclaimed after a few moments. Why? What did you say? I agreed, Ichigo. I'm sorry. Sorry? Sorry for what? For leaving you in the lurch like this. I selfishly decided to go ahead with it without considering your dash. No, Ichigo interrupted. You did nothing of that sort, Rukia. I would have encouraged you to go for it even if you'd asked me. But didn't you say before that you hoped I would stay? Rukia asked in confusion. That was me being selfish. This is a good opportunity for you, Rukia. I want you to be happy. Besides, perhaps he has a reason for doing so. What else did that old man say? He said that I would be transferred to the 13th Division, and the 13th Division Taicho will oversee my training. But he didn't give a reason for wanting me to graduate early this time, Rukia said. Ichigo didn't know what to think. Part of him was angry at Kuchiki Byakuya of depriving Rukia's training, yet another part refused to pass judgment that loosely, because he surely must have had a reason for doing so. So why did you tell me first? It's not that I mind, but how about the rest? Ichigo asked. I'll tell them later. I wanted to tell you first, because you've been with me for so long, so it seemed right that I told you first. They stood there in silence for a moment. When are you leaving? Ichigo asked. She averted her eyes. Tomorrow, was all she said. Tomorrow. But. Ichigo stopped himself, then crouched down and embraced Rukia. She stiffened for a moment before returning the hug. I'm sorry, Ichigo. That should be my line, midget, he said softly. You'll be all alone in the Gotei 13 until I graduate. Don't worry, I'll make sure you won't stay lonely for long. Everything will turn out fine, I promise. Besides, you'll be training with the best. You might already be stronger than me when I graduate. She gave a small laugh. Don't strain yourself, idiot. I'm already hard-pressed to reach your level. Then, they released the hug, and she lightly kicked his foot. You're making me sound like such a wimp. I can survive out there myself, you know. She smiled at Ichigo. Now I need to break the news to the rest. But thank you, Ichigo, for your support. Then, to Ichigo's complete shock, she leaned towards his still crouched form and kissed his cheek. Come, let's go, she said and began walking back to the dining hall. Ichigo followed numbly behind her, and a hand unconsciously moved to his cheek. He stared at the back of her head, wondering what she was thinking, and what was her purpose of doing that. He, on the other hand, didn't know what to think. Sure, they would be separated temporarily, and sure, the move would probably benefit her. So why then, did he feel so empty at her words? Why then, was he feeling so worried for her? Why then, did he feel that part of him was leaving? Chapter 13, Moving Forward. A year later. 5th grade Zanjutsu class. The two students faced off each other with their practice swords while everyone watched. Although they were in Zanjutsu grade 5, they were only year 2 students. Then again, all eyes were actually on the student with the spiky orange hair, for even though he was a year 2, he was already in grade 5 in 3 of his classes. He was already in grade 6 of Hakuta, and his remaining classes were expected to get bumped up to grade 6 in a few days' time. There was already talk about him graduating by the end of the year's curriculum. It was a shame though, that they had already started a new school year, so even if he was ready, he would have to wait till the end of the current curriculum year to take the graduation test. The same couldn't be said about the other red-haired student though. Despite his good Zanjutsu scores, he was still bogged down by his dismal Kido ones. "Are you ready to lose to me?" Renji smirked. Ichigo scoffed back. "Please. You have yet to beat me. And, begin." Immediately, Renji charged. He swung straight down at Ichigo's head, but Ichigo swung his sword above him as he sidestepped, deflecting Renji's sword to hit the ground. At once, Ichigo lashed out with his foot, but Renji rolled away. Once his foot touched ground, Ichigo followed through, leaping straight at Renji. In one fluid motion, Renji switched to a kneeling position, bringing up his own sword just as Ichigo brought his sword down hard. The swords clashed together, the solid sound of wood striking wood echoing throughout the class. As soon as Ichigo ceased the attack, Renji swept the floor with his feet. Ichigo jumped, almost a moment too late, and he felt Renji's sandaled foot brush against his. It wasn't enough to knock his feet off him, but it proved an almost costly distraction. Renji leapt up and chopped downwards, and Ichigo only managed to sidestep, jabbing at Renji's neck as he did. Using his momentum, Renji carried on forward, and Ichigo's blade stabbed harmlessly at thin air. As he turned round, Renji saw Ichigo diving straight at him. Just as Ichigo swung, Renji disappeared. Ichigo's eyes narrowed and he brought his sword up to his shoulder, meeting Renji's blade just as it swung at his neck. Renji pushed, but Ichigo held firm. "Give up, Ichigo. You know how this would end." "Yeah, with me beating you." Ichigo snarled. Just before Renji pulled back, Ichigo flash-stepped behind Renji, who found himself pushing against thin air, resulting in him stumbling forward. Thinking fast, Renji flash-stepped forward, and Ichigo's blade hit the ground harmlessly. "Nice. You almost got me there," Renji said as he turned to face Ichigo again. "Oh please. I held back on that swing, so it was slower than usual." Then without further banter, Ichigo leapt forward again. They traded strikes for a few more seconds, until Ichigo found an opening. As Renji swung at neck level, Ichigo flash-stepped behind him. Sensing him, Renji twisted round and followed through the swing, but Ichigo had already dropped low and swept with his feet. He caught Renji's feet. And he dropped to the ground. Before he could get up, Ichigo had already wedged his foot right below his arm and had his sword at Renji's neck. "Winner, Kurosaki," their sensei announced to a smattering of applause. No one was really surprised anyway. "Nice one, Ichigo. Although I could have taken that one easily if I wanted to," Renji said with a smirk as he took the hand Ichigo offered and hoisted himself up. "Must we go through this every time, or do I have to flay you to an inch of life before you admit defeat?" Ichigo said in a bored tone. "That's because you can't do it," Renji replied as class was dismissed and they left the room. Ichigo just scowled and ignored him. Renji noticed his actions and frowned, deciding not to incite him any longer. Actually, all Renji was trying to do was to get Ichigo to lighten up. It was a year since Rukia had left to become an official member of the Kachiki clan, and ever since her surprise departure, Ichigo had changed. Subtly at first, but more obvious as time wore on. He didn't smile as often as he used to, and a scowl took up semi-permanent residence instead. Renji was the first to notice, since they had spent 10 years growing up together, followed by Momo and Izuru. They tried exploring the center of Siriidii, hoping to pay her a surprise visit, but as it turned out, they actually weren't allowed to venture too far in. So they were left to hope that Rukia would visit them. Sadly, luck wasn't on their side again. Only Taicho and Fuku Taishu were able to enter, and even those were planned occurrences, they couldn't just enter on a whim. After Rukia left, Ichigo began working much harder, to the point that he almost finished the 6-year curriculum within a year. Although he was very good in everything, he excelled especially in physical combat. In fact, Gengoro-sensei likened him to Ikamaru Fukuteichu, as well as someone else by the name of Shiba Kaien, who apparently managed to graduate within 2 years. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, and he only managed to reach grade 5 a month before the exams rolled about, too late to reach grade. Hence, even if he finished quickly, he would have to wait until the end of the school year to sit for the exams. Even though he reacted indifferently, Renji could tell he was disappointed, and the fact that graduating within 2 years was already a considerable achievement itself didn't placate him. To others, they might not understand why he wasn't satisfied, but his 3 friends knew better. Despite all the times Renji tried to proclaim he was better than Ichigo, he knew perfectly well that Ichigo was actually capable of graduating within a year, he just wasn't fast enough. Not only that, he knew that Ichigo missed Rukia as well, but so did he. Although he hated to admit it, he knew perfectly well why Ichigo was behaving this way. If the way they acted around each other was indication enough, along with the way they let the other get away with certain stuff, both Ichigo and Rukia liked each other as more than just friends, even if they didn't know it. And if Renji had any doubts, they were quashed during a conversation they had last year. "Hey Kurosaki-kun," Momo asked one day during dinner when Ichigo appeared to be sulking when he realized he couldn't graduate within a year. "For how long have you liked Rukia-chan?" Ichigo didn't react outwardly, but he paused in mid-chew for a second before continuing. "Of course I like her. She's my best friend," he said slowly. "You know what we mean, Ichigo," Izuru chimed in. "Do you like her as more than just friends? Whatever gave you that dumb idea?" Ichigo replied indifferently. "It's pretty obvious, you know, with the way you two act around each other and the fact that you obviously miss her with the way you behave." Ichigo apparently didn't seem to deem that worthy of a response, so Izuru egged on. "So, am I right? I never said that. But you're not denying it. Neither am I confirming it," and he clammed up after that. Renji looked at Ichigo again and sighed inwardly. Although Ichigo never did confirm it, his reaction was enough. Truthfully, Renji did have a slight crush on Rukia as well, so it pained him a bit to know that Ichigo felt that way about her, since he was sure she felt the same about Ichigo as well. Oh well, at least it was just a slight crush, so he wouldn't be too overly disappointed when, not if his 2 best friends finally got together. He hoped. Then again, there was also the issue of Rukia being a noble. According to Izuru, who came from a noble family, a lesser one, but still one nonetheless, nobles married other nobles, so Ichigo might be facing an uphill task since they were after all just commoners. But then again, perhaps he tried surpassing both Ichigo and Kuchiki Byakuya, maybe he would be deemed worthy of Rukia. "Ichigo." They were suddenly interrupted by Izuru's voice, and he was running towards them. He had a piece of paper in his hands and he handed it to Ichigo. "It's from Gengoro-sensei," he said. "Is it very important?" Ichigo asked with a frown as he looked at the paper, with Renji peeking over his shoulder. "Kurosaki Ichigo, please report to the Zanjutsu training facility, Hall 6, immediately after lunch. Your Hakuda trainer has already been informed of your absence and you will not be marked absent," was all the note said. It held no clue as to what he was being summoned for. "And he didn't tell you anything?" Ichigo asked Izuru. He shook his head. "No, but it seems important." Ichigo shrugged. "Then I suppose I'll find out later." During lunch, Ichigo wolfed down his food and proceeded to the specified location, not before acceding to demands from his friends to tell them what it was about. He too was eager to find out what this special meeting was all about. Possible scenarios ran through his mind, each sounding more unlikely than the one before. He opened the door to Class 6 and entered, then stopped. About 20 heads turned and stared at him. Ichigo stuttered. There were around 20 students spread out throughout the hall, all seated and facing the same direction, where he saw Jingoro Onobera standing with a stern look on his face. He recognized some of them from his grade 5 Zanjutsu class, but others he didn't recognize. "Ah! Kurosaki, you're here. Hurry up and sit down." Ichigo hurried over to an empty spot and sat down. "Now, you all must be wondering why you are here, and why there are so few of you. For the 5th years, you have been split because we cannot accommodate so many of you in one class for the purpose of this class. And as for those 4th, even 2nd years," he said as he looked at Ichigo, causing a few heads to turn towards him. "It is because we have deemed you ready. We have no 3rd years though, unfortunately." So he was deemed ready. Ready for what? As to why you're here, it's because it is time for you to receive your Zanpakuto. That got everyone's attention, and now they were all paying their full undivided attention to Jingoro. As you well know, no two Shinigami's Ryatsu are the same. Similarly, each and every one of you has a Zanpakuto spirit within you, and each spirit is unique. No two Shinigami wield the same spirit. Your Zanpakuto spirit resides within a Shinigami's mind, and it represents. As Jingoro launched into a long explanation about Zanpakuto, Ichigo listened with rapt attention. Receiving a Zanpakuto meant that a student would soon be considered a proper Shinigami, which meant they were getting close to graduation, and for him to only be a 2nd year. He listened as Jingoro talked about how a Zanpakuto usually attempted to speak to a Shinigami through their dreams. Suddenly, Ichigo had an epiphany and almost scowled. While the old man continued to appear in his dreams, he still had yet to tell Ichigo who he was. Instead, he continued asking Ichigo of his purpose in being a Shinigami, and Ichigo still hadn't been able to give a satisfactory answer. Not only that, he occasionally talked about other mundane, completely unrelated stuff, probably just to piss Ichigo off, including talking about his perfectly platonic, to him, relationship with a certain petite raven-haired Shinigami. Could that old man be his Zanpakuto spirit? And was that a chuckle he just heard in his head? Determined to know more, Ichigo refocused his attention back to Jingoro. Now, to obtain your Zanpakuto, you must first be able to create your sword. To do this, you have to solidify your Ryatsu in the form of a sword. Don't worry about its shape. Its shape has already been set by your Zanpakuto spirit as well as your soul. Once you do that, you will be able to maintain it almost effortlessly. Now proceed. Although it was a new thing for the students, it wasn't as difficult a process as Jingoro-sensei made it to be, and pretty soon, everyone was done. The first thing that Ichigo noticed was that although all the students had regular-looking swords, they differed in size and design. His own sword was long and slightly broader than a usual katana, approximately half an inch wider. It could qualify as an odachi, since it was just about 4 feet long. The tsuka was gray in color and the sheath was light brown. A short blood-red cloth was tied through a hole at the end. When he unsheathed it, the blade had the regular silver color, but the hilt was a perfectly round black circle. As he inspected his blade, he saw Jingoro-sensei moving around and checking to see if everyone was done. When he was done, he returned to the front of the class and said, "All right. Now that everyone has obtained their Zanpakuto, it is now time for you to learn how to contact your Zanpakuto spirit. As I've mentioned, your Zanpakuto might have tried to contact you in the past, usually while you were sleeping. This is because you need a quiet, stable environment, and sleeping is one of them. But obviously, I'm not going to ask you to sleep. Instead, you will attempt to forcibly enter your Zanpakuto spirit's world through a technique called Jinzen. To do this, you must place your sword on your lap and meditate. At the same time, focus on your Zanpakuto. Once you are in a calm enough state, you should be able to enter your inner world. Do remember that your Zanpakuto is a being unto itself, and thus has a mind of its own. To be able to wield its power properly, you must treat it well, or it might not be willing to assist you in battle. The first time you do it, it's not going to be easy, so not everyone will succeed. But don't worry. Just keep trying, and you'll get it eventually. Once Jingoro-sensei was done briefing, everyone switched to a cross-legged seating position. Imitating everyone else, Ichigo cleared his mind and began to concentrate. He didn't know how long it was, but he slowly began to feel calmer and calmer. "Welcome back, Ichigo," he heard a voice say. "Huh?" Ichigo looked round and found himself back inside the village, his mind. He'd completely bypassed the corridor, and there standing in front of him, not behind, was none other than the strange nameless man. The skies were overcast, something that had been going on for a while, but when he asked the man, he never gave a proper answer. There was also a slight breeze. How did someone have a breeze in their head anyway? This time however, the man was no longer standing on a pole, instead, he was standing on a sword which Ichigo recognized as his Zanpakuto, the one he'd materialized. "So, back on your own accord this time?" the man asked. Ichigo looked at him. "You know, even if you couldn't or didn't want to tell me your name, you could have at least told me you were my Zanpakuto. Then I wouldn't have spent all this time searching for an answer." A barely perceptible smile played on the man's face. And where would be the fun in that? He didn't confirm Ichigo's words, but his response was confirmation enough. "Wait. So you're my Zanpakuto and you're standing on my Zanpakuto. How the hell does that work?" "You said it yourself, Ichigo. I'm your Zanpakuto. I can summon this sword any time I like, since it is me." "Okay, pretending that I got that, does that mean you're finally going to tell me who you are now?" Ichigo asked hopefully. "That depends," the man said, hopping down from the blade. "Can you answer me?" Ichigo paused. He didn't know what answer to give. Every answer he had given to date didn't seem to satisfy the man. But then, the man said, "You've given me the correct answer before. However, the answer is not what's important. Rather, it's knowing why it is your answer that's important." So he'd gotten it correct before. Well, that narrowed it down, to almost 100 different possibilities. "Do you remember your first reason for becoming a Shinigami?" Ichigo frowned as he thought back to more than a year ago, when he, Rukia and Renji were still stuck in Inuzuri, when they had more than just each other for company. What had changed? A hollow had attacked their friends, killing them. There was no reason for them to stay. What was it that Renji said? "Rukia's right, Ichigo, let's become Shinigami. Then maybe we can grow stronger and protect others from hollows. Let's not allow any more innocent souls suffer the same fate as everyone else." We wanted to protect the afterlives of others. We wanted to make sure no one had to unnecessarily lose their lives, Ichigo said. "And has anything changed since then?" the man asked again. Ichigo thought about everything that had happened since then, their long journey to Siriidii, everyone entering the advanced class, Rukia's adoption into the Kachiki clan, their trip into the mortal world, Rukia's departure. "No, nothing has changed since then. I still want to protect others from suffering." As he said that, he remembered the living world fiasco. Maybe he'd been too distracted to notice, but when he saw Hisagi Senpai willingly stepping between them and the hollows, he couldn't just run, however much he wanted to. And when the hollows continued their advance despite their best efforts, Ichigo had half a mind to ask the others to run, although now that he thought about it, it sounded a little stupid. Meanwhile, the man gazed at the overcast skies. "Do you know why it's cloudy in here, Ichigo?" Surprised by the change in topic, Ichigo blinked. "Huh? A Zanpakuto resides in a Shinigami's inner world. They feel what their Shinigami feels, what their Shinigami think. For me, the weather is a reflection of your mood, and right now, I haven't seen the sun for about a year now. You've gotten lost, Ichigo, and I can't be wielded by someone who is lost. It's been that way ever since your special someone left." Ichigo huffed irritably. "How many times do I have to say, I don't like Rukia that way? He couldn't be, right?" "What makes you think I was talking about her?" the man said in amusement. "Because you, ga." Ichigo sighed in exasperation. This time however, instead of carrying on his teasing of Ichigo, the man just watched him. "But you miss her, don't you?" Ichigo nodded. The man lowered his head to look at Ichigo again. Not only that, you're worried about her. Don't argue, he cut in sharply when Ichigo looked ready to protest. As much as you wish to protect others, so too do I wish to protect you, Ichigo. I believe you are ready, and you can now hear my name. Remember though, that this is not the end. I want you to be able to utilize my full power, but you have to prove yourself to me. Only then, will I teach you more, but it will not be easy. Use me with confidence and pride, and I will make sure you will never fight alone. Are you ready? Of course. Right now though, all you need to know is my name. When the time comes, I will tell you how to call me forth. Now let me ask you one last time. Why are you a Shinigami? To be strong and protect others, Ichigo said without hesitation at last. Indeed. Move forward, Ichigo. Don't dwell on the past. Concentrate on the present, and train for the future. Now remember my name, the man said. My name is Zangetsu. Chapter 14, Worlds Apart. Approximately a year ago. Rukia silently followed the Shinigami who was guiding her through the Squad 13 barracks. It really was surreal, to think that she was now officially a noble. Yet, the atmosphere seemed so different to back when she was at the academy. The moment she entered the Kachiki Manor, she had servants waiting on her every whim. It might have been more fun had the circumstances been any different, but just yesterday, she'd been pulled from the academy and away from all her friends. It was so immediate that she was still in a slight daze. The Shinigami led her into a room. Please wait here for a while, Kachiki-sama. Our Fuku Taishu will be here shortly. Ah yes, that was one of the things she found weird, the attachment of Sama to her name whenever anyone addressed her. The only ones who never did was her circle of friends, her teachers, her brother and her classmates, although the last group required lots of persuasion before they dropped the Sama. And as for those that did, although she still wasn't used to it, she'd come to recognize two tones, one out of respect, and the other out of condescension. And this was condescending. But she still had to convince them otherwise. She said uncertainly. Anything I can do for you, Kachiki-sama, the Shinigami asked, the obviously forced smile never leaving his face. There was that condescending tone again. She frowned but resisted the urge to sigh. Please don't call me that. I'm but just a normal rookie, so treat me as such. Sure, I'll remember that in future, the Shinigami said as he retreated from the room. Alone, she stood there waiting, unsure of what to do. Her thoughts drifted to Ichigo, and she wondered how he was holding up right now. She could tell he was slightly upset when she broke the news about her leaving. At first, she'd wondered if he thought she was abandoning him, but the determined look he had when he said he would graduate as early as he could to ensure she had some company relinquished her fears. Still, it surely wasn't going to be that easy, even though she knew he was perfectly capable of doing it. But now, it seemed weird without him around. No one was going to call her midget for some time. Whispers outside the door caught her attention. Without turning, she focused her attention on the door. The voices were soft, but just loud enough for her to hear almost every word. Who's the new girl? Her. She's from the Kachiki family. Oh, so she's the new pet noble? One was already enough. Don't be stupid. She's nothing compared to Shiba Fukutechu. But I heard she was in the advanced class. A scoff. Yeah. Did you also hear that she graduated without taking a single test? I bet she only got in because her name's Kachiki. It's like most of those nobles, they think they're so privileged. They don't know how hard it was on us. A flash of irritation shot through her. She didn't know what tough meant. She spent more than 50 years scouring the streets of Inuzuri. As a kid. If this was back at the academy, she would have wailed on them by now, partly because she refused to take crap from anyone, and partly because she knew Ichigo would be right behind her. Then again, she didn't really feel up to it. Is being a noble redly that bad, she thought to herself. Just as she started considering going out and giving those Shinigami a piece of her mind, a shout startled her. Hey! What the hell are you guys doing? Stop wasting time and get back to your posts. This isn't a zoo, you idiots. That sounds like something Ichigo would say, Rukia mused. She turned towards the door, curious as to who was making all that noise. Of course, he probably would have started beating them up too. The door opened, and Rukia blinked in shock. Ichigo, she breathed in shock as she stared at the man before her. The man that stood before her. He looked so much like Ichigo. But wait, he wasn't. Still, the resemblance was uncanny. They had similar youthful appearances, but in place of Ichigo's trademark orange hair, the man had black hair, although both sets were equally spiky, equally messy. And right now, he was staring at her with a raised eyebrow. Huh? Who in the world is this Ichigo? The man said. He pointed a thumb at himself and said, my name is so much better than that. I am Shiba Kaien, Fuku Taishu of the 13th Division. Nice to meet you. Yes. Hello. Rukia stammered. She had a hard time digesting the fact that the man standing in front of her was not Ichigo. Kaien's eye twitched as he glared at her. Yes. Hello. The next thing Rukia knew, his hand shot out and he grabbed her head. Yes. Hello, he repeated again. What the hell? The vice captain just introduced himself to you. The least you can do is to give your name and say, nice to meet you too. So, your name? I'm Kuchiki Rukia. Okay, and? Huh. Oh, nice to meet you. And then he released her head. Good. See, it wasn't that hard, was it? As she tried to smooth out her mussed-up hair, Kaien carried on talking. Welcome to the 13th Division. Because our captain is usually sick, although he's by no means weak, I'm usually in charge of everything. As such, you can call me Kaien Taishu if you like. Hearing his tone and self-proclamation, Rukia couldn't help but smile slightly. At least there was someone here willing to treat her normally. Maybe she might just like it here. So, Kaien said with a grin on his face, a cheeky kind of grin, and Rukia's smile faltered. Who's this Ichigo you mistook me for? Perhaps she should consider taking back her last thought. That night, Rukia returned to the Kuchiki Manor with slightly dampened spirits. Nothing much really happened for today. At Kaien's gentle, forceful, prodding, Rukia spent the next few minutes describing Ichigo to him, from their first meeting to their time in the academy. She was deeply embarrassed when she realized she'd talked about Ichigo for over 10 minutes, and she wasn't even done yet. Her confusion increased when all Kaien did was smile slyly at her when she apologized. Rukia entertained the possibility of the two of them being somehow related, but that didn't seem likely upon the blank stare she got when she mentioned Ichigo's full name. Kaien gave her a tour of the facilities, including the training grounds and sleeping quarters, although she didn't need the latter. He was completely aware of her unfinished training and told her he would see to her complete training. Unfortunately, because of that, she was unable to get a seated position. It was because of this that she slightly dreaded returning to the manor. Byakuya wanted her to report about her first day, and although she expected no better, she wasn't looking forward to his reaction. Reaching his room, she found the door open, the moonlight illuminating a pillar of light into the room. Byakuya was sitting at the far end with his back to her. She knelt and bowed respectfully. "Mi-sama, I have returned. My first evening in Squad 13 has ended peacefully." The dead silence was almost deafening. "Ah, which seat?" he asked quietly. She gulped nervously. None. "I'm very sorry, my ability wasn't good enough to attain a seated position." "I see. You may leave." His toneless voice seemed to pile on the ache in her heart. "Thank you," she said quietly and dejectedly before getting up. Without another word, she left. It would have been better had he at least sounded disappointed. But Rukia couldn't detect a trace of tone in his voice. It was as if he didn't care, and somehow, that just made it seem so much worse. I miss Ichigo. And everyone else, she thought. I wonder what they're doing now. Had she stayed, she would have seen her brother turn and look out of his room, to the spot where she'd occupied seconds ago. Had she seen him get up, she would have seen the picture he had been looking at. Now that you finally know my name, you can now take the next step forward. Your journey has only just started, Ichigo. You can be contented with what you have now, or you can look forward. There's so much left for me to teach you, but you have to be willing to endure it. I won't give you my power willingly. Keep growing. The possibilities are endless. The rest of his friends were understandably jealous when they found out he had received his Zanpakuto. However, every one of them, Renji included, knew that Ichigo was much better than them. Ever since Rukia's departure, he trained every day. Spurred on by his progress, the others trained as hard as him, although they never received the same fruits as he did. Slowly, he pulled away, and by the time he'd reached grade 5 for all his classes, he was ahead of all of them by 2 grades. The only class he had with any of them was with Renji in Zenjutsu grade 5, and even then, Ichigo was still better than him. Meanwhile, both Momo and Izuru had better than average Kido skills, but their slightly above average physical combat skills slowed them down. Shortly after receiving his Zanpakuto, Ichigo spent most of his time training with his Zanpakuto. Now that he knew his Zanpakuto's name, they were now able to regularly converse, even though Ichigo had the habit of not calling by his name. Hey, is it okay if I just call you old man? Only when I'm talking to you, of course, Ichigo asked when conversing with Zangetsu one day. I guess so, but if you ever want to use your Shirkai, be sure to call me by my real name, or I'm not going to help you. Okay. There's no need to get so cranky, Zangetsu no Asen, Ichigo replied with a grin. That's acceptable, I guess. You're signing a death wish, you know that. I can choose not to teach you anything. Also, shortly after that, he was moved up to grade 6 for all his remaining classes, even though it was only in the beginning of his second year. He still had many months to go till he reached the end of year examinations, so technically, he didn't need to train as hard anymore to complete the syllabus. Don't even think about it, Ichigo. Use your time wisely and grow stronger. Yeah, I know. I don't need you to tell me. 3 months after. Moving up to grade 6, Ichigo had completed the entire curriculum. That left him with more than half a year till the end of the school year. He tried appealing to take the graduation tests immediately, but he was rejected. I'm sorry, Kurosaki, Jengoro said to him. You are a special case. We've had students completing the syllabus within 1 or 2 years. Rare, but it has happened before. However, you're unfortunately stuck in between, because we've never had a student who completed with more than half a year to spare till the next graduation tests. But can't you make an exception, sensei? Ichigo asked. As much as I'll like to, organizing the exams require a lot of time and effort. We can't just do it for one student. Besides, if you did fail, you would have been noted as having taken the exams this year, then you would have to wait until your 3rd year to take it again. Do you want that? That was a no-brainer. No, Ichigo replied. I didn't think so. Why don't you spend the remaining time training and revising? You may be ready, but the exams aren't easy. Revise and guarantee your graduation when the time comes. You can train with your Zanpakuto, communicate with it more. Remember, your Zanpakuto is more than just a tool in battle, it is an ally. It was slightly disappointing to hear that he had to wait till the end of the year to take the test. But since he was faced with the possibility of failure, he decided he had no other choice. It was best to wait for half a year more and pass instead of failing now and waiting until the end of year 3 to try again. Graduation exams. At long last, it was time for the year-end graduating exams. Throughout the time, Ichigo carried on his training, with help from his friends, which also benefited them as well, since there were things they hadn't learnt yet. He also trained daily with Zangetsu. 2 months from the exam, he finally achieved Shirkai, although he had yet to show or tell anyone, even his friends. There was some speculation that he might get called by the Gotei 13 for a mission sometime before the end of the year. Unfortunately, it turned out that they only recruited talented academy students for missions during the break between school years and not during. As that PRD of time had unfortunately passed, so too had his chance. The exam consisted of 2 parts, the theory portion and the practical portion. He had 3 written tests on the first 2 days, Kido theory, general knowledge and history of Soul Society. Then after that came the practical tests, Kido, Hakuda and Zanjutsu, in that order. Other than Kido, they had to duel with an opponent, and be assessed accordingly. On the morning of his first exam, Momo, Izuru and Renji all came to wish him luck. But it's not like you even need it, right? Izuru said. Are you sure you want to graduate so quickly, Ichigo? You won't get the same high standard training we have anymore. We might just surpass you during that time, Renji said with a chuckle. Ichigo rolled his eyes. Although he knew Renji was just joking, he didn't understand why he continued doing it because it gave them a chance to throw the insult back. Yeah, and your high standard training has allowed you to still SEK at Kido. Boomf. We shouldn't have helped you. You shouldn't say that, Abarai-kun, Momo reasoned. Helping Kurosaki-kun has actually been beneficial for us, since we're helping him revise for stuff we haven't even learnt yet. Just then, those taking the tests were called. Well, Ichigo said. It's almost time. Wish me luck, he added casually, conveniently forgetting to mention that he was feeling extremely nervous. Written exam, Kido. When Ichigo entered the examination hall, he recognized few of the students seated there, since he was the only second year there. On the other hand, everyone there recognized him, since he was the only second year there. The bulk of students taking the exam were of course year 6s. There were a few year 5s though, and Ichigo was the only one not in either group. They were arranged according to their year, which meant that he was the solitary year 2 sitting right in front. There was no denying Ichigo was nervous, but when he saw Jingoro-sensei, who was one of the invigilators, give him an encouraging smile, he calmed down ever so slightly. And you may begin. A flurry of noise erupted as everyone picked up their brushes and began the test. Ichigo stared at the first question with slight bemusement. Identify the spell with the number Hado #, state its incantation and hand movement, if any, and give the differences in effect and appearance a caster's Ryatsu level has on it. He blinked. Jingoro-sensei wasn't kidding, the exam wasn't easy. Taking a deep breath, he dipped his brush in ink and began writing. 2 days later. The remaining 2 written exams were of similar difficulty, with questions designed such that anyone who didn't pay attention in class would definitely have a hard time, but Ichigo's long preparation time paid off, and he answered most of them with ease. Unlike many others though, he refused to review the questions again after the test was done. If I did that, I'll just get unnecessarily worried about the whole thing and lose concentration for the other exams, he told the rest after his last written exam. I'd rather stay focused for the duels later. But how do you think you'll do? Momo asked. Well, I don't think I'll fail, if that's what you're asking. It's definitely tricky though. And by the way Renji, Ichigo said, turning to his redhead friend. Some things in the test were only mentioned in passing during lessons, so I suggest you start paying more attention in class. Oh don't worry, I'll be fine, Renji said. That's what I was afraid of. Practical, Kido. For Kido, they were gathered in the Kido training compound. They were called out in groups of 10, which meant there was a lot of waiting. When Ichigo's name was called along with 9 others, he entered. Okay, their examiner announced. Your task is simple. When I call out the name of the spell, aim for the target in front of you. Cast it with the incantation, and you'll be tested on your accuracy, speed of chanting and technique. While power isn't a scoring criteria, it will help you gain bonus marks, so it's completely up to you. This test is meant to assess you on your proficiency, not your power. Don't worry about destroying the target though, they've been built to withstand Hado spells of up to level 80. Ichigo smirked to himself. Power doesn't count. Then. Renji might actually pass Kido in future and graduate, provided he doesn't blow himself up. Alright, let's start with something simple. Ready? Don't go to sleep now. Hado number 33. All at once, multiple cries rang out. Ye Lord! Mask of flesh and bone, flutter of wings. As each student was finished at their own time, some faster, some slower, multiple orbs of pale blue energy blasted forward, each of varying intensity. Most of them managed to hit the target, but a couple of students missed. Ichigo scored a direct hit with his, but like their examiner said, the target didn't get destroyed. This went on for 4 more times, with the spells slowly getting higher in level. As the spells got higher in difficulty, some students failed to produce the required results. By the 5th spell, only half the group was successful in casting anything, with Ichigo being one of them. After that, they moved on to Bakudo spells. Similarly, they started with something of fairly easy difficulty, before ending off with Bakudo number 66. Carriage of Thunder, Bridge of a Spinning Wheel. With light, divide this into 6. Bakudo number 66, Rikujikoro. By that time, everyone was extremely tired after straining to cast 10 spells in quick succession, and only Ichigo and 2 other students were successful in casting the final Bakudo spell. And even after that, they could hardly stand. Their examiner didn't seem to notice. Good job. Your test is over. Take a good rest and get ready for your Hakuda practical tomorrow. No one bothered to mask their groans. By the time they were done, it was already lunchtime, and Ichigo left to look for his friends. When he finally managed to find them after what seemed like hours on his feet, he raised a hand immediately to stop them from attacking him with a barrage of questions. So they waited patiently until he got to them and finally eased the pressure off his feet. That bad? Izuru asked as Ichigo closed his eyes and sighed with pleasure. No, it was fine, Ichigo shook his head as Renji handed him a bowl of rice. Thanks. It was just horribly draining. They made us do 10 spells in quick succession, 5 Hado and 5 Bakudo spells. The easiest one was Sokatsui, so you can imagine how tiring it was. Not waiting for a reply, he grabbed a pair of chopsticks and began shoveling food into his mouth as quickly as he could. The rest waited for a minute before anyone spoke again. So how did you do anyway? Momo asked. I did fine. I managed to fire off all the spells, although I could hardly stand after that. Oh, and Renji, he said when he noticed that said friend was pale and silent. You don't really have to worry much. They don't score on power, it only counts as a bonus. So long as you don't blow yourself up, you'll have no problem. As tempting as it was to make fun of Renji, Ichigo didn't think it would be too kind of him to do it, especially if it would affect Renji's chances of graduating. Renji shook his head in defeat. I'll keep working on it, but I swear, once I graduate, I'm washing my hands off Kido. I'd rather attack with my sword and fists. Practical, Zenjutsu. Unlike both Hakuda and Kido, the final duel that required the use of Zenjutsu was to take place out in an open compound. As such, anyone who wanted to watch was free to do so. At least it took place 2 days after the Hakuda duel, which allowed time for the students to rest. The latter came immediately the day after the Kido exam, and Ichigo still felt slightly drained when he went for his duel. On the bright side, it was more focused on physical abilities and not on the use of Ryatsu, so it required him to use a completely different set of skills. Still, when it came down to it, Ichigo managed to make short work of his opponent, easily taking him down. At the same time, he also saw Hisagi Shuhei, who still did not pass last year, going up against his opponent, and Ichigo could easily see why he was held in high esteem by the Godai. His opponent didn't even touch him, and Ichigo knew that if he were to go up against Hisagi, he won't have an easy time, despite being pretty good himself. While Ichigo was perfectly capable of using Kido, much like Rinji, he was actually more partial towards physical fights, so he was looking forward to his last test. Overall, he thought that he'd done fairly well, but he wasn't willing to predict his marks in case he was grossly mistaken. But he didn't want to just pass, he wanted to do his best. When the time came for the briefing, he waved goodbye to his friends as he left for the briefing. "We'll be watching, so don't let us down," Rinji called at his retreating back. Ichigo raised his hand to show that he heard. Once everyone in the briefing room had settled down, the head examiner began briefing them on the rules. "Since this is the final test, you're allowed to go all out. That means that you can fight with any technique you wish, be it Kido, Hakuda, or Zenjutsu. However, do take note that this is still a test on your Zenjutsu skills, so any use of Kido or Hakuda won't count unless you win the fight. Any questions so far?" Silence, so the examiner continued. "Okay, here's how it'll go. Each match has a time limit of 7 minutes. As mentioned, you will be judged on your Zenjutsu skills, but the winner will get bonus points. If the time limit is up without a clear winner, the judges, which means the teachers, will decide on the winner." "Yes," he asked when someone stood up to ask a question. "Are we allowed to use our Zanpakudo?" "I'm getting to that. Since all of you have already received your Zanpakudo, you will be fighting with it. Since this means that you can hurt each other, I would stress right now that killing is not allowed. You can hurt, but no killing. If you do, you will be tried accordingly and you will be subsequently banned from being a Shinigami." Then, the judge moved to a chart. "You'll be split into 2 groups, and from there, you'll be paired off against an opponent. Which group you are in depends on whether you've attained Shirkai or not. As such, if you have already gained Shirkai, you have the option of fighting with it, since your opponent also has it as well. Remember, this is a test of your skills, so while winning helps, it doesn't mean a loss will make you fail, nor does it mean a win guarantees a pass. Understood?" After answering questions for a few more minutes, they were sorted into either group and given a number and the first pair was called out. Since Ichigo's fight was somewhere around the 3/4 mark, he sat down and waited for his turn. "Are you ready, Ichigo?" "I've been training for the past few months." "Yeah, I think I'm ready. Remember, if you need me, just call me, and I'll be ready to fight with you." "Yeah, I'll definitely pass this. And then you can see your beloved Rukia again." "I'm not confirming anything. You seem to forget I know what you're thinking." "I'm still not confirming anything." When his number and his opponent's number were called, Ichigo stood up and looked round for his opponent to get up. When someone else stood up, Ichigo cursed his luck when he realized that person was Hisagi Shohei. When their eyes met, Hisagi gave him a slight nod. "Of all the luck. Relax, Ichigo. Assuming defeat before the match is over guarantees that you will most likely lose. Defeating him is not impossible. Hard, maybe, but not impossible." "Yeah, I'll keep that in mind," he said to Zangetsu stiffly. Securing his Zanpakudo, Ichigo fell in step with Hisagi as they left the waiting room. While Hisagi had his sword in the standard location on his left hip, Ichigo had his slung diagonally on his back, secured by a blood-red strap, the same color as the cloth tied at the end of his sword's tsuka. The tsuka was roughly at eye level and the sheath descended all the way to his mid-thigh. "Good luck, Hisagi-senpai," he said to Hisagi. He nodded back. "Likewise. So how do you want to take it?" Ichigo asked. Hisagi considered for a moment. "How about we fight for roughly 3 minutes without releasing our Zanpakudo? Then we'll use our Shirkai if neither of us has one by then." "Works for me," Ichigo said. Out in the compound, they made their way to the arena, a slightly raised platform that was lined with mats. There were a few bloodstains on some of them, previous fights probably being responsible for them. The judges were located near the base of one side of the platform and the crowd was clustered at one end. Ichigo scanned the crowd and immediately spotted a head of red hair. Smirking slightly, he turned back towards Hisagi, narrowing his eyes in concentration. If Hisagi's ease at dispatching his opponent at Hakuta was any indication, Ichigo wasn't going to have an easy time. "Don't expect me to go easy on you even though you saved my life," Hisagi called to Ichigo. "I won't have it any other way," Ichigo called back. They both bowed to each other and drew their swords, Ichigo's long and slightly broad katana with a black tsuka and tsuba, while Hisagi's looked like a regular katana with an octagon-shaped tsuba. "Ready," one judge called out. "And begin." Chapter 15, Graduation. "Oh no, Kurosaki-kun is up against Hisagi-senpai," Momo said when she saw the two of them entering the arena. "Lighten up, Hinamori. Hisagi-senpai is good, but so is Ichigo," Renji said. "Yeah. I'm quite excited to see how this fight turns out," Izuru added, and it seemed to be a general consensus to everyone else. The entire crowd was abuzz with excitement. The matchup was enticing. On one end, there was Hisagi Shuhei, talented and recognized by the Gotei. On the other end, there was Kurosaki Ichigo, a second-year student that finished the curriculum in just over a year. It was anybody's guess as to who was more skilled. "Ready? And begin." Ichigo was immediately on the offensive. He lunged, closing the distance in one leap. He slashed at Hisagi's torso, but his sword was already up, parrying Ichigo's attack. He pushed back, forcing Ichigo to back off. As Ichigo braked, Hisagi rushed at him. Ichigo swung high at an oncoming Hisagi, but he ducked under it before throwing his fist at Ichigo's chest. Using his free hand to bat it away, Ichigo followed through by bringing his sword down and swinging it up. Hisagi stepped back to avoid the attack, but Ichigo didn't relent. Stepping forward, his free hand went to his sword, spinning round and swinging viciously at Hisagi's midriff. This time, Hisagi swung his blade out to meet Ichigo's, and as both swords collided and ricocheted back, Hisagi switched to the offensive. He chopped down, but Ichigo raised his sword, deflecting the attack to his left and sidestepping at the same time. At once, he raised his right hand and threw it at Hisagi. Unfortunately, his left was facing forward, so it was a slightly awkward punch, and Hisagi was able to dodge it, but it managed to graze his cheek. He stumbled past Ichigo, who wasted no time. With his sword still in his left hand, he jammed the tip into the mat, using it to pivot his turn before stepping forward and slashing upwards. Hisagi saw it coming and raised his sword, but the momentum behind the slash prevented him from stopping it completely. He backpedaled to avoid the blade that was heading for his arm, using his sword to slow its movement. Unfortunately, he didn't step back quickly enough, and as Ichigo's blade flew past his arm, it scored a small cut. If Hisagi felt it, he didn't show it, counterattacking for Ichigo's chest to take advantage of the recovery time Ichigo needed to bring his blade down. Drawing back, he stabbed at Ichigo's gut. Ichigo saw it coming, but instead of stepping away, he flicked his wrists, spinning the blade down and rotating it sideways, such that the side of his blade was facing forward. His slightly broader than average blade worked to his advantage and Hisagi's blade stabbed harmlessly against it, or so he thought. Misjudging the force his opponent was using, Ichigo's blade didn't hold and it twisted aside, allowing his opponent's blade a clean stab at his chest. Instinctively, Ichigo dragged his leg, twisting away from the blade. He felt it cut through his uniform and into his skin, but he didn't feel any pain from the adrenaline coursing through him. Movement to his side caught his eye, and he turned round and immediately raised his hand, just in time to catch Hisagi's elbow in his hand, cushioning the blow to his cheek when he couldn't stop it in time. Pushed back, Ichigo lashed out with his leg, catching Hisagi at the back of his thigh. Grunting, Hisagi dropped to his knee while Ichigo bounded forward again the moment his foot returned to the ground. He feinted a downwards chop, but switched to slash at Hisagi's left flank. Hisagi only managed to block Ichigo's attack by stabbing his sword into the mat. He swept his feet low, and Ichigo had to somersault over his opponent to avoid it. He swung in passing at Hisagi, but the latter knocked it aside and charged after Ichigo. The moment Ichigo landed, he spun round, placing his spare hand on the blade to support the force of Hisagai's strike. He pushed against Hisagai, but was almost left flat-footed when Hisagai unexpectedly pulled back and swung low. Immediately, Ichigo released his left hand and chopped down on Hisagai's blade, pushing it to the ground. At the same time, he slammed his left palm on the ground, lifting his body up and lashing both feet at Hisagai. He scored a direct hit, driving his feet into Hisagai's gut. Grunting, Hisagai staggered back, his sword sliding out from under Ichigo's. Ichigo didn't let up, and immediately leapt to his feet and lunged forward, swinging across Hisagai's chest. No time to bring his sword up, he jumped backwards, but it wasn't enough to get out of Ichigo's reach, and Ichigo's sword ripped his uniform at chest level. A slowly emerging red line indicated that Ichigo managed to draw blood. Completely absorbed in the fight, neither of them heard the crowd cheering. Out of the rest of the fights, this one was the most intense. They backed up, staring down at one another. "Nice one, Kurosaki. Now I can see why they said you are talented," Hisagai said, panting slightly. Ichigo too was slightly out of breath. "Thanks, Hisage-senpai. That was just a lucky shot. You nearly got me a few times too. I didn't plan on using this, but it looks like I have no choice," Hisagi replied. Still holding his sword up, he started to emit green Ryatsu. "Reap, Kazashini." Ichigo watched on as Hisagai's entire sword glowed green. He pulled his hands apart, revealing two blades. When the glow faded, Ichigo didn't like what he was looking at. "Wow, that looks dangerous," he said. Hisagai's Zanpakuto took the form of two Kozurigama, but with notable differences. Instead of each half having only one scythe-like blade, they each had two, but the second blade was inverted. Both weapons were also connected by a long chain. "Let me revise that. That looks downright deadly. Your move, Kurosaki. I'm not attacking you if you don't release your Zanpakuto." "If you insist," Ichigo said. He held his sword at arm's length and pointed it downwards. Hearing Zangetsu's voice encouraging him, he yelled, "Burst through the night, Zangetsu." Immediately, dark-colored Ryatsu seemed to emit from the Zanpakuto's hilt. It drifted over the blade and completely engulfed it. When the Ryatsu faded, it revealed a sword that looked like a large cleaver. The tsuka was now pitch black in color, and the blade had two different colors on each half, pitch black at the back and shining dark silver at the blade half. The silver part was curved and tipped at both ends, and it had no tsuba. It was longer and much wider than its sealed form, almost as tall as Ichigo was. The blood-red cloth at the end was now replaced by a short chain. Both fighters stared down each other while the crowd was muted to a whisper. The fight was only just beginning. This time, Ichigo waited for Hisagi to make the first move. He was eyeing Kazashini warily, especially the blades. Looking at the chain, he could already think of one possible way it could be used. He only hoped that Hisagi-senpai hadn't learnt it yet. Raising his two scythes, Hisagi lunged. He sliced at Ichigo using his right end, and Ichigo brought Zangetsu up to meet the attack. The sharp jarring of metal on metal rang out as the two swords clashed together. Before he even had time to think of a response, Ichigo caught sight of Hisagi's other hand, and it was swinging upwards and straight at his chest, completely left unchecked. Mentally cursing, Ichigo twisted to one side just as the free end sliced through the area he stood moments before. Then, unexpectedly, Hisagi released his grip on the left scythe, and it sailed through the air, allowing Hisagi to retrieve it without getting blocked by Zangetsu. Taking his chance, Ichigo grabbed his sword's hilt with both hands and moved it forward, but Hisagi managed to grab his right end in time and he blocked the attack with both scythes. Then, he removed one end and swung it at Ichigo again. Ichigo leapt back, but Hisagi's attack tore right through his uniform. "DMN it." Ichigo cursed as he hopped back and looked down. Thankfully, the attack's reach was just short of hitting his skin. He looked up, bracing himself for another attack, and saw Hisagi rushing at him again. Gore, why am I on the defense? It's just a two-handed attack, nothing more, Ichigo thought to himself. Ichigo steadied himself as Hisagi got closer. He swung with one end, and Ichigo met it accordingly, knocking away Hisagi's first attack before leaping into the air. His back to Hisagi, Ichigo immediately sensed his opponent leaping after him. Turning round, he raised his sword to block Hisagi's charge. Give it up, Kurosaki, Hisagi smirked, pushing Ichigo back. You can't keep it up forever. It's just a duel, so I'm not using my full strength, but it looks like you're at your limit. Ichigo's eyes narrowed. He wasn't going to go down that easily. Feeling his Ryatsu building up within him, he pushed back, gritting his teeth and saying, "And what makes you think I am?" As he did, he began glowing with a bluish-black Ryatsu. Slowly but surely, Hisagi's smirk changed to one of surprise as he began getting pushed back. With a yell, Ichigo made one final push. He surged forward, slashing through the air as Hisagi backed off. Still glowing with Ryatsu and feeling it growing within him, Ichigo drew back his sword and said, "Now it's my turn." Feeling rather than seeing Zangetsu's power, he slashed through the air. As he did, an arc of dark blue energy in the shape of a crescent moon burst from his blade and barreled straight at Hisagi. Caught off guard, Hisagi shielded himself with his Zanpakuto just as the energy beam collided with him. It pushed him back down to the ground, where he hit the arena with force, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crowd gasped in shock. One of the most talented sixth year appeared to have just been bested by a second-year student. Ichigo landed back down on the arena and waited, holding Zangetsu by his side. As the dust cleared, it revealed a slightly worse for wear Hisagi. He was lying flat on his back, his fall causing a small depression in the arena floor. He was coughing vigorously, his academy uniform covered in dust. Both his forearm sleeves were charred black and slightly torn, probably from taking on the attack. They were bleeding slightly, but his Zanpakuto seemed to have shielded him from most of the attack, as the rest of him looked fine. Ichigo hovered uncertainly above his opponent for a moment before crouching down and gently pushing him up into a seating position. "The fight's not over yet, you know," Hisagi said, panting slightly. "Don't be ridiculous, Hisagi-senpai," Ichigo replied. "You aren't in any shape to fight anymore, and neither am I. That attack took a lot out of me." Just then, a bell rung. "And there's the end anyway." Vaguely, they heard one of the judges announce, "Winner, Kurosaki," and the follow-up of cheers from the crowd. What the hell was that attack anyway? Hisagi asked as a couple of medical officers rushed up to the both of them and helped them up. "Was that your Zanpakuto's ability?" "Yeah, it was, although I don't know what it's called yet. I've only attained Shirkai for a couple of months, so my Zanpakuto has yet to tell me. And here I thought it was just an ordinary strange-looking blade. That was scary." "No, your Zanpakuto is scary, and it definitely looks the part," he said to Hisagi. "And from the looks of it, it can become even scarier. If you actually pressed on your attack, I don't think I could have kept up." "Thanks," Hisagi said. "My training isn't complete yet too. But it's just a duel, not a fight to the death. Besides, if we didn't release our Zanpakuto, I would have lost eventually. And in the end, I still lost anyway. Your fighting skills are better than mine, which is saying something, since I've been training for longer than you." Thanks, I guess," Ichigo replied uncertainly. After they were healed, they returned back to the waiting room to wait for the rest of the fights to finish. Later. "Ichigo, that was amazing," Renji told him with a slap on his back. "Now the whole academy is talking about your fight with Hisagi-senpai." Ichigo grimaced slightly. The last thing he wanted was more attention. Why? It was just one fight. There were so many others. "Don't be ridiculous," Renji replied. "Yours was the most exciting, the rest were boring." "I think that's exaggerating it." "Renji, stop harassing Ichigo already," Izuru chipped into Ichigo's rescue. He's already tired enough without your constant harrying. Maybe, but am I wrong? Renji countered with a grin. No, not really, Izuru conceded. He turned to Ichigo. You have to admit though, your fight was definitely intense. Hisagi-senpai is highly regarded by the Godiai 13 for a reason, and you beat him. I didn't know you've also already attained Shirkai, he added with a hint of jealousy. Now you're better than us by leaps and bounds. That's not true, you guys are also good, Ichigo said. So what's next anyway? Momo asked. When are you getting your results? I think it was in a week's time. Till then, I've nothing to do. Have you considered what squad you're going to join? Renji asked. You're making it sound like I'm guaranteed to pass, Ichigo said. Renji simply just waved a dismissive hand at him. Quit trying to act all modest and answer the question, he scoffed. Ichigo pondered it for a moment. I'm not really sure. I haven't given it much thought. You mean you guys have already decided where you're going to go? Of course. Momo replied instantly. I'll be joining Aizen Taishu's squad. You sound really sure, Renji commented. I'm keeping my options open though. How about you, he said to Izuru. I don't know, maybe I'll join Squad 5 too, although I'm also considering medical. I don't even know which squad that is, Ichigo commented. I suppose I'll consider my options later. Few days later. A week after the exams, the results were ready to be released. Ichigo joined the many students who took the exams inside the examination hall, where their teachers were waiting, along with the headmaster of the academy. Everyone was buzzing with a mixture of nervousness, excitement, or both. The headmaster eventually stepped forward to address them. Welcome back candidates, from your break after the exams. For the past few weeks, you were stretched both mentally and physically as you sat for your graduation exams, all to prove that you're worthy of joining the prestigious ranks of the Shinigami in the Godiai 13. Of course, this only applies to those who didn't receive offers from either the Onmitsukido or the Kido Corps. But that in itself isn't always a bad thing. After years of perseverance, you are now finally awaiting your results, and for many of you, it has paid off, and you've managed to pass. Unfortunately for some of you, you did not manage to pass, but fear not, it isn't the end of the line. Study hard for the next year and retake the exam again. Someone approached the headmaster and handed him a stack of papers, which he placed on a table near him. Here are the slips containing your results. Later on, you will come forward and receive your slips. However, as with tradition, I will first be announcing the name of the top student in this year's exam. Ichigo leaned forward ever so slightly, although he wasn't hoping for much. He would be happy with a pass, no matter the score. Do take note though, that grades alone do not gauge your strength. Just because you don't do as well as your peers doesn't mean you're any worse than them. While some may learn faster, others will do so once they graduate, and each and every one of you has an equal chance of playing a big role in Soul Society one day. Also, I'm confident that this year's top graduate will also go on to be one of the best Shinigami in the future. It is uncommon to have people graduating in 4 years or less, it is even rarer to have someone capable of doing it within 2 years. By now, heads were starting to turn and look at Ichigo, a simple feat considering his hair color. Ichigo, however, couldn't believe his ears, but he wasn't going to get his hopes up until it was beyond reasonable doubt, although to many others, it already was. Not only did this student attain full marks in all his written tests, something we haven't seen in decades, he has also shown incredible fighting skill by coming out top in all 3 practical tests, excluding those who will enter the specialized divisions. This student has shown astonishing progress in his time here at the academy, and it was only through bad luck that he wasn't able to complete within a year, and had to settle for 2 instead. I believe he will one day play a pivotal role in the running of Soul Society. Now, please join me in congratulating Kurosaki Ichigo. Loud applause erupted as Ichigo got up hastily and headed for the headmaster, his brain bursting with joy. Or was that Zangetsu having a celebration in his head? After bowing to the headmaster, Ichigo took his results slip and looked at it as he walked back to his seat. Sure enough, he'd gotten full marks for all the written tests. Not only that, he had attained high grades for his practical tests. How that was even possible, he didn't know, but at least all that practice didn't go to waste. As he sat down and continued staring at his results, those around him congratulating him, he vaguely heard the headmaster speaking. Now when I call your name, please come forward and collect your grades. One by one, the students were called out and went forward to collect their results. Their reactions upon seeing their results were telltale enough of their fates. Some were joyful, others disappointed, one or two female students even cried, and some were expressionless. Hisagi Shuhai. There was a sudden dead silence as everyone watched Hisagi get up and head for the front. He looked like a nervous wreck, nothing like the confident, talented person he was, which was half expected, actually. I mean, who wouldn't be after taking the exam 5 times? All eyes were on their headmaster as he handed Hisagi's results to him, but his face was expressionless. Hisagi scanned his results on the spot, then. Yes, he exclaimed, fist pumping the air. Immediately, everyone started cheering for him, Ichigo included. Everyone knew his story, extremely talented, but horrible when it came to the written tests. If he'd failed one more time, he would have been forced to drop out of the academy. Anyone who did would definitely be assigned an unseated position in the Godiai 13, although given Hisagi's standing, that was unlikely to happen. He would have been given a seated position anyway. After everyone had received their results, they were briefed on the graduation procedures, which would take place another week from now, before being released. As for Ichigo, he couldn't wait to tell the rest. A week later. Graduation wasn't something exactly very grand. It was more of a transition immediately into the Godiai 13 for those that hadn't already been selected to enter the specialized divisions. The day before, Ichigo, along with everyone else who were soon to be Shinigami, received the trademark uniform of the Shinigami, the Shihakusho. Today, they would be taken into the heart of Siriidai, and from there, they would be given a couple of days to decide on the squad they wanted to join, and then their life as a Shinigami would officially begin. Donning his new uniform, Ichigo took one last look at the room he'd shared with Renji for the past 2 years. It was then that the reality of the situation hit him, after he'd spent the past few days enjoying the last of his time in the academy. He was now officially a Shinigami. Just over 2 years ago, he wouldn't have believed it to be possible to make it, let alone being good enough to graduate in 2 years. Now, he would be able to see Rukia. Rukia. A multitude of emotions and questions rushed through him as he thought about his best friend, and he felt guilty about not sparing a thought for her since his exam. How had she been doing? Was she happy? Was she being treated well? Was life as noble as fun as it sounded? Had she been training well? Sure, he had no doubt she was capable, but surely she would be lonely after so long. But then again, maybe she found herself a friend, or a mentor she could look up to. Maybe she was actually enjoying herself. Or maybe she found herself a companion. To his surprise, a huge wave of jealousy rushed through him when that last thought crossed his mind. Why was he being jealous anyway? It's not like he liked her or anything, right? Before he could continue his musings, Renji's voice floated towards him. Oi, Ichigo, are you done? Ichigo turned round to see Renji's head poking through their dormitory's door. Are you done? Renji repeated again. We would all like to come up here, but Hinamori-chan isn't allowed to, so can you hurry up? We want to celebrate before you leave in a few hours' time. Ah, right, Ichigo said as Renji retreated. Shaking away his thoughts, Ichigo grabbed Zangetsu and hurried after Renji. Out in the compound, he found the rest waiting for him. Wow, the look really suits you, Ichigo, Izuru said when they spotted him. Yeah, Momo agreed. Your hair color really goes great with the black kimono. It didn't really look all that nice with the blue academy uniform. Everyone turned to stare at her. What? So how does it feel like to be an official Shinigami now? Renji asked. Better than that, how does it feel to be regarded as a prodigy? Ichigo didn't answer immediately, because he was fixing his Zanpakuto to his back using a dark red strap. It feels weird actually, and I'm not talking about graduating within 2 years. If you asked me 2 years ago, I wouldn't have even expected to graduate after 6 years, let alone 2. But you're here already, aren't you? So what division are you planning to join? Have you given it a thought? Ichigo made a face. I'm still undecided. I don't even know what some of the divisions do. The only one we've seen is Division 5. Heck, I don't even know what division the medical division is. You could always join the 5th then, Momo said eagerly. It definitely seems like the best. Ichigo looked at her worriedly. You sound awfully partial towards Aizen Taishu, don't you think? In fact, if I didn't know better, I'd say you were idolizing him. You haven't even considered other divisions. Sounds like someone has a crush on a captain, Renji said, nudging Momo with a grin. She flushed in embarrassment. I do not, she protested while Izuru and Ichigo laughed. Like you're one to talk, Abarai-kun. How about your crush on Dash? Renji's eyes bulged and he hastily slapped a hand over her mouth. She stared at him in annoyance while Izuru laughed even louder, since he knew who Momo was referring to, and Ichigo watched in confusion. You mean Renji has a crush on someone? Who? No one really important, Renji said before hurriedly turning to Izuru and saying, Can it, Izuru? You're not blameless either, so do you want me to accidentally blab? Izuru promptly shut up after that. Listening to their friendly bickering, Ichigo couldn't help but smile slightly. While he was going to miss their company, he supposed being finally able to see Rukia was a much better compromise. Hey guys, he suddenly said. Everyone stopped and stared at him. I think it's time for me to go already. It'll take a while to get there, and they're still supposed to give us a tour also. Everyone sobered up. Immediately. Well, in that case, take care, Ichigo, Izuru said while Momo nodded her agreement. Before Ichigo could answer, Renji gave Izuru a sharp rap on his head. Ow! What the hell, Renji? What was that for? That's for acting like some mushy fool, Renji shot back before turning to Ichigo. Don't worry Ichigo, we'll be out of here before you know it. Say hi to Rukia for us, would you? Yeah, I will, don't worry. Don't make us wait for you guys to graduate, Ichigo said as he left, ready to finally begin his life as a proper Shinigami. As such, he didn't hear Renji shout after him, hell no, we're giving you more time together. Chapter 16, So What Now? A year ago. Kayandano, can I ask you something? Rukia asked as the both of them were taking a break from training. You just did, he replied, but nevertheless, he said, so what's the problem? I heard from Yukitake Taishu that the new recruits just came in today, right? She flustered. Kayan had to fight to keep a smirk off his face. Yes, he knew perfectly well where this was going, but decided to play along. Was there anyone who managed to graduate within a year? Yup, so that was her main purpose, Kayan thought. She wanted to know if her friend, Kurosaki Ichigo, was among the new recruits. Yes, he knew a lot about this Ichigo character, probably more than he knew himself. After all, Rukia had been mentioning him every other day, whether she knew it or not, either in passing or describing him again. While Kayan was surprised that Rukia believed that Ichigo was capable enough to graduate within a year, he supposed he shouldn't be all that surprised, considering who he was. In fact, perhaps he should go contact that idiot who he hadn't seen for a while. He decided to tease her a little. I think that there was. He said with mock seriousness. Her face literally lit up with expectation at his words. He almost hated what he was about to do, not. No one that did, he finished off with a grin. She blinked, comprehending his words, then scowled. Kayandano. That wasn't funny, she protested while he laughed. Lighten up, Kuchiki. You're too uptight already, I can read you like a book. Besides, how should I know? I don't pay attention to this kind of thing. But if someone graduates within a year, wouldn't that be important news to all the captains and vice-captains? Rukia pressed. What the hell, Kuchiki? Kyan suddenly shouted. Are you seriously going to go crazy over your friend like that? Rukia was stunned into silence and shifted guiltily. Sorry, Kyandano. That's okay, Kyan said. But you weren't listening. I told you that there was no one that managed to graduate within a year, and before you ask, no, I can't check on your dear friend's progress. He used air quotation marks when he said, friend. The Shino Academy is outside our jurisdiction, we can't just butt in as we like. Disappointment and guilt was evident in Rukia's eyes, but then she frowned and asked, why did you do this? She mimicked his quotation marks. When you said friend? Kyan was surprised. You seriously have no idea? Rukia shook her head, and he wanted to do the same. And Miyako calls me dense sometimes, he thought. Well, too bad. Figure it out yourself. It's time to resume our training. Of course, at the rate she was going, he probably had to push her in the right direction. A year later, present time. Exactly a year later, Kyan was heading for his captain's office after being called in. Taicho, you called for me, he asked as he entered Yukitake Taishu's office. Yukitake was sitting at his desk, looking as if he'd just recovered from an illness, which given his condition, was probably the case. Ah, Kyan. Hold on for a moment, let me finish signing this form, he said cheerfully. Yukitake Jushiro was the captain of the 13th Division. He had white hair and green eyes, and was friendly and good-natured, but he wasn't always around because he suffered from tuberculosis, which always made him fall sick. The new recruits are coming in tomorrow, and I've heard that this year, they produced a prodigy. That piqued Kyan's interest. Really? What's his story? They said he finished the curriculum in just over a year, but the academy doesn't do mid-year exams. He's the top graduate this year, he got full marks for all the written tests and I heard he even bested Hiseigai Shuhai in the final duel, Yukitake said. That was news for Kyan. Most of the captains and vice-captains knew of Hiseigai's talent, so for him to be defeated. That's quite impressive. It is. Ever since Ikamaru Fukatechu entered and managed to graduate within a year, Seoul society hasn't seen a prodigy like this. He'll be called in for a meeting with the captains later, something about getting first pick for the division he wants to go to. Really? Why didn't that happen for me? Who knows? The old man started it ever since Ikamaru Fukatechu entered, so I suppose he's doing that for any prodigy that comes along, Yukitake replied. So what's he like? Any ideas on his name? Kyan asked, even though he had a hunch who it was. Kurosaki Ichigo. Isn't that the name of Kuchiki's friend? Yukitake said. Kyan grinned back. The one she's been talking non-stop about. Yeah, it is. Yukitake smiled warmly. I'm sure she'll be delighted. This time, Kyan's grin changed into a scowl. Maybe, but if she is, she's not going to show it. Kuchiki Taishu is doing well in changing her into a noble, too well if you ask me. It's been only about 2 years and she's definitely changed. She's more stoic nowadays, and she's acting more dignified and all that noble crap I never bothered with anyway. At least her training's coming along nicely. Maybe I can start training her in attaining her Zanpakuto. She has potential, doesn't she? Yukitake said. That she does. It's a shame really. Yukitake said with a sigh. Kyan waited for him to elaborate, but he continued. But you'll tell her, right? Kyan grinned again. I'll think about it. And over here is the Kido Corps headquarters, their guide said, pointing towards a huge set of shut doors leading off into a closed compound, from which nothing could be seen. Everyone looked at the doors, all thinking the same thing, it looked dead. Their guide knew exactly what they were thinking. No, they're very much alive, they just operate in absolute secrecy. Few people, even the captains, have ever seen them in person. Even when they move about, they do so with their faces hidden. While it is usually out of bounds to anyone not part of the Kido Corps, it is not unheard of for them to occasionally invite Shinigami from the Godiai 13 to train with them, although this is extremely rare. No one really said anything, out of both respect and uncertainty. Everyone had been rightfully surprised when they found out that their guide was the 8th Squad Lieutenant, Ise Nanao. Despite her rather demure-looking stature, she had a no-nonsense attitude, and they all could tell she had the power to back up her position. A while later. And this here is the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, Ayasifo Kotechu said, pointing towards a set of doors that were open. Inside, the students could see a large building that looked unlike the rest of Seoul society. They are responsible for creating new equipment we can use for our duty and training, which includes the dummy hollows you've used for your training. While it isn't out of bounds, the president, Kuratsuchi Taishu of the 12th Division, is usually hostile towards anyone he deems not smart enough, which basically means almost the entire Seoul society. As she carried on her explanation, Ichigo scowled, remembering this organization well. They were after all responsible for creating a dummy hollow that had nearly taken off his head. He wasn't bound to forget in a hurry. 12th Division, was it? Now I know one division I'm definitely not entering, he thought. Just then, a Shinigami materialized next to Ayasifo Kotecho, making a few of them jump. He was peculiar looking, being distinctively Japanese but with a foreign appearance, including a handlebar mustache. His left arm was facing the students, and they could see the lieutenant armband on it with the number 1 on it. What's the problem, Sasakai Kotechu? Ise Nanao said, putting a name on the Shinigami. Sorry for interrupting the tour, Ayasifo Kotechu, you are ahead of schedule so I missed you, he said. Missed me? Missed me about what? She asked with a frown. I was tasked to fetch Kurosaki Ichigo for a meeting. Immediately, heads turned to Ichigo, who was similarly confused. About WHO, right, she replied, understanding forming on her face. Seeing that she understood, Sasakai nodded. Taicho did mention about. So you need him now, she asked. Yes. You may carry on your tour, I don't think he'll be returning. Ichigo didn't like the sound of that, and he was none too reassured when Ayasifo Kotechu shouted out, Kurosaki. Please step forward. Desperately wondering why he was being singled out, Ichigo went up to the front. He missed the look of confusion and surprise on Ayasifo Kotechu's face. Sasakai merely blinked twice before saying, you can keep up, right? Yes sir, Ichigo replied. Good, then let's get a move on. It's not polite to keep them waiting. Without further warning, he flash-stepped away, Ichigo hot on his tail. Soon, they arrived at the doors of a huge hall, one which Ichigo had already seen during the tour. He frowned in confusion. Wait, isn't this the meeting hall for the captains? So Taishu Yamamoto-sama has requested for your presence, Sasakai replied in confirmation. If Ichigo was curious earlier, now he was downright nervous. They had been taught about the head commander, and how he'd been in that post for close to 2,000 years. What? But why? He asked in alarm. I'm not at liberty to say, Sasakai said, although there was amusement playing in his eyes. I'm sure you'll know soon enough. The door opened without anyone appearing to be responsible for it. He followed Sasakai along a long corridor until he came to another doorway. This time, Sasakai pushed open the doors. They entered and Ichigo froze when he saw the occupants in the large hall. There were 2 rows of Shinigami, each row having 5 Shinigami, each flanking on both sides of the hall, creating a path that led all the way to the other end of the hall, where a very old-looking man was sitting, which Ichigo assumed had to be the Sotaishu. Immediately, Ichigo noticed 2 things. 1. All the occupants wore an extra piece of clothing that Ichigo had seen on only 2 people, the white captain's Haori, which meant that everyone in this room except for him and Sasakai Fukatechu were captains. The second thing he noticed was that most of them were looking at him with varying looks of surprise. On his right, at the very far end of the line was a small, slim woman, who was looking at him indifferently with a bored expression. Next to her was a tall, beautiful woman who was watching him serenely. Beside her, he immediately recognized Kuchiki Byakuya, even though Ichigo had only seen him once, and while he was looking at Ichigo, his face showed no emotion as always, nor did he even give an inkling that he recognized Ichigo. Next to Byakuya stood a tall man whose top half of his face was blocked by a huge straw hat. Not only that, he wore a pink, flowery kimono draped over his shoulders, from which his haori could be seen. He had a very relaxed, almost sleeping look on his face. After that, there was a gap between him and the next captain, although Ichigo couldn't imagine why. The last captain in the row was the strangest-looking man he'd ever seen. His face was painted white and black, giving him a skeletal appearance, and he had a sneering, condescending look on his face. As for the other line, it had the same number of Shinigami, although the gap was right at the far end, right next to where Aizen Taishu was standing, looking as kind as ever. Next to him stood a large hulking Shinigami whose face Ichigo couldn't see, because it was covered by a large helmet. The captain next to him was a dark-skinned, purple-haired man whose eyes were obscured by clear goggles, but they appeared close. The second-last captain in the row made Ichigo feel unsettled with his large build, spiked hair and eye patch. He was looking at Ichigo with an eager look on his face, and he seemed to give off a powerful, scary aura. The last captain had snow-white hair, and he had a kind but slightly frail look. Right now, he was looking at Ichigo with a look of surprise. Sasakai Flash stepped up to his captain and knelt down respectfully. "Taicho, I've brought Kurosaki Ichigo." "Kinda looks alike, don't they?" the captain with the flowery kimono said casually. A few murmurs of agreement came from some of the captains, but Ichigo had no idea what they were talking about. "But their family names are different," the white-haired captain said. "Hey Byakuya, what do you think?" the flowery captain asked, turning to Byakuya. The latter merely gave a barely imperceptible shrug and looked straight ahead. Meanwhile, the other captains were having their own opinions. "Bah, if they're related, I'm sure he won't mind me taking a crack at the rookie," Captain Eyepatch said, leaning towards Ichigo as if studying him, making him take a nervous step back. "Zaraki, you're scaring him. And he just graduated," the white-haired captain said, putting a name to the scary-looking captain. The look on Zaraki's face didn't change. "So? He's top graduate, which means he's strong. Perhaps he can try fighting Ikiku first, I think he's getting bored." Just then, a loud wooden bang echoed throughout the hall, and everyone fell silent. Silence. Yamamoto boomed in a deep gruff voice that literally spoke power. He looked at Ichigo, who looked nervously back. "Kurosaki Ichigo, you have been called here today as a special privilege because of your status as being the first Shinigami in over 50 years to graduate in 2 years or less. As such, you have been given not only the privilege of meeting with the captains, one of which will be your future superior, you will also be given complete freedom in choosing which squad you wish to join." "Ah, I apologize, So Taishu, but I'm curious. Doesn't everyone have a freedom of choice?" "Ah, it doesn't work that way, Kurosaki," the white-haired captain said with a smile. Ichigo was starting to like him more. "We can't have someone bad at Kido joining a squad that puts more emphasis on Kido, can we? If a captain feels a recruit is unsuited for the squad, he can be rejected and put in another squad. You on the other hand have top scores in everything, so you can choose freely." "Is that all?" Yamamoto said just then. No one answered, so he turned to Ichigo. "You will be given the same allotted time for choosing your squad. Though you may be the top graduate, don't expect preferential treatment because of that. Your road from here onwards isn't going to get any easier. You may leave now, the guard outside will give you directions to your temporary quarters." Yes sir," Ichigo said, even though he didn't remember seeing a guard on the way in. A loud bang echoed as Yamamoto banged his cane on the ground once. Dismissed. Some of the captains began leaving, Byakuya being one of them. Some of them gave him encouraging smiles as they did, like Aizen Taishu, the tall woman and the flowery captain, while others simply left. Zaraki Taishu on the other hand drew up next to Ichigo, and with a huge, nasty grin, said, "We should have a duel sometime." As he spoke, Ichigo heard the faint tinkling of bells and his eyes were drawn to the end of the spikes of Zaraki Taishu's hair, eliciting an even larger grin from the captain. He gulped audibly at the dangerous look on Zaraki's face and stared after him nervously as he left. Now all that was left was the white-haired captain. He walked up to Ichigo with a kind smile. "Let me welcome you on behalf of all the other captains, Kurosaki," he said. "I have to say though, what you've achieved is no mean feat. The academy curriculum is demanding, so to complete it so quickly is really an achievement." Thank you sir," was all Ichigo could say, since he didn't know the captain's name. Where are my manners? I am Yukitake Jushiro, captain of the 13th Division. Something in Ichigo's head clicked. 13th Division? I'm sorry, but is there a Kachiki Rukia in your division? Yukitake's smile grew wider. Yes, she's been progressing very well. She talks a lot about you, and how good you are. I suppose she's dead on in her judgment, no? Ichigo couldn't help but blush slightly at that. Well, I think she's strong too, stronger than she thinks she is. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Am I allowed to go see her?" Of course. There's no rule stopping you from visiting people from other districts. In fact, why don't you follow me? I'm heading back now and she's probably training. I'm sure she'll be delighted to see you. Thank you, Yukitake Taishu, Ichigo replied. Oh, by the way, have you heard of the name Shiba? Ichigo frowned. No, although I think I've heard Jingoro-sensei mention that name before. Should I? No reason. That's just the name of my vice captain. Much like you, he graduated in 2 years as well. So I suppose we know how far you'll go already. I'm honored that you think so highly of me, Ichigo said humbly. It's okay. I'm sure you'll like my vice captain. They continued moving for a while before Yukitake asked, So, Kurosaki, any ideas on what squad you're going to join? To tell you the truth, Yukitake Taishu, I'm still undecided. I know that there are some specialized divisions, but I don't know what these are and which divisions they are. I don't even know most of the captains' names as well. Oh, in that case, let me explain to you what some of the divisions do, Yukitake said helpfully. As he talked, Ichigo was looking forward, really looking forward to finally seeing Rukia again. Oi, why are you giving that long face again? A voice drawled in front of Rukia. Huh? She emerged from her stupor and was surprised to see Ichigo, no, Kyan staring at her. She wanted to sigh. It had been 2 years and she still occasionally got caught calling Kyan Ichigo. Why are you spacing out again? He repeated. She wanted to sigh again. What was she going to say? She hadn't told anyone, but even after 2 years, the number of days that she hadn't thought about Ichigo could be counted with both hands. She supposed it was because she missed talking to him, and no matter how much Kyan looked like him, they were still different. In the end, she steeled her emotions and put on a straight face. Oh, it's nothing important. To her, beyond the benefit of riches, the only good thing that came from being a noble was attaining the ability to hide her emotions, something most nobles seemed extremely apt at doing, and nothing else. It really helped if she didn't want anyone to know what she was feeling. Even though Byakuya was now her brother, he never acted the part. The few times she interacted with him beyond giving a daily report were few and far between. Not only that, no once had she seen him looking directly at her. It was always somewhere above her. At first, Rukia created excuses to explain her brother's behavior. The most plausible reason to her was that Rukia looked so much like his dead wife that he didn't want to be reminded of her whenever he looked at Rukia. After all, when she saw a picture of his Anna, she was taken aback as to how alike they really looked, almost like twins. She entertained the thought of them being related, but decided it was almost too far-fetched to be true. Eventually, she got lonelier, and found herself wishing she could go find Ichigo and talk to him. However fun it was to talk to the Division 13 officers, the low-ranking officers and unseated Shinigami still remained quite hostile, it just wasn't the same. In fact, the only ones she could have a proper conversation with were Yukitake Taishu, Kaion and his wife, third seat Shiba Miyako and the two fourth seats, Kotetsu Kaion and Katsubaki Sentaro. Sure, she laughed and smiled, but it always felt forced, never genuine. She was interrupted when someone smacked her head. "Wah, what was that for?" she said irritably. "Stop giving me that I'm fine crap. You seem to be forgetting I'm a noble too, even though Nei-san and I can't be bothered with all that crap, and neither can Miyako, so stop with that rubbish." When Rukia didn't reply, Kaion sighed and said, "Look, I know you might not want to share what you're thinking with me, and I'm not going to pester you about it. Even though I'm certain on who it's about," he thought at the same time. "Either way, you're still a part of my division, and remember, as long as you stay in this division, I'll stand by you no matter what." Rukia had no response to that, so she simply said, "Thank you, Kaion-do dash." Before she could finish, someone suddenly shouted, "Wow! That was so cool." Two figures suddenly appeared and accosted Kaion, necessitating the need for him to back away hastily. When Rukia recovered from her initial shock, she realized that the two culprits were the two fourth seats, Kaion and Sentaro. They had huge smiles on their faces and were fidgeting around like two kids on crack. "That was so cool, Kaion-sama," Sentaro repeated. "It gave me goosebumps." "I'll stand by you," he said. Kaion chimed in. "I'll stand by you." "What the dash?" Kaion said in shock. "Oi, are you two drunk again? I thought I told you to lay off the alcohol, or did you two forget what happened the last time?" It was the only time I remember seeing Yukitake Taishu angry. If they heard him, they didn't respond. Instead, Kaion was now patting a dumbfounded Rukia on the head. "Don't worry, Kaion-sama, I'm sure she'll fall in love with you after that speech." "What are you saying?" Sentaro said, turning to Kaion. "Rukia-san already has someone she likes. It won't do for her to fall for Kaion-sama." "Oh right, what am I saying?" Kaion gasped, clasping her hands to her mouth. "Rukia loves that that strawberry guy. Rukia-chan, you are going to introduce him, aren't you?" And they resumed their gibberish. I'm not in love with Ichigo," Rukia protested, although she was horrified to feel heat rising to her cheeks. Not only that, amidst the two fourth seats' continuous blabbling, she couldn't even hear herself speak. At this point, Kaion sensed his captain's Ryatsu approaching from far, and along with him was another unfamiliar but quite powerful Ryatsu. In fact, Kaion was surprised to find that it was only slightly lower compared to his own Ryatsu. Since he knew everyone else who was that strong, namely the captains and vice-captains, there was only one other possibility. He smirked. Maybe he could allow Rukia the happiness she'd been lacking since she joined the squad, but she didn't seem to have noticed the Ryatsu. The only problem was. Getting up, Kaion grabbed both Kaion and Sentaro by the scruff of their shihakusho and bodily lifted them up. They didn't appear to notice and continued rambling away. "I think I'll take them back to the barracks and let Miyako chew them out. I'll be back after that. Oh, by the way," he said to Rukia. "Don't look so down. You won't have reason to soon." With that cryptic message, he flash-stepped away, leaving a red-faced, indignant Rukia to nod numbly. When they were out of sight, Rukia huffed and flopped back onto the ground, her sword by her side, and proceeded to desperately remove the flush in her cheeks. "Really, I'm not in love in Ichigo. Why do they keep insisting that?" she said to herself. "Although, I wonder how it'll be like, being with him. Maybe it won't be so bad. But what if he doesn't feel the same about me? I mean, it's been 2 years already, maybe he's forgotten all about me. What am I thinking? It's definitely not going to happen. Although, as that train of thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but feel strangely disappointed, and there was that rise in heat in her cheeks again. Her thoughts drifted to Ichigo again. Were the graduation exams over? Did Ichigo pass? She had completely forgotten about when the graduation exams were. She probably should have asked Kayandano, but since he'd left, she would have to wait until he came back. Sighing, she lay down on the grass and stared at the sky. She wasn't sure how long she stayed there, but after a while, she suddenly sensed two Ryatsu signatures approaching her location. It wasn't Kayan, she recognized her captain, and her heart leapt and she shot up into a sitting position, looking in the direction the Ryatsu were approaching from. It had been 2 years, but she could recognize it any time, anywhere. Although it was much stronger than she remembered, not to mention slightly different, it was definitely him. She couldn't believe it. He had actually completed the course within 2 years. And now, after 2 long, eternal years, they were finally going to meet again. Ichigo. Chapter 17, Joyous Decisions. While Rukia was busy dealing with 2 drunk 4th seats, Ichigo and Yukitake had just left Siriidii and were now heading into West Rukongai. Yukitake Taishu, where are we going? Ichigo asked once they left Siriidii. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. We're heading to District 3 of West Rukongai, Hakuten. That's where Kayan usually trains Rukia. Sometimes I would follow them, but most of the time it's just the 2 of them, although sometimes my 2 4th seats follow them, Yukitake said. I don't always follow because of my health. Your health? Ichigo asked as a flash of jealousy shot through him, but he brushed it off as being jealous that Rukia could train with a captain and vice-captain. Yes, Yukitake said. Unfortunately I'm suffering from tuberculosis, so I'm usually pretty ill most of the time. My vice-captain usually takes care of the running of the squad when I'm not around. But in that case, shouldn't you be resting now? Ichigo said hastily in concern. You don't have to go with me. Ah no, it's okay, Yukitake waved it off. I'm feeling better than I've been in a long while. Anyway, you wanted to know about the squads? Yes. Ichigo said slowly. I'm still keeping my options open. Okay, Yukitake offered helpfully. Do you remember the appearance and location each captain was standing? I think so, Ichigo said. Good. The captains are assembled in increasing numerical order, and those standing on the left are the even-numbered divisions, and the right is the odd-numbered divisions. Got that so far? Ichigo nodded, so Yukitake continued. First of all is the Sotaishu, whom you already know. His division is responsible as the last line of protection for Soul Society, but thankfully, it has yet to come to that. Yamamoto Taicho only takes in powerful Shinigami that have decades, if not centuries of experience, so I suppose that's out for you. He may look old, but underestimate him at your peril. Next would be 2nd Division Captain Soifan. The 2nd Division was originally the Godiai 13th's own stealth squad, but because the past captain and the current one have been commanders of the Onmitsukido as well, the line has been generally blurred over the years. She may be small, but Captain Soifan is a no-nonsense woman and she's extremely quick and proficient at unarmed combat. The 3rd Division currently has no captain, but Ikamarufuku Taicho is their acting captain, since he will be taking the captain's test within the next year or so and he is expected to take on Squad 3, if he succeeds, of course. You should have seen him last year I think, since he went along with Aizen Taishu to inspect the academy. I know, we all saw him, including Rukia, Ichigo said. She told me as much. He's a prodigy, you know, much like you. Ichigo caught on immediately to what Yukitake was implying and he smiled sheepishly. Ah, I'm not as good as him. I still have a long way to go. Yukitake laughed. Modest to the end, I see. Don't worry, we won't force you to emulate his achievements, although I think you can do just as well as him, if not better. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Yukitake Taishu. It's no problem. You do sound a lot like my vice captain though. Now where was I? Ah yes, the 4th division. As Yukitake talked, Ichigo paid attention, trying to decide which squad would be the best choice for him. Squad 4, whose captain was the second female captain he saw, Unohana Taishu, was in charge of medical. According to Yukitake, healing was another form of Kido as well, although it wasn't taught in the academy. A Shinigami could still learn it if he wanted at his leisure, but didn't need to be in medical to do so, they were just specialized at it. They focused mostly on healing, which made them frequently belittled by other squads. Ichigo frowned when he heard this. As for the other squads, they placed varying emphasis on Kido and melee combat. For example, the 5th squad, under Aizen Taishu, was more adept in Kido, though they were perfectly capable at sword fighting too. Squad 11, under Captain Zaraki Kenpachi, the extremely scary-looking captain who suggested dueling with Ichigo, favored and specialized in the use of swords and fists, and completely shunned Kido. Other divisions were responsible for other non-combat related duties. For example, Division 9, headed by Captain Tosen Kaname, the purple-haired captain whom Ichigo was surprised to learn was blind, was the main editor-in-chief of the Suriidii Communication, a magazine that was released monthly in Suriidii, besides being responsible as Soul Society's first line of defense. Although he was blind, Yukitake pointed out that wasn't much of a hindrance, since he could sense Ryatsu just as well and was just as capable of fighting without sight. The 12th Division was more or less melded with the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, and it was headed by Captain Kuratsuchi Mayuri, the captain with the weird skeletal look, and Ichigo could immediately see why. He had the look of a deranged mad scientist, and Ichigo wasn't going to be surprised if it turned out that he actually was one. As for the 10th Division, it is currently without either a captain or a vice-captain. The highest seat is a 3rd seat, a woman by the name of Matsumoto Ranjaku. She can't do everything herself, so sometimes the 4th squad and 8th squad vice-captains help out as well, Yukitake said. I can't tell you much about the vice-captains though, you can ask my vice-captain later if you like. So essentially, we are short of 2 captains, although one place is expected to be filled soon, and we're also short of 4 vice-captains, since Byakuya Taishu and Tosen Taishu also don't have vice-captains. The 10th squad could use a captain though, they've been without one for many decades already. But that can't be helped, since there just hasn't been anyone worthy. Tell me, Kurosaki, do you envision yourself holding a captain or vice-captain's post in future? Yukitake asked. Yes I do, Ichigo said firmly. But I'm still a long way to go. It's good to see that you've already set a firm goal, Yukitake nodded in approval. You're right in saying that you still have a while to go though, top graduate or not. It's not easy, but it's not impossible, you just have to be prepared to work hard. No captain or vice-captain got where they are by slacking. At that point, they were just exiting Junranin and heading into district. Just then, Yukitake stopped, and Ichigo nearly went ahead but stopped himself in time. Yukitake frowned. Wait, why is Kaien? Ichigo reached out and sensed his surroundings, picking up on 3 unfamiliar Ryatsu heading straight for them, seconds before a Shinigami appeared in front of them. He was carrying 2 Shinigami in his arms who were jabbering away non-stop, albeit a little weakly, and Ichigo realized they were drunk when the smell of alcohol invaded his nose. Hey Taicho, is this? The Shinigami said and paused, staring wide-eyed at Ichigo. Shocked himself, Ichigo stared right back. And here I was thinking that you two just looked similar, Yukitake said. Side by side, you two look like twins, except for the hair color. Kaien, is he? Kaien flashed a glance at Yukitake and Ichigo saw a look flash across his eyes, almost like a warning look. Before Ichigo could look closer, Kaien turned back to him, a slightly mischievous look on his face. As I was saying, Kurosaki, this is why I said you would find meeting with my vice-captain interesting, Yukitake smiled. Anyway, this is Shiba Kaien, vice-captain of Division 13, and as you can see, he's a lot like you, literally. I guess Rukia wasn't kidding when she said we look alike, Kaien said with a smirk. Jealous indignation immediately shot through Ichigo. Why is he calling Rukia by her given name, was the first thing that came into his mind. It's not like they've known each other for a long time. Still, not to appear rude, he bowed and said, "It's nice to meet you." "What are you doing with Kion and Sentaro?" he heard Yukitake ask. At that, Kion rolled his eyes, still holding on to the two Shinigami, who had fallen asleep a few moments ago. They were drinking again. "I'm bringing them back. I'm considering letting Miyako chew them out for a while. I think they're more scared of her than they are of either you or me." Yukitake sighed and stared at the sky in slight frustration. "I'm worried they'll get addicted." "Oh well, maybe a good scolding from Miyako will solve that," Kion replied with a grin. "Anyway, I'm off. My arms are getting stiff." "Wait, where's Rukia?" Ichigo blurted out. "Focused, I see," Kion said. "Don't worry, she's fine. I left her back at the training area. Taicho should be able to take you there." "I'll see you later, Ichigo, Taicho. I know you're okay, but you've just recovered, so I hope you watch your health." "Thanks for your concern, Kion. I'll be fine." With that, Kion left. Yukitake turned to Ichigo. "Does he seem nice to you?" "Yeah, he does," Ichigo said, although he actually wasn't really sure. However, he didn't want to pass judgment just yet. He seemed like a nice enough guy, but Ichigo didn't like the way he was calling Rukia by her given name. In fact, if he didn't know better, he would think Kion was getting too close to Rukia. Who's Miyako?" "Oh, she's my third seat, Shiba Miyako. She's Kion's wife. Also a very strong woman." Although his back was facing Yukitake, Ichigo couldn't help but feel slightly sheepish. So Kion had a wife, and she was just one seat lower in rank. That meant that she knew Rukia as well, so there probably wasn't anything to be worried about. But who knows? And what if it was Rukia that actually? "So, shall we make a move?" Yukitake said, pulling Ichigo from his thoughts. Sure," Ichigo said hastily, hoping that the embarrassment he was feeling wasn't showing on his face. What was it to him if Rukia liked someone else? He wasn't, he won't be bothered by it. "I apologize for troubling you, Yukitake Taishu," he repeated again. "I told you, it's okay. She has lots of potential, so I'd like to check on her once in a while." As they were moving through District 2, with Yukitake receiving the occasional stare because of his white captain's Haori, they talked about other mundane things. Actually, it was more of Yukitake asking and Ichigo answering. He never asked anything private though, and Ichigo was thankful for that. All he said was, "I may be a captain, but that doesn't give me the right to prod somebody else's life unless they're willing to share." All of a sudden, Ichigo caught a Ryatsu signature that was all too familiar to him, Rukia. It was, however, still quite a distance away, so it was faint, but he recognized it anywhere. The moment he sensed her signature, he couldn't help but smile. She had definitely improved, her power seemed to have increased by a substantial amount, the benefits of having a lieutenant as a trainer, he supposed. At that point, Ichigo felt a surge of, he didn't know what. All he knew was that he was sorely tempted to just leave Yukitake Taishu behind, pick up the pace and just Shuunpa over to Rukia, but he refrained himself from doing so. First of all, it would be extremely rude to do that to Yukitake Taishu, something he wasn't willing to do, and secondly, he didn't want Rukia to think that he missed her so much and that he was desperate to see her again. It was completely untrue, really. His stiffness must have shown, because Yukitake suddenly said, "Why don't you go on ahead, Kurosaki? Rukia's probably sensed your Ryatsu by now and I'm sure she's dying to see you too." That's okay," Ichigo said hastily. "We're already moving at a pretty even pace." Still, they unknowingly picked up the pace slightly, Yukitake's illness thankfully not kicking up a fuss. As they reached District 3, Ichigo felt Rukia's Ryatsu moving. However, the moment he realized that she was headed directly for them, Ichigo, for reasons known only to himself, completely forgot about Yukitake and upped his pace, shooting off and leaving Yukitake behind. When Ichigo suddenly disappeared, Yukitake blinked, then smiled slightly. Kids these days, he said to himself, for he too felt Rukia's Ryatsu closing in. Deciding to give them a bit of time themselves, he slowed his pace. Just as well though. He was getting a little drained. He was probably still getting back his strength, since he did recover only yesterday. Ichigo ducked into a nearby alley and stood there, facing the exit and waiting. He had a feeling he was forgetting something, but the anticipation of seeing Rukia diminished it. Seconds later, a figure appeared in front of him and they looked at each other. And after 2 years, they finally locked eyes with each other again. In the end, they would have reunited one way or another within the next few years or so, but to the both of them, 2 years was long enough, especially since they had absolutely no contact with each other. But now, all that waiting was worth it. Ichigo stood there and smirked at Rukia, for some reason hoping that his joy wasn't showing on his face. If he did, Rukia would pick it up immediately and who knows what she'd do. Probably tease him for missing her. As for Rukia, a whole mishmash of emotions was flowing through her at the moment. When she first felt Ichigo's Ryatsu, her initial reaction was happiness that she hadn't felt for a long time surged through her, but she willed herself to calm down, just in case she was mistaken. When she finally realized it was really him, she wasted no time in getting up and immediately setting off with Shunpa, nearly forgetting her sword in the progress. As she moved, she felt slight annoyance with Kayandano, since she was certain he knew about Ichigo graduating, then she felt slight annoyance at herself for forgetting that this year's batch of graduates had just graduated, despite reminding herself multiple times. At the same time, she wondered how much he'd changed, and she worried about how he would respond to her, and whether he harbored any grudge about her not visiting him once. But upon finally catching sight of Ichigo's orange hair and locking eyes with him, all that mattered no longer, and she broke into a smile. "Ichigo," she said. Ichigo just looked at her. Then, he too broke into a smile, the most genuine one either of them had for the past few months, and simultaneously, they closed the gap in a heartfelt embrace, all worries and pretenses forgotten. They finally got to meet their first and closest friend, the one they'd both, unknowingly, missed the most, and everything else was secondary. "Hey," Ichigo casually said, bending down slightly to accommodate Rukia's height while she leaned into his chest. "Long time no see." To her, he looked the same as always, except for maybe being slightly leaner, but to him, she didn't seem to have changed. "Hey yourself," she replied. "That took you long enough. I was beginning to wonder if you'll even pass." "Why?" "It was easy, I'm perfectly capable anyway. I just chose to take as much time as I wanted, that's all." Ichigo widened his smirk. "I got bored after 2 years, so here I am." "I'm glad you are. It really was getting boring without you around." "Ah, so you missed me?" Ichigo asked teasingly. "Hardly. I never said I did," she retorted. "It wasn't all fun and games here too, you know. I've also been working on my training." "Yeah, but you look the same, and that spells trouble for my back, which is aching right now, ouch," he exclaimed. Of course, the moment he said that, Rukia retaliated, in the form of stepping on his foot and releasing the embrace. Before he could say anything though, she cut in. "You're ruining the mood, idiot, so quit complaining. If you didn't want the hug you could have just said so." "What mood?" "There's no mood, midget," Ichigo retorted, ignoring the glare sent his way and denying the obvious. "Unless, you really did miss me," he finished off with a smirk. Rukia opened her mouth, probably to deny it, but she eventually seemed to resign. "Alright, fine. I did miss you," she conceded with a glare, her face unknowingly turning red. "I was all alone for 2 years, with none of my friends with me, so what did you expect?" "Okay, I made some other friends, but that's not the point. You had Rinji and Izuru and Momo-chan with you, I was more or less alone for so long. I simply missed talking to you, that's all." Sure you did, Ichigo simply said. So why is your face turning red? Rukia placed a hand on her cheek, a disbelieving look on her face. That look quickly turned to embarrassment and fluster when she felt her cheeks heating up. So. That doesn't mean anything. You just keep telling yourself that, Ichigo said, his smirk getting wider. This was one of the things he missed, the random banter where they both enjoyed trying to one-up the other. It was never like this even with the others, no matter how close they were. You're one to talk, Rukia rebutted. I'm not the one who anxiously took the effort to travel through 3 districts and half of Siriidii just to see my best friend. Tell me, Strawberry, she smirked, as the expressions were reversed, and Ichigo was now the one whose face was becoming slightly red. How was the view along the way? Defiant and determined not to get caught first, Ichigo countered. It was just a convenience. Yukitake Taishu said he was on his way to check on you and all that, so I asked for his permission to come along and he accepted. Wait. Rukia said slowly. What's your impression of Yukitake Taishu? He seems like a very nice guy, Ichigo said, now completely oblivious that Yukitake wasn't there. It's a shame he has tuberculosis though. So you came here with him? Rukia asked. When Ichigo nodded but his expression didn't change, she proceeded to ask, so where is he? And now, finally remembering that he'd forgotten something, and now realizing what exactly it was he'd forgot, his heart suddenly paused. Oh shit. He said to himself. Unfortunately, it was loud enough for Rukia to hear him, so she continued pestering him. Yes. I'm waiting, she said with raised eyebrows. Ichigo grinned at her sheepishly. I kinda ran off without telling him, so he's trailing behind. He trailed off as he watched Rukia warily. Surprisingly, her expression remained dead. So let me get this straight, she said in an expressionless tone, and Ichigo suddenly felt a horrible sense of foreboding at his impending doom. You knew he was sick, and you went off without him. Pretty much, he admitted. He couldn't deny it anymore anyway. She didn't respond for a moment, and just as he foolishly thought he had been given a reprieve, she exploded. You what? She yelled. You idiot. How can you be so disrespectful towards Yukitake Taishu? You're lucky Yukitake Taishu is kind, others aren't that lenient. You better apologize to him later, dumbass, and to drive home her point, she suddenly lashed out at his shin. He cried out and sank to a half-kneeling position, clutching his shin while Rukia stood threateningly over him. It was just then that Yukitake entered the alleyway, and he was slightly taken aback to see this year's top student prodigy cowering under the intense glare of his, for reasons only known to himself, unseated subordinate. At that point, it seemed that they both hadn't noticed him, and Rukia was now glaring intensely at Ichigo and yelling loudly, completely unlike the noble side of her Yukitake had been seeing of late. Seeing as this to him was really quite entertaining, Yukitake decided to stand there until they noticed he was there. Still, it took around a couple of minutes for the two friends to realize that there was someone else there. Eventually, Ichigo began shouting back at her, and it carried on for about half a minute until Rukia happened to glance towards the entrance of the alleyway. Then, they got the shock of their afterlives. Taishu. Rukia blurted out when she saw her superior. Ichigo stopped in mid-yell and turned to look, and the two of them immediately stopped their tirades. Ah, you seem quite energetic today, Rukia, Yukitake greeted her. When all the two young Shinigami did was gape at the captain with red faces, Yukitake continued. And I see you've met up with Kurosaki as well. Just then, Rukia nudged Ichigo hard, making him glare at her. Hurry up, she hissed back. This time, he didn't retort back, instead turning to Yukitake. He bowed and said, I apologize for being rude and running off like that, Yukitake Taishu. Don't worry, Kurosaki. I figured you two might want some time to catch up, so I deliberately slowed down. Although, I didn't expect such an active interaction. Then, it was Rukia who bowed this time, and she said, I apologize for acting this way, Yukitake Taishu. Ah, how many times do I have to tell you, Yukitake said exasperatedly. I'm not Byakuya, there's no need to act this way when you're talking to any of the Division 13 people. Rukia just kept her gaze on Yukitake, pretending not to notice the questioning look Ichigo was giving her upon mention of her brother. Tell you what, why don't you take the rest of the day off? Yukitake asked. Use it to catch up with Kurosaki, you've been working quite hard anyway. You could see Rukia's eyes practically light up, although she tried to hide it. But, if I leave and Kayandano comes back? Don't worry about it. We have to prepare to welcome our new recruits anyway, and I need to look through the applicants also. Well, I'll see you later, Rukia. And it was nice meeting you, Kurosaki, Yukitake said. Wait, Taicho. We're going back to Siriidii too. Let us go with you, Rukia started. Don't be silly, I'll be fine. Don't let me impede your time with Kurosaki, Yukitake said with a smile, as if reassuring her. It's not that far anyway, so don't worry. And without waiting for further protest from either of them, he left. Eventually, the two of them began making their way back to Siriidii. They traveled in silence, which despite their earlier argument, was a comfortable one. Still, for some reason, Ichigo felt guilty for shouting back at Rukia within only a few minutes of reuniting with her. After all, he was at fault, however much he disliked admitting it. Before he could say anything though, Rukia suddenly asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" as if they hadn't fought earlier. Still, before he changed his mind, he said, "Sorry for yelling at you earlier," he said hastily, making it sound like a string of syllabuses rather than a proper sentence. Immediately, he could almost sense her smile. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" "Hey, I'm admitting I'm wrong here, so don't push it, midget, or I'll take back what I said. I guess I was in a hurry to find you and I completely forgot about Yukitake Taishu," he growled. "Ah, so you admit you missed me," she said in an innocent tone. "I never said that," was all Ichigo said, but Rukia just smirked. Despite his denial, it was there for both of them to see, they both missed each other. "Anyway, I've got the rest of the day off, so where do you want to go?" "Let's just hang around Siriidii. But I'll need you to lead, since I don't know my way round." Rukia nodded her approval, and they traveled in silence for a while before she asked, "I've been meaning to ask, how did you meet up with Yukitake Taishu? I thought all the new recruits had to go on a tour around the compound." "Yeah, we did," Ichigo said. "It was led by the 8th Division Fuku Taishu, whose name I forgot." "Ise Nanao Fukuteichu," Rukia supplied helpfully. "And? I was called away to be introduced to the captains. Something about me being the top graduate and all that," Ichigo said, sounding slightly reluctant. "Really? You're the top graduate? That's great!" Rukia exclaimed. "How did you manage that without bribing the examiners? And how come you never told me about it?" "Hey, I'm capable, and I studied hard. Besides, you only just asked. So how were the tests like? Were they tough? Kayandano told me about the final test. Who did you face? Have you already gotten your Zanpakuto? Have you?" Rukia said, firing off a string of rapid questions like a little child, such that Ichigo didn't have time to answer. Since she hadn't taken any of the tests, she was understandably curious about what they were and Ichigo's faring on them. It was only when Ichigo interrupted her that she stopped. Hey. You haven't given me a word in edgewise, how do you expect me to reply? One question at a time, please." Ignoring the exasperated look Ichigo was giving her, Rukia started again. "So what's your Zanpakuto called?" "Zangetsu, and no, I'm not releasing my sword here." "How about you? Have you received your Zanpakuto yet?" "No, not yet, although Kayandano hinted that I might get it soon," she said a little wistfully. "That's great. I look forward to seeing it. So how was your fight in the final duel? Who were you up against?" "I was up against Hisagi-senpai." I managed to win though. But just barely. Ichigo added hastily when seeing the look of surprise on her face. You beat Hisage-senpai? Rukia asked in surprise. What, you didn't think I could do it? It wasn't an actual win anyway, I just happened to land more hits by the end of the designated time, he said, trying to play it down. His Zanpakuto is scary anyway, I won't want to be up against it again. Anyway, can we talk about something else besides the academy? I just came out from there, and I want to do something else besides talking about it, like spending the rest of the day with you, since you have it free, he said without really thinking. But Rukia too didn't pick up on what he said. One last question, she reasoned, and without waiting for Ichigo to reply, she said, which division are you planning on entering? Ichigo started to answer, but stopped. His immediate thought was Division 13, along with Rukia, but he also wanted to grow strong like a captain or better, so was that what he really wanted? To be honest, I still have no clue. Every division seems like a good choice, but how about weighing the pros and cons of each division? Think about what you want to achieve as well, that's what Yukitake Taishu told me before, Rukia offered helpfully. Okay, let me think. Ichigo said, and they both ceased using Shuunpa and switched to walking instead. So what exactly did he want to achieve? That was easy, he wanted to protect others and be strong. And not just average strong, extremely strong. But how was he going to achieve that? Division 1 was out, since Yamamoto Sutechu wanted experienced Shinigami. Division 12 was also out, since they wanted brains instead of brawn. Healing would definitely help a lot, which meant he could try the 4th. However, as Yukitake mentioned, he didn't need to be in Division 4 to learn healing, but they knew more advanced healing Kido. Maybe they did courses for others. On the other hand, there were his combat abilities. He knew he had pretty high Ryatsu despite his inexperience. Many people kept telling him that, and so did Zangetsu. Unfortunately, his lack of experience was a drawback, other less powerful but more experienced people could probably defeat him. He really ought to work on his fighting capabilities, and for that, Division 11 was probably a good idea. But Tsuraki Taishu sounded scary, what's with challenging Ichigo to a duel? He could always try for one of the more melee-based squads according to Yukitake, such as Squad 7 or 9, but that didn't sound all that interesting. Kido was a possibility, such as Aizen Taishu's Squad 5, but at the end of the day, Ichigo preferred close combat. Then, there was that issue with Rukia. He really wanted to be in the same squad as her, although he wanted to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Then again, they did seem pretty well-rounded. However, he didn't want her to think he only joined because of her, and it wasn't like he couldn't see her even while being in a different squad. Unfortunately, he somehow got the feeling that only applied to the higher-ranking Shinigami. Very low-ranking or unranked Shinigami probably didn't get much freedom, although maybe that didn't apply to him since he was probably slated for a seated post anyway. There was also her brother's squad, and Kuchiki Byakuya seemed strong all round. But if he kept visiting Rukia anyway, he would definitely be put under extreme scrutiny. But did that really matter? One question, he said to Rukia. Are we allowed to switch divisions and or train with Shinigami from other divisions? Rukia looked thoughtful. I think so. Miyako-senpai once told me that Kayandano started visiting her while she was still in Division 4. In that case, although I might change, since I still have time, I think I'll pick. Ichigo said slowly, eventually coming to a decision. Division 6. Chapter 18, Catching Up. I'm going to join Division 6, Ichigo said firmly, causing Rukia to pause and turn to him. Nisama's division. But why? Rukia asked in surprise. I thought you would want to join division, then we could train together. That was my original decision. However, you said it yourself, I can still go train with you, provided I'm not held up for whatever reason. Besides, Kuchiki Taishu is your brother. I'm sure you visit his division every once in a while, right? Ichigo reasoned. Strangely enough, Rukia began looking uneasy, and she said, "Yeah, about that, I usually don't dash. Besides, if I want to train and hang with you, I think he'd want to ensure I'm trustworthy," Ichigo carried on. "Not that I really care, but angering him now isn't very smart. Not only that, he's also one of the strongest captains around, so training under him will be good as well, don't you think?" "I know that, Ichigo, and I'm fine with it. It's just that." Rukia shifted uneasily. "I've only visited Division 6 once, and that was on official business." "Huh? Only once? Why?" Ichigo asked. "Because Nisama usually doesn't like people disturbing him at work." Ichigo could tell she was hiding something, but decided to let it slide for the moment. It was their family business after all, he couldn't butt in randomly, unless he found out she was being mistreated or something. "Oh come on, why are we talking about this? I mean, what's the worst that could happen?" Ichigo said, trying to get Rukia's mind off what seemed like a delicate issue. It seemed to work, as Rukia brightened a little. "You know, Kayandano has proven to me that that's one of the worst things you can ever say." "Really? Why?" She brightened up further as she grabbed his arm. "I'll tell you later," she said, and they stepped away. "So how has noble life been?" Ichigo asked in earnest as they wandered the streets of Siriidii. Even though they'd explored the place before, doing it as an actual Shinigami felt so different. "It has its advantages," Rukia said as they walked, her head swiveling round, obviously looking for something. "Money is never a problem, obviously, but I also try not to spend too much, because, Chappie." Her shrill cry caused Ichigo to grimace as she suddenly caught sight of something. "Huh? Wait, Rukia he didn't have time to finish and was caught off guard when a small hand latched onto his arm and pulled him forward, nearly ripping it off, pulling a stunned Shinigami toward something called a comic book store. Eventually, he regained his senses and yanked his arm out of her grasp. "What now?" he grumbled, even as a sense of déjà vu filled him, remembering the last time she pulled him along in an almost identical manner. Sure enough, he found himself staring at the one and only Chappie the Rabbit comic book, the cartoon character that he had, unknowingly, encouraged Rukia to buy and which now seemed to hold a special place in Rukia's heart, much to his long-standing annoyance. He recognized the first edition, the first one that Rukia had ever bought 2 years ago, and he was horrified to see stacks of them, the latest being the 25th issue. How the heck did this thing actually take off? Ichigo asked in surprise, forgetting his initial annoyance. When Rukia didn't answer, he looked round and saw her talking to the store owner. Scowling, he turned away and began exploring the store, at least tactful enough not to disturb his friend. The store was pretty big, at least twice the size of other stores, and it had shelves stacked neatly and filled with comic books and children's toys. As he opened a comic book at random, staying clear from Chappie, he felt, rather than saw, Rukia walk up to him, followed by the store owner. Turning, he raised an eyebrow at the disappointed look on her face. "You're surrounded by the stupid bunny comic books, so what's with that look?" Rukia-sama was hoping that the latest issue of Chappie was already published, the shopkeeper said helpfully. "Unfortunately, it hasn't been released yet, but I do have something that I think would please her." "If you'd please, Rukia-sama," he said with a bow, moving towards a corner of the store that Ichigo hadn't explored yet. Rukia followed, and so did Ichigo. When they turned round a shelf towards the back of the shop, Ichigo's jaw dropped and he froze when he saw what was sitting at the back. It was a bunny, out from its cage without any form of restraint. It was about as tall as his forearm, and it was just sitting there on a shelf on its hind legs. He was about to yell at the shopkeeper for leaving something like this loose when he took a closer look and realized a few things. 1. It was pink. 2. It did not look like an actual bunny. Finally, he recognized it as Chappie. "What the heck?" Ichigo said. "Oh my gosh, what?" Rukia breathed at the same time. "Is that?" They both finished off together, both staring at the bunny with completely different expressions. The shopkeeper smiled, mistaking Ichigo's stunned look as one of happiness. It's called a stuffed toy. It's a toy made of cloth and a material called plush, stuffed with cotton and sewn in the shape of an animal. Apparently, it's all the rage in the living world right now, especially with young children. Eventually, the idea of a stuffed chappie toy came up. I don't know how well received it'll be here in Seoul society, so I wanted to see if it was something Rukia-sama dash. The shopkeeper stopped short when Rukia dashed forward and yanked the stuffed toy off the shelf and hugged it in a bear hug. It's so cute, she squealed, her eyes alit with childish joy as she stared at the smiling chappie in her arms. Although Ichigo wanted to smile at the pure look of joy on Rukia's face, he fixed a scowl on his face as he turned to the shopkeeper. So you wanted to see if Rukia liked it? Dare I ask why? The shopkeeper laughed and said, the stuffed toy was something created only a few days back. While she isn't my only customer, Rukia-sama helped start off the demand for anything chappie related. Her status as a noble attracted the attention of not only residents of Suriidai but other Shinigami as well, especially female Shinigami, and chappie has skyrocketed in popularity. Because of this, I wanted to see if she liked the toy. If she did, I can probably start making more. Ichigo glanced at Rukia again, glad that her noble life seemed to be doing fine. But still. Oi midget, stop standing like an idiot and let's go. And stop squeezing that thing before it explodes or something. No sooner were the words out of his mouth that he found the pink toy move in his face. Should I buy it, Ichigo? She asked eagerly. Although Ichigo wanted to say no, he found it hard to form the words with the way she was looking at him. So, he settled for saying, why are you asking me for? It's not like I'm controlling you. Do what you want. This time, he knew exactly what he was getting into, but he knew that Rukia wasn't going to listen anyway. You know what? I think I'll do just that, Rukia said with finality, and began rummaging through her shihakusho, then paused. Oops. Ichigo sighed. Don't tell me. She grinned sheepishly at him. I think I left my money back at the Division 13 barracks, she said, keeping her gaze on him. Ichigo frowned at the look Rukia was giving him for a moment, before realizing what she was implying. No. No way. I am not paying for you. Come on, Ichigo. It's chappie. Rukia replied, shaking the bunny toy in his face. You know you want to. Ichigo's hand twitched as he glared at the bunny which was grinning evilly at him. He wanted nothing more than to draw Zangetsu and chop the bunny in half. Unfortunately, he didn't want to upset Rukia. No, you know you want to, he said again, jabbing the toy with unrestrained force, resulting in Rukia drawing it back and glaring at him. I'm not paying for that dumb thing. And are you serious? Glaring at the person you're requesting a favor from is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. At that, Rukia seemed to back down, albeit very slightly. I'll pay you back, Rukia suggested. No. You can always come back and buy it, Ichigo folded his arms. I'll treat you to some strawberries, she tried again with a slight smirk. You're not helping your case. No. Tell you what, Rukia-sama, the shopkeeper chimed in. How about you take it first and you can pay me later? I believe you're a woman of your word. But I don't like to owe anyone anything. Rukia protested. She turned back to Ichigo, staring at him hopefully. No, and that's final, Ichigo said firmly. A while later, the two of them were out of the shop and resuming their outing. Rukia seemed chirpier, in fact, chirpier than she usually was, which was probably due to the small pink toy that she had stuck safely in who knows where in her kimono. On the other hand, Ichigo was walking silently beside her, a hardened scowl on his face and his arms crossed. I can't believe you actually bought this for me. Rukia said, pulling out chappie for what seemed like the umpteenth time. Neither can I, Ichigo replied sarcastically. And I didn't buy it for you. I'm simply paying it for you in advance. You're returning me the money the first chance you get. Oh, lighten up, strawberry. I told you I'll pay you back, and I'll keep my word. When have I not? Ichigo gave a slight snort to which Rukia didn't hear. You really want to know? Ichigo said under his breath. Then, returning to his normal voice, he asked, in that case, where are we going? I thought we were going back to the Division 13 barracks to get your money. Weren't you listening? We're going for dinner first. There's this pretty nice place that I want you to try. I've been there a few times and the food is quite nice, Rukia said. That resulted in Ichigo looking at her funny. You're kidding, right? How do you expect me to pay, he said. I'm just a newly graduated Shinigami. I've only gotten a trainee's pay for the past few years, which isn't a lot even though I've saved quite a bit. I'm not going to blow it all on a meal, when I don't even know if it's enough, which will probably be expensive given that it's one you frequent. Of course I don't expect you to pay. And I've already told you that it's pretty cheap. Ordinary Shinigami go there too. So dare I ask how you're going to pay, because I can't think how. I told you, I have my means, Rukia repeated again. Somehow, Ichigo doubted that, but he decided to just go with it. When they reached their destination, they were just in time to see the eatery's owner kick 2 Shinigami out of her store. And stay out, she yelled at them. A perturbed Ichigo was wondering why she did that until the 2 Shinigami staggered to their feet and lurched away as if nothing had happened. At the same time, he also caught the whiff of alcohol coming from them. Are they drunk already? It's only in the evening, Ichigo said in bewilderment. It's not really uncommon, Rukia replied. Chances are they're from the 11th division. Zaraki Taishu never really did care who he took in, they only need to be interested in fighting and or drinking. But don't the captains need to DSPLN their squads? Ichigo asked. Curiously. You must understand, Ichigo, that there are over 1,000 Shinigami in each division, though the number varies. As such, it is near impossible for every Taicho to monitor every one of them, even with their seated officers' help. As such, they don't really bother with simple things like Shinigami getting drunk so long as they're able to do their job well. Of course, if they commit a crime, that's a different story. As they neared the eatery, the store owner fixated her glare on them, making Ichigo falter. However, the owner's face changed the moment she saw Rukia and she bowed. Ah, Rukia-sama, it's good to see you again. It's good to see you again, Barisawo Basin, Rukia replied with a bow in return. Did they give you any trouble, she asked, indicating the 2 drunk Shinigami. Nothing I can't handle, Arisawa said. I let them drink if they want to, but once I hear anything vulgar or violent, out they go. Who's this? She asked, looking at Ichigo. Oh, this is my friend, Kurosaki Ichigo. He just graduated today so I'm showing him around, Rukia replied with a glance at Ichigo. Nice to meet you, Barisawo Basin, Ichigo greeted with a bow as well. She smiled as she turned back to Rukia. Where's Shibafukatechu and Miyako-san? She inquired. Oh no, it's just the 2 of us, Rukia replied. I sometimes come here with Kayandano and Miyako-senpai, she then clarified to Ichigo. As they were guided towards their table, Ichigo commented, well, they seem nice enough to you. Both store owners seem to know you well enough. That's because I frequent these 2 places, Rukia replied. They spent a few minutes determining their food, and once they were done, Ichigo blinked when Rukia suddenly took out a book. What's that? He asked, noting its brightly colored front page. It's a sketchbook. Rukia replied enthusiastically. For? Ichigo asked again. For eating. You idiot, what do you think a sketchbook is for? It's for my drawings. I like to draw, I have been doing so for about a year now. Ichigo's interest was piqued. Really? What do you like to draw? He asked. Almost immediately, he noticed the cheerful look on Rukia's face and groaned. No, don't tell me. Of course not, I draw pictures of everyone, including you, Renji, Yukitake Taishu and so on, Rukia said. Do you want to see? I think I'm getting pretty good at it. Ichigo dearly wanted to say no, but it was Rukia, so what the heck. Sure, I guess. I just hope my eyes don't burn from their hideousness. You'll be surprised, Rukia dismissed it in a confident tone as she flipped to a certain page, probably looking for a certain picture to show. Here, she said, handing it to him. Ichigo took it and stared at the front cover. He stared at it for a few seconds, completely dumbfounded. Rukia didn't seem to notice as she asked confidently, so, it's nice, isn't it? His eye twitched in response. Rukia, who is this supposed to be? He asked slowly. Can't you tell? It's you and me, she replied. Ichigo glanced at her depiction of him again. As a matter of fact, he couldn't. What Rukia claimed to be him was in actual fact a bunny that looked suspiciously like Chappie. It had a weird-looking smile on its face, and on closer look, Ichigo realized that it actually was supposed to be him. The bunny had spiky orange hair and it was wearing what appeared to be a shihakusho, although it didn't have the red strap Ichigo used to secure zangetsu. Right next to a bunny-looking him was a drawing of another bunny, which looked exactly the same as the bunny him did, except it had Rukia's hairstyle. Isn't it nice? Rukia asked again eagerly. Ichigo really didn't know what to say, so he first asked, then why did you draw us as bunnies? That's because they're cute. Rukia replied in earnest. Ichigo really wanted to sigh. So let me get this straight. You drew us as bunnies just because it would look cute, even though it makes us all look pretty much the same beyond the extra accessories. Pretty much, yeah. So do you like it? Rukia asked once again. Deciding that he had to knock her off her high horse, he folded his arms and said, well, to put it bluntly, it SCKS. Rukia's smile faltered. Huh? You heard me, Ichigo smirked. It SCKS. So to answer your question, yes, I would like it if I liked lousy drawings dash. As he spoke, he fully expected backlash from her. What he did not expect was for a black marker to appear in her hand, and he certainly did not expect her to pop open the cap, reach over and draw 2 lines just above his mouth in 2 separate directions on his face, so by the time he'd realized what was happening, she had already sat back down and replaced the cap, but not before snatching the book from his hands. He sat there stunned for a few seconds, then, what the hell, Rukia? You can't just draw on other people's face. She didn't appear to be listening though, as she rifled through her sketchbook again. Soon, she came across the page she was looking for and she stuck it in Ichigo's face again. And here's a picture of the 5 of us, including Rinji, Kirakuen and Hinamori-chan. She gave no inkling that she'd even heard him criticizing him or that she'd just drawn on his face, except for the slight smirk on her face. Ichigo willed himself to look at it again, but failed miserably. Sure enough, he saw, once again, 5 bunnies, each looking the same apart from their hairstyles, the only way to distinguish which bunny represented which person, and slightly different facial expression. Before he could retort, however, their food came, providing them with a distraction, and Ichigo decided to let it slide. For now. After a while, Ichigo said, they all seem to treat you quite well, he commented, referring to the way both shopkeepers addressed and treated her. They treat me nicely, but not like a noble, although they still insist on calling me Rukia-sama, she replied. What's wrong with being treated as a noble? Ichigo asked innocently. He was surprised to see the expression on Rukia's face fall. Rukia, wadash. It's nothing. Nothing, really, she replied hastily. I just don't like being treated as a noble, that's all. Why not? Ichigo asked again as she looked away. It's not all fun and games, you know, being a noble, especially when I'm not born as one. Ichigo simply raised an eyebrow at her, waiting for her to elaborate. Rukia gave a big sigh before continuing. Nobles are commonplace in Seoul society, that much you know, she said in a very reluctant manner. Izuru is one too, although his is a lesser noble family, Ichigo replied. Yeah well, noble families mostly intermarry amongst other noble families as well, so almost all nobles are born as one. But you aren't, Ichigo said, not liking the sound of where this was going. Don't tell me they kicked you out. No. They didn't. Nisama surely wouldn't let them, she said hastily, although it sounded like she didn't really believe it herself. What? He wouldn't let them? So they've tried kicking you out before? Ichigo said in a slightly raised voice, jumping to conclusions. Those stuck-up BSTRDS, he thought angrily. No, no. That's not what I meant, Rukia said quickly. It's just that. Her face dropped. You know what, it's nothing important, really, she said, before continuing to eat. Rukia. Ichigo said with part concern, part frustration. Keeping it to yourself is stupid. Besides, I'm your friend. I won't force you, but you can tell me, you know, I won't go around announcing it. She seemed to ponder that for a moment before relenting. You're right. It's just that, for me, being a noble hasn't exactly been that fun, even with its perks. Many nobles, especially the older ones, were and still are against me being adopted into the Kachiki clan. They've been going on about purity or some rubbish like that, and they treat me with contempt and hostility. So I was right. They are stuck-up BSTRDS, Ichigo replied, reiterating his thoughts. Rukia gave a short laugh before continuing. It's just as bad with the younger ones. There are a few exceptions, thankfully, but overall, they treat me like I'm nothing. But what about Byakuya? Didn't you say he's the clan head? What has he got to say? Ichigo asked. When she poked him with her chopsticks, he yelped and said in protest. Hey! What was that for? Ichigo. Show Nisama some respect. You're going to be in his division soon. Rukia protested, the mood lifting slightly, although she still looked slightly uneasy. He rolled his eyes in response. Fine. Kuchiki Taishu. Happy, he said with exaggeration. Still, he managed to catch the troubled look on Rukia's face when he mentioned her brother. He wanted to continue pressing, but he thought better of it. Although he wanted to know what was troubling her, he didn't want to force her. So he continued by saying, Look, Rukia, forget I asked. This is your family issue, and you don't have to tell me. Rukia responded with a light smile. Thanks, Ichigo. I'll tell you eventually, just, not now. But you do know I can ask Kuchiki Taishu, right? Ichigo replied back with a smirk. Then I wish you luck, Rukia just said dryly. A while later, the two of them found themselves heading back towards the Division 13 barracks, since Rukia had to retrieve her stuff before she went back to the Kachiki manor. You know, I just realized, I never did ask you how your training is going along, Ichigo spoke up as they walked side by side. I also never did ask you which seat you are in. While they could have easily shortened the time tenfold just by using Shuinpa, neither of them wanted to suggest it. Oh, I currently still unseated, Rukia replied casually. When Ichigo turned to look at her in surprise, she waved him off in slight irritation. Don't give me that look. My training may be going well, but it's still incomplete. I haven't even gotten my Zanpakuto yet. How do you expect me to be a seated member if I don't even have it? So. Even without your Zanpakuto, I bet you're still more powerful than some of the seated officers. Besides, you have a vice-captain training you. A vice-captain? Surely you'd have made some progress, Ichigo reasoned. Again, she waved him off. Don't worry about me. I'll probably get a position or something once I'm finished with my training. Besides, who cares about a seated position? I'm more interested in getting my Zanpakuto. This time, since it was dark, Ichigo missed the look of doubt that passed her face. In fact, Rukia too was wondering if she would ever get a seated position. When she first entered Division 13, she didn't think it would have been very polite to straight off ask about a seated position, so she decided to leave it to Yukatake Taishu to determine if she was worthy enough for a seated position. But now, after 2 years of what Kayandano claimed was more intensive training as compared to the academy, she was beginning to wonder why Yukitake Taishu still hadn't approached her with any offer whatsoever, especially when she once overheard Kayandano mentioning something about her being at around 10th seat level. She supposed he had his reasons, but still. So how's your training anyway? Ichigo asked again. Oh, it's going fine, Rukia replied, and she proceeded to describe her training. Most of the time, it was Kayan who trained her personally. If Yukitake Taishu was well, he would come along and supervise. Kayan's wife, Miyako, was the one who oversaw the training of the rest of the Division 13 soldiers, since she was the third seat, although she occasionally swapped with Kayan if necessary. Kayan concentrated mostly on her physical combat, which according to him, was good, but still needed work. Her Kido skills were fairly good for her level, so Kido training was left to Miyako whenever she took over her training. Not only that, since she used to be from the 4th Division, Miyako also taught her some basic healing Kido. Wow, that sounds useful. Could you teach me? Ichigo commented. I actually considered Division 4 as well, because I think healing Kido will be very useful, but decided against it eventually. Well, that depends, Rukia smirked. What can you teach me in return? That question stopped Ichigo straight in his tracks. Nothing, right? So nope. I'm not going to teach you, she carried on cheerily. What? What kind of logic is that? You expect something back. Haven't you heard of giving without receiving? Ichigo protested indignantly. Of course. This just isn't one of those times, Rukia maintained with a smirk. Ichigo shook his head dramatically. Well, then I suppose it'll be your fault if I get injured by a hollow and bleed out simply because someone refused to teach me healing Kido to save my life, he retorted. Instead of rebutting, Ichigo's words jolted something in Rukia's memory. Oh, she said in sudden excitement. I just remembered something. I've been on a real mission to the living world. That caught Ichigo's attention. Really? He asked in surprise. Who did you go with? How was it? What did you do? I went with one of the 4th seats, Kotetsu Kaion, since I'm still pretty inexperienced. We were sent to the human world to track down a hollow that had eluded Shinigami capture for a month. Rukia then proceeded to carry on describing her journey into the living world in detail, including how they tracked down the hollow and how they both worked together to finish it off. Of course, she's perfectly capable of finishing it herself, but her main objective was to help me gain experience, she pointed out. With such an interesting retelling, such as this, you could expect it to end on a high note, that is, according to Rukia. Oh, one more thing, you'll never guess what Kaion and I saw in the living world, Rukia said as she ended her retelling of her mission. Dread filled Ichigo. No. Don't tell me. He said in exasperation. That's right, chappie. The idea originated from the living world, and I found shops in there that sells chappie stuff, she said with glee. Ichigo just shook his head. He still had a hard time grasping how the mere mention or sight of that accursed rabbit was enough to make her go crazy. But before he could retort, a voice suddenly spoke up. So, did you two have fun? The two of them jumped and looked round, only to find Kayan leaning against a post with his arms folded, a smirk on his face. Kayandano. Rukia stuttered. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be back at the division office? I thought Yukitake Taishu needed your help. Kayan blinked at her. Huh? You idiot. This is the Division 13 barracks. Don't tell me you two were so caught up that you don't even know where you are. Frowning, both Ichigo and Rukia looked at their surroundings, and a blush crept onto both their faces. The post Kayan was leaning on was in fact one of the posts of the division's office building. The two of them had been so engrossed with talking that they hadn't been aware of their surroundings and didn't know they'd already reached their destination. So how did your date go? Kayan asked again with an even bigger smirk. However, whatever reaction he was expecting from Ichigo was clearly the wrong one, as his smug look changed to one of surprise when Ichigo frowned at him. A date? What's that? Ichigo asked in confusion. You mean you haven't heard of a date? Kaien asked in surprise. No. You mean I should? Ichigo asked again as he looked at Rukia for clarification, thinking it was some Shinigami term he hadn't heard of, but she looked just as confused. Isn't that some sort of fruit? Oh man, Kaien laughed. Rukia, I can't believe you don't know. I foresee having tons of fun with the both of you. So what's a date? Ichigo asked again, but Kaien just shook his head. Not telling. Kaien grinned. I can give you a hint though. You can find the answer in the living world. At that point in time, Yukitake emerged from somewhere behind Kaien. Ah, Kurosaki, Rukia, you guys are back. Did you have fun? Rukia responded with a bow. Thank you for allowing me to take the day off, Yukitake Taishu. Ah, don't worry about it. You're already working hard enough as it is, Yukitake said before turning to Ichigo. So, Kurosaki, have you decided which squad you want to join? Yes, Taicho, thank you for being so accommodating today. I've decided to join the 6th Division, Ichigo replied firmly. Good choice, Yukitake nodded his approval. I think you'll be a good addition to Byakuya's squad. But you can come over if you like at any time. Don't forget to send in your application by tomorrow. I won't, sir, Ichigo said with a bow. Then, he turned to Rukia. Would you be okay if I left? Rukia just looked at him strangely. Of course I'll be fine. What kind of question is that? She asked. Well, in that case, I'll be going. Thank you again, Yukitake Taishu, Shibafuku Taicho. He wanted to give Rukia a hug before he left, but he wasn't really willing to do that in front of her superiors, so he resorted to giving her a wave before flash stepping away, not knowing what to expect from his choice of division. Chapter 19, Division Life. 1 week later. The next week or so was devoted to purely administrative stuff. Ichigo's application, along with every other Shinigami graduate, was sent to the respective divisions they applied for. Within the next few days or two after that, they were given either acceptance letters or rejection letters that had an alternate division assigned instead. Once the matter of divisions was sorted, they were sent to their allocated divisions, and from then on, they were under the jurisdiction of their division's captain. As expected, Ichigo was accepted into Division 6 without any hassle, although he was surprised about that. Given the look that Byakuya gave him when he met with the captains, Ichigo had the impression that he didn't like him. Not only that, he was slightly bemused when his acceptance letter into the division was accompanied with the official Shinigami rulebook, along with additional instructions to read them. As such, he didn't know whether to scratch his head or laugh. While he knew there were rules, Ichigo didn't know that there was actually a rule book included as well. If he didn't know better, Byakuya, no, Kuchiki Taishu wanted them to memorize the rule book and not just read it. One important rule: address your superiors properly. But come to think of it, that was probably the case, since Division 6 was said to be the most rigid about rules, a virtue of their captain. Still, how hard could it be? Strangely enough, while most of the rooms were 5-men bunks, some had homes outside of the division. Ichigo was assigned a 1-man bunk that was about half the size of the former one for his own use, a privilege it seemed only higher-level officers had. Beyond that, they had nothing much to do, since they were only supposed to start duties after Kuchiki Byakuya had spoken to them, as there was no vice-captain. However, he was for some reason only able to speak with them a few days after they came in. Since Ichigo had practically nothing to do since then, aside from being introduced to the ways of the squad, he spent his time getting to know some of his Division 6 comrades. And when he wasn't doing any of the above, which left him a considerable amount of time, he visited Division 13 to spend time with Rukia and watch her train. It didn't take long for Ichigo to realize that Rukia too had progressed rapidly. He reasoned that it was probably due not only to her skill but the different styles of training. In the academy, the instructors would teach the students different fighting techniques, and then they would spar amongst themselves while their instructor went round and corrected them. Once, their instructor told Ichigo that it was his insight of mixing hand-to-hand combat and his earlier martial training into his fighting that allowed him to surge past others. While such a move was expected of them, it wasn't explicitly told to them as they wanted to see who was flexible enough to do so. As for Rukia, she trained under a vice-captain, so her training was obviously different. Kaien's method of teaching her was to spar with her and correct her on the go. When Ichigo asked Kaien why he trained her as such, his reply was that it was simply more effective. By forcing you to concentrate on your technique during a fight, it helps you increase your concentration as well, Kaien told Ichigo one day as he and Rukia sat next to Ichigo on the grass and took a break from training. It's tough at first, yes, since your focus is split, but as time goes by, you'll get more efficient. It also helps train you not to get distracted. Rukia here, he gestured at Rukia, who was sitting on Ichigo's other side, was extremely prone to spacing out in her first few months of training. Back then, even a butterfly would distract her and leave her wide open. Really? Ichigo said with a glance at Rukia, who was looking slightly embarrassed. What was she thinking about? Well, only one thing most of the time, Kaien said as he suddenly cracked a huge grin. His eyes shifted for a moment towards Rukia, as if she was trying to tell him something, but when Ichigo turned round, she wasn't doing anything. Which was nothing, actually. She just goes blank, Kaien finished. Ichigo thought he heard a sigh of relief from Rukia. Do you think I can train with Rukia once in a while? Ichigo asked next. Kaien didn't seem to need long to ponder that. Sure, why not? You could always spar with her. I want to gauge her progress as well. How does that sound? Ichigo asked Rukia. A terrible choice if you ask me, Rukia said with a smirk. I'll probably kill you first. If you could touch me, Ichigo shot back. I'm sure there'll be touching soon enough, Kaien commented, resulting in Ichigo and Rukia turning to look at him. Huh? Ichigo said in confusion. Rukia looked equally blank. Never mind, Kaien said, shaking his head. It'll be good practice anyway, for the both of you. I could even train you sometimes if you like, Ichigo, although that is usually your captain's responsibility. That'll be great. Thank you, Shibafuku Taicho, Ichigo said, but Kaien was already waving his hand dismissively halfway through the sentence. Ah, don't call me that, it sounds real weird. Just call me Kaien, I'm not really one for honorifics. But if you want, you could always call me Shiba Taishu, since Yukitake Taishu usually requires me to run the division, he finished off with a grin. Ichigo had nothing else to say. They lapsed into a comfortable silence for a moment before Kaien said, so anyway, tell me more about yourself, Ichigo. Seeing as I'll probably be seeing you around frequently, I might as well ask now, I don't really enjoy waiting. Ichigo hesitated for a moment, leaning back and looking at the sky. He found that the people in Division 13 he'd interacted with so far, namely Shiba Kaien and Yukitake Taishu, were very warm and approachable, and he was beginning to understand why Rukia was enjoying her time here. Just before he submitted his application into the 6th Division, he had second thoughts about not joining Division 13, but he ultimately decided to stick with his decision. Then again, he still found it quite weird to look at Kaien, since he was literally staring at his doppelganger. Where do I start? Kaien pretended to ponder over this question. That's a very good question. There isn't much I don't know about you, considering how Rukia has talked a lot about you. Ichigo glanced at Rukia again, who was glaring silently back, her face red, as if saying, tease me about it, I dare you. He responded by smirking at her before turning back to Kaien and saying, then maybe you should ask her, ignoring the sharp jab she administered to his back, unable to keep the smirk from his face. No, but seriously, I met Rukia about a week after entering Soul Society, so ever since then, we've both been together, except these past 2 years, so there's probably nothing she doesn't know about me. So what did she tell you? Everything. Of course I didn't tell Kaendano everything, Rukia suddenly interjected. But you told him enough. Rukia didn't have a proper answer for that, but in truth, Ichigo didn't really mind, seeing as it really did no harm. The topic eventually moved to Kaien, and Ichigo learned about how he belonged to one of the great noble houses, as well as his time in the academy. Ichigo expressed his surprise about Kaien being a noble due to his laid-back and friendly attitude, especially after experiencing Kuchiki Byakuya's cold attitude. Both my Nei-san and I honestly believe that treating others with kindness and respect is the best way to go about. Unfortunately, we're the minority. Most nobles usually have a holier-than-thou attitude, and Kuchiki Taishu is one of them. Don't get me wrong, he's a very good captain and he takes care of his men. He also respects others if they are worthy of it. There's nothing wrong with that though, and I'm not trying to turn you against him. Everyone in the 6th division respect him a lot. While he may seem cold, he recognizes talent, so I think you'll do fine in the 6th. Ichigo didn't really comment much about that, but one thing he did note, once Kaien declared that break was over, was that Rukia never once commented about her brother and wanted to ask her why. But as soon as Kaien called him over to work with Rukia on Kido, he promptly forgot about it. Welcome to the 6th division, Kuchiki Byakuya said to the 50 over new recruits as they gathered in the courtyard in front of the division office to listen to him. He spoke in a voice that wasn't really welcoming though. Still, no one said anything. They were all looking at him expectantly, including the owner of an orange head of hair, extremely obvious in the sea of black and dark brown. My requirement from all of you is very simple. Not only must you uphold the law, you must adhere to it above all else. The 6th division has a proud history of having the fewest transgressions or rule breakers for almost a century, and while I expect every one of you to keep it up, do not let it be your only reason for following the rules. Without it, we would be nothing more than barbarians doing whatever we want, and the peace we've worked so hard for will come to naught. Any questions so far? Although his stoic face betrayed no emotion, something Kaien told Ichigo to expect, the atmosphere's temperature seemed to drop ever so slightly when he mentioned barbarians. As such, Ichigo decided to keep mum for the moment, although he already had a few questions. Good, Byakuya continued. Not only that, I expect the best out of every one of you when it comes to division matters. Devote yourselves to the division, and devote yourselves to getting stronger. There is a time for play, and there is a time for work. I do not wish to see anyone slacking off, especially during training. I don't expect overnight results, but neither do I expect stagnation. Is that clear? Yes, Taicho, came the chorus of replies. Byakuya nodded slightly. Now then. He went on to brief them on the rules of the division after covering his basic expectations for them, which included things such as a midnight curfew for anyone not on a mission, high-level seated officers didn't count either, properly addressing superiors, the Shinigami Code of Conduct, not randomly releasing your Zanpakuto for no reason, and basically the more essential points in the rulebook. And one more thing, interactions with the other divisions is perfectly fine, unless those interactions are deemed inappropriate. I especially do not want to hear about any of my men taking advantage of women or treating them disrespectfully. Are we clear? Ichigo almost breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. While restricting him wouldn't have stopped him, it made things a lot easier since he didn't have to hide. Also, it would give him an excuse if Byakuya ever tried to stop him from seeing Rukia for whatever reason. He was her brother after all. Surely he would want to protect her. He was also appreciative that Byakuya had added that last part. He didn't like the way some of his academy comrades talked about women sometimes. After that, Byakuya moved on to brief them about their separate duties, which included things like patrols, missions and regimental duties. For patrols, they would either go solo or in a pair or group depending on the difficulty and danger level of the task. The same thing applied for the missions, which primarily involved getting rid of particularly troublesome or powerful hollows. Regimental duties included things like guard duty or night patrol, which was sometimes dished out as punishment. I can assure you it's not as easy as it sounds, Byakuya said dryly. No one knew if he was cracking a joke or really meant it. Finally, He went on about special division-related duties such as cleaning and taking care of division equipment before he eventually said, "That should cover about everything." Any questions? Some no's were mumbled, but Byakuya seemed satisfied with that, so he said, "You may approach me for clarification if you have any doubts. If not, you are dismissed. Except for you, Kurosaki. Please meet me in my office." Ichigo was in the process of turning away when he heard his name being called. He froze in surprise and slowly turned to see Byakuya looking right at him. Once the captain saw Ichigo looking at him, he immediately turned round and headed for his office without another word. Deciding that disobeying right now would rank as one of the stupidest things to do, Ichigo hastily followed. The office door was closed by the time Ichigo reached it. He stretched out a hand to open the door, but stopped. Would it be rude of him to just push open the door? Given who his captain was, yes. Definitely. It would be disrespectful of Ichigo to just barge in, even though Kuchiki Taishu had already asked him into the office. While Ichigo believed that others should be treated with respect, especially his superiors, that to him only applied if they were worthy of respect. Right now, he was still uncertain about Kuchiki Byakuya. He certainly seemed worthy of respect, and the division seemed to be doing well with him in command, but his attitude was really quite cold. Eventually deciding to play it safe first, Ichigo stood by the door and announced, "This is Kurosaki Ichigo, requesting permission to enter, Kuchiki Taishu." "Enter," a muffled voice said. Ichigo opened the door and stepped in. Kuchiki Byakuya was sitting by his desk in his office that was, no other words for it, spick and span. It wasn't heavily decorated, but what little there was helped brighten up the room, including a few calligraphy words and paintings hung around the office. There was another empty desk on the adjacent wall right across from Ichigo, which he assumed was the vacant vice-captain's desk. Ichigo looked round for a few seconds before remembering why he was there, and he hastily entered, shutting the door behind him, all the while aware of the eyes that seemed to be scrutinizing his every move. Sure enough, when Ichigo turned round, he saw Byakuya watching him keenly, and while he would have loved to stare right back, Ichigo had a suspicion that he was being tested, so he averted his gaze long enough to move towards the mat on the opposite side of the desk before looking back at Byakuya and saying, "You wanted to see me, Taicho." "Indeed," Byakuya said, opening a file on his desk. "I've just looked through your transcript, and it seems pretty good. Advanced class, full marks in the written tests, and top in terms of combat." Ichigo didn't reply as Byakuya flipped another page. "What is your purpose for choosing the 6th, Kurosaki?" he asked. That was an easy question. "I wish for a peaceful yet challenging division to be in. Division 6 is known for its high morale and camaraderie and the drive it has." It was just subtle complimenting, genuine as far as Ichigo was concerned and not overly SCK up. Somehow Kuchiki Byakuya didn't seem like the type who would accept bootlickers. "Good. So what is your purpose?" Byakuya said, his gray eyes staring right into Ichigo's amber ones. Ichigo didn't look away. "To improve the lives of others by providing peace and protection to them." Outwardly, Ichigo remained impassive, but inwardly, he was cringing. It sounded like some pledge he was supposed to take. Sure, it was true, most of it, but it just sounded weird. It was starting to sound like an interview instead. Byakuya gave a slight nod. "So how do you want to go about doing it?" he asked. Picking up his brush and writing in the file in front of him which appeared to be Ichigo's. "By becoming strong, Taicho," Ichigo replied firmly. "I see," Byakuya replied, not looking up from the file. "So tell me, Kurosaki. How far do you think you'll reach realistically?" he said, subtly stressing the last word. "I want to hold a captain's position, Taicho, and I believe I can do it." "Then you have to start working, don't you?" Ichigo didn't reply. "Indeed, you certainly have the potential." He looked the same, but Ichigo detected a slight shift in Byakuya's tone when he said that, almost with animosity, although he couldn't fathom why. Byakuya paused for a moment before saying, "Do you know your living family, Kurosaki?" A little surprised by the extremely sudden change in topic, Ichigo took a couple of seconds to answer. I only have trace memories of my Oka-san, nothing more. May I ask why, Taicho? No matter, Byakuya said casually, but Ichigo noticed that the slight animosity in his tone was gone. In that case, I will be handing the position of third seat over to you, because not only are you required to get stronger, you have to learn. His mouth was moving, but Ichigo didn't hear any words coming from Kuchiki Taishu. His brain went into mild shock due to two reasons, the sudden topic change and the moment he heard the words, third seat. Hence, he nearly didn't hear Byakuya saying, do you have a problem with what I'm saying, Kurosaki? I apologize, Taicho, but I don't believe I'm ready to take on such a high post that quickly. You wish to get strong, don't you? Byakuya interrupted. Yes, Taicho, Ichigo replied. Then you should not have a problem with this post. You will start tomorrow. I hope you are different from what I expect. If you need anything special, you may approach me. You're dismissed. Ichigo frowned and waited for Byakuya to elaborate what he meant by his expectations, but Byakuya merely raised an eyebrow. Seeing as he was unlikely to get a response, Ichigo got up and bowed. Thank you for your faith in me, Taicho. As he turned round to exit, Byakuya suddenly said, Hold on, Kurosaki. You're Rukia's closest friend, am I right? Ichigo tensed up slightly as he looked at his captain. Yes, Taicho. I am, he said, not knowing what Byakuya was going to say. What he did not expect was for Byakuya to say, I shall take note of that. You may leave, in a tone of finality. Slightly disturbed by those cryptic words, Ichigo exited with a whole conflicting load of emotions running through him. Once again faced with nothing to do, quite expected, really, being dead and all that, and having years at a time, Ichigo decided to get some training down at the division's training grounds. He would have gone to the 13th division, but he didn't want Rukia to think he was too clingy to her. That would lead to some awkward silences. The training ground was huge. It consisted of a hall for both armed and unarmed combat training as well as a large open compound, presumably for Kido and Zanpakuto training as well, seeing as some Zanpakuto had larger areas of effect than what Zangetsu had now. Right now, the compound was empty, although Ichigo could hear the faint sounds of swords clashing in the training hall. Reaching behind him, Ichigo drew his sword, inspecting it closely. During his first spar with Kaien yesterday, both he and Rukia commented on the broadness of his sealed Zanpakuto from normal ones, to which Ichigo replied by saying, hey, at least it's only about half times broader than the normal sword. Imagine if it was twice as broad or more, that would be slightly difficult to wield. He held it out in front of him, the blade facing down, about to call forth Zangetsu, but stopped. While his mind was ready to train, the same couldn't be said for the rest of him, as he was still extremely distracted by everything that had just happened. In fact, he couldn't believe it. Third seat. Ichigo thought to himself. Third seat. I can't wait to tell Rukia. In fact, I'm shocked that Kuchiki Taishu thinks that highly of me. I thought he would be all hostile about me being her friend or something. Eventually, Ichigo decided to practice more on his focus, so he found a secluded corner on the compound that was being shaded by a tree and sat down, his sword on his lap. It wasn't a necessity to enter his inner world if all he wanted to do was have a chat, but it was a requirement if he wanted to train with Zangetsu. As he began to calm himself down so as to enter his inner world, he vaguely wondered if it was possible for Zangetsu to actually come out of his inner world. Yes, I can, a calm voice suddenly spoke. Ichigo opened his eyes and once again found himself in his familiar inner world. Right now, he was standing in a huge open space, with village buildings surrounding it. Lately, ever since he started training with Zangetsu, his Zanpakuto created an open space for them to fight. While he still conversed regularly with Zangetsu, this was the first time he'd entered his inner world ever since graduation, and he immediately noticed that the old cloudy sky was no longer there, the sky was now bright, sunny, and there was even a light cooling breeze. Makes for a nice change, doesn't it? Zangetsu commented when he saw that Ichigo had taken note of the weather. Sorry, what did you say? Ichigo asked Zangetsu. You were wondering about whether I can materialize outside your mind. The answer is yes. Sweet, Ichigo said. So how do I do it? You're not ready for that yet. That's reserved for a later part of your training. Really? What part of my training? I'll tell you when you're ready. Learning it now is of little use, since you need to be of a higher skill level first. For instance, you still have yet to figure out the name of the first attack you've learnt. You may be able to use it at will now, but it's still underpowered. Not only that, there are still other attacks to learn as well. Figure it out myself? Didn't you say you would tell me? Ichigo asked in confusion. What am I supposed to do, make something up? A thin smile curled on Zangetsu's face. Of course not, though that would certainly be entertaining. He stretched out his hands, and his unsealed form appeared. You have to learn it from me, that is, if you can. Ichigo smirked and drew an identical sword. Bring it on, Asen. A month later. It took Ichigo all of a couple of days to settle into his role as third seat of division, although he was only 2 positions behind the captain. His role was fairly limited, but it was a start though. He didn't have the authority to approve paperwork, only a captain or lieutenant did, but he helped oversee the running and training of the division, with help from his captain. Sure enough, Division 6 was as united as it was rumored to be. Everyone seemed friendly and got along well together. Although Ichigo didn't really mix much, most of the division accepted his high ranking without much fuss or complaint, despite his newbie status. This was partly because Ichigo acknowledged that he was still fresh and respected his comrades' suggestions. As such, they respected him back. It wasn't the same as a lieutenant, but it was a start, and it had its benefits as well. He had moderate contact with personnel from other divisions, which was the reason why he was where he was right now, inside the 4th Division headquarters, walking through the medical hall to the training rooms, Shinigami bustling past him. Beside him was the 4th Division's 3rd seat, Ayamura Yasachika, whose name Ichigo had trouble remembering. Usually, there was no need for a guide, but this was Ichigo's first time at the 4th Division, and it was twice as large as other divisions as it also housed the medical center catered to the entire Soul Society. As such, Ichigo did not want to get lost. Ayamura did volunteer to come after all. So what was he doing at the 4th Division anyway? As per his original intention of learning healing Kido, he went to Kachiki Byakuya to see if he could learn it from someone from the 4th Division. Although Rukia said she wanted to teach him, she admitted her knowledge of it was still limited and a little ineffective, hence he was better off learning from the more trained people. Actually, Ichigo was expecting Byakuya to refuse his request, hence he was understandably surprised when it was actually accepted. But then again, in retrospect, Ichigo realized he should have expected it despite being the 3rd seat for only a month already. Although Kuchiki Byakuya didn't look or sound like it, he was devoted when it came to work, so he was surprisingly approachable once you got used to the whole cold noble thing. Still, the whole emotionally detached thing occasionally got on Ichigo's nerves at times, since Byakuya never seemed to show any emotion at all, such that he wondered if it was possible that his captain was suffering from mild autism. It also made Ichigo wonder about how he reacted in his personal life, although he didn't think it was prudent to ask either him or Rukia about it. So why do you want to learn healing Kido, Kurosaki-sama? It's not every day someone neither a captain nor a vice-captain requests to learn healing Kido, especially if they're not from the 4th Division. 3rd seat Ayamura was, according to Kaien, very vain, and Ichigo could easily see why. He had blonde hair that was styled to give a windswept look, which he constantly kept touching, and he wore tinted glasses that gave him a mysterious look. Ichigo grimaced. I told you before. There's no need to call me Sama. Firstly, it's weird. Secondly, I'm the same rank as you, but I'm just a greenhorn. It's not like I really have a choice. I'm only a 3rd seat because of my healing capabilities. Combat-wise, I'm pretty pathetic, as much as I hate to admit it. And since I'm already the third seat, you can predict the standards of those lower than me. That's why we usually get bullied by the other squads, especially the 11th, Iemura said wistfully. Ichigo scowled. How can you say it that way? Healing is just as important as fighting. BSTRDS. They're biting the hand that feeds them. Precisely. I've said the same thing as well, healing is just as important. At his words, Ichigo had to bite back a laugh. Oh yeah, he was certainly vain. But in the end, that's how things work, Iemura said. In fact. To Ichigo's bemusement, Iemura suddenly reached into his Shinigami robes and pulled out a diary. Then, he opened it and began reading. It's our duty to heal, we can't refuse them just because they walk all over us. Doing so just gives them more reason to ridicule us. Besides, we're not powerful enough to do anything about it. Even if we were, attacking them is against the rules. They're merely verbally insulting us, unless they really lay a hand on us, we can't do anything about it. Anohana Taishu can scare them away, but she can't be everywhere at once. Iemura gave a deep sigh and ran a hand through his hair again. Ichigo on the other hand didn't know what to say. That sounded like some private rant of his, so why was he telling him? But Ichigo didn't need to say anything anyway. As they rounded a corridor, faint shouts could be heard coming from one of the rooms they'd just passed. What do you take us for? When I said we're fully healed, it means we're fully healed, one voice said loudly. It was then followed by a muffled voice whose words Ichigo could not discern. Then, another different voice said loudly, we're from the 11th Division, pathetic loser. Broken bones are nothing to us, and they should be nothing to you too. So shut your trap. Or do you want us to show you how not painful broken bones are? Doesn't anyone do anything, even from the other divisions? Ichigo asked in surprise and disgust as they walked past the room. He was getting more and more annoyed with the way the 11th Division Shinigami seemed to think the 4th owed them a favor. Iemura just shrugged. Most don't bother. Although Anohana Taishu appreciates anyone defending her division, if they come to blows within the medical center, she has to report it back to their captains, and that's not something anyone wants. Then the 11th Division. No idea. They keep coming back, so I suppose Zaraki Taishu doesn't really care. You'd think they'd learnt their lesson by now. However, before Ichigo could answer, there was suddenly a shriek, followed by the sound of breaking glass, which made the two of them turn round, but while Iemura stopped, Ichigo, who decided he'd heard enough, began striding towards the room where the shouts were coming from, a hand reaching behind to grab his sword. While he knew he was probably going to get into trouble, right now he didn't care. Wait, Ichigo-sama. What are you doing? Iemura asked in surprise. You can't draw your Zanpakuto here. To hell with that. Ichigo called behind him. I'm putting a stop to this nonsense.